largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices are raided. Several top leaders are now under the scanner. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri and this is Live and Breaking. Now, in near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of the country, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency has led to the arrest of 106 activists of the Popular Front of India in 11 states for allegedly supporting terrorist activities in the country. Now, the maximum number of arrests were made in Kerala, followed by Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Puducherry, Delhi and Rajasthan. Now these multiple agency raids of course were coordinated from the national capital. Pictures on your screen are of raids that were conducted in Chennai as well as Madurai. Raids were also conducted in various locations in New Delhi as well as in Kerala. Officials, of course, have told Republic TV that the searches took place at the premises of persons involved in terror funding, organizing terror camps and radicalizing people to join the proscribed organizations. Several top leaders of the PFI have been taken into custody by the NIA. Now, even as the NIA is raiding these areas, there are also simultaneously raids that are being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate as well. The Enforcement Directorate, of course, is probing the source of funding for the NIA. Let's go across to Varshini, who's reporting from Chennai and has more details on this. Varshini, the location that you were reporting from is one of the places that were raided, and we're given to understand that someone was also taken into custody from there.
Well, yes, this is one of the places that is being raided in Tamil Nadu. But if you see, this is the headquarters of the PFI in Chennai. And here in the third floor, the raids were happening from around 3 o'clock in the morning till around 9 o'clock. And we saw how, the raids happened and how the NIA officials took a lot of documents and brochures and other papers out of this office. And they had all taken it away for further investigation. And we also hear that several important PFI leaders were also a part of this investigation, and now a few of them have also been detained in several parts of the state as the raids are happening in several other parts such as Tenkasi, Theni, Dindigul, Ramanathapuram, Kadalur, Madurai, etc. Therefore, the people from the leaders from PFI are being questioned on the same, and they will be in the custody of the NIA for further investigation on this matter. And as from Chennai alone, they've taken a lot of documents and paper trials. There is an expectation that throughout the state there could be many other things that the NIA would be finding through these raids that are being conducted in various places. Therefore, we'll have to wait for official confirmation from the NIA as to have a clearer picture of what exactly the NIA found during these raids that took place in different parts of the state. But at the same time, we are very clearly seeing that the NIA, from when they left from this particular building, they did take a lot of documents and papers along with them. Therefore, this investigation is going on, and it will be going on until proper proofs and proper evidences are obtained by the NIA, and the PFI leaders will also be questioned, is what we are picking up as of now.
All right, let's go across to Anuj, who's reporting from New Delhi. Now, Anuj, we are given to understand that the office of the PFI in Delhi was raided, and the PFI's chief in Delhi per se has also been taken into custody. Tell us more about that.
Well, as we do know that this is a joint operation of NIA and Enforcement Directorate. Right now, I'm reporting from the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital, and let me give you the sense and visuals also from this particular area. And let me tell you, when we are talking about the raid which has been conducted by NIA and the Enforcement Directorate in the national capital, then this is 3 in number. If we talk about the people who have been taken in custody, Parvez is the name of the Delhi chief who has been taken in custody, and this exactly is the premises the Enforcement Directorate office from where I am reporting, where he has been taken. So he is inside at this point in time. The questioning is going on, what we have been told, and this is going to be further investigation by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate, as this is the angle of money laundering also which is coming in light. So that is why Enforcement Directorate is also doing the investigation, is also looking deep into the angle. But Parvez is already inside. Parvez, the Delhi chief of PFI, is already inside, and he's going to be grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. He's being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. His brother, what I've been told, is also has been taken in custody. Whereas if we talk about the total number, this is 106. This is 106 people who have been detained in this particular investigation, in this particular raid, which is on since from the morning. So this is going on at the multiple location, as we do know. I'm reporting from the Enforcement Directorate office. This is NIA and Enforcement Directorate joint operation, where we are seeing the numbers of people who have been already detained. Whereas if we talk about the searches, the raids, this is multiple raids, mega crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate since from the very morning. And if we talk about the places which is under the radar, then we have been told certain evidences have been also taken in custody. If we talk about the digital evidences, including the laptops, the mobiles, that has been taken in custody. Some papers has been taken in custody. Some weapons has been recovered. On the other hand, I have been told that money, the cash also had been recovered. So all these things have been already taken in custody. The investigation is going to go ahead as the dots have been connected. But the most importantly, as we were telling this to our viewer earlier also, I'm reporting from the Enforcement Directorate office. Now the chief of Delhi, the PFI chief of Delhi, Parvez, is already inside. We have shared the visual of Parvez's residence from where he was taken in custody. And at this point in time, the questioning is going on, and he is still inside. We are waiting for the update of what is exactly going to come, because the dots is going to be connected by the investigating agencies, and there the questioning is already underway. On the other hand, this is 106 people who has been already detained. Yes.
All right, Anuj, stay with us. Let's go across to Aneri right now, who's reporting from Hyderabad. Aneri, now, raids have been carrying on in Telangana as well as Andhra Pradesh for a while now. In fact, there were some arrests that were made, I think, on Tuesday, perhaps under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act in Telangana. I think 38 locations being raided over there. So give us more details.
Well, that's right, Nupur. We have been seeing how there were massive raids which were taking place in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana. Well, now when we talk about the latest development, where we see that there are raids which were happening in Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh, Guntur also, we see that there were raids which were happening. But when, as we are reporting from Chandran Gutta area, where you can see the NIA officials have raided this particular location, and also as you can clearly see how how there's a banner, Popular Front of India banner, which is put up here in Chandran Gutta. This is one of the office location is what we are being told, and this particular location was raided by the NIA officials, and this is now being sealed. This location has now been sealed, and also there's a note which has been pasted here by the NIA team who raided this location, and also this clearly mentions that the premises has been sealed, locked and sealed by the NIA in National Investigation Agency Hyderabad in connection with the investigation of the case. The owner of the premises may contact the NIA Special Court at Hyderabad NIA office. So, well, there are multiple raids which were taking place in various locations of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Well, now also at the same time, what we have learned is that the NIA officials have arrested 5 people from Andhra Pradesh in connection with the PFI case, where we have been seeing this as a mega crackdown by the NIA teams. There are multiple raids which are being taken place by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the PFI case. Nupur.
All right, so as we can see behind you, that particular office of the PFI has been sealed. Piyush, coming to you next. Piyush, give us an overall sense of how massive this operation essentially was, and also tell us more about, how this has become an internal security challenge for the country, with the growing footprint of the PFI in various areas in the country, and specifically down south.
So yes, Nupur, this operation is massive, this operation is huge, and you can understand about how huge, how massive this operation is, as there have been over 100 locations that have been raided, not only by NIA but also by Enforcement Directorate. Now you can understand about the problem and the internal security challenge that was caused by PFI when certain of its members were arrested from Pune, Bihar, and very shocking detail came up in its 2047 mission of how they wanted to destroy the country and how they wanted to promote a specific religion in this country. So yes, there was a massive internal security challenge, and for this a lot of planning, a lot of strategy was being implemented by investigative agencies led by NIA over how to destroy this network, which was actually perpetrated by PFI. Now there were three major factors of which NIA and other investigative agencies were trying to destroy and were trying to destroy. So they were the three things were: first, how this money trail was coming. Now what we have been told by our sources is that there was a lot of money that was being coming from Gulf countries to PFI, and this needed to be first traced and then destroyed completely. So for this, the role of Enforcement Directorate was being used. Now the money which came over here was thereby used for using a lot of camps and organizing a lot of events. Now a very shocking visual came from Kerala just few months back, where you could see a child not of 5 years of age, chanting slogans against the country, chanting slogans against the constitution, and chanting slogans for the religion. So you could understand of how a specific age group was being targeted for promoting a specific ideology. So yes, there was a lot of internal security challenge in this kind of incident also. And thirdly, all the offices which were promoting this kind of events, all the offices, all the officials, all the people who were trying to organize several protests, and from there on, events like stone pelting that was being used in several areas, this needed to be targeted. So after all these kind of strategy that was implemented, after all this planning, the NIA today, along with ED, has finally conducted a massive raid. Now, one of the most dangerous and one of the most difficult aspects of this is that how PFI and most of these associates.
All right, we're now learning that 3 PFI leaders have been detained in Aurangabad. I think Alicia has more details on this. Yes, Alicia?
Well, yes, there is a massive crackdown, and the raid that has been conducted by NIA, AD and Maharashtra ATS along with local police as well. And this is the number of location, because what we have been told, it's a 20 location and the 20 people have been arrested. So we have also have the details of the 3 PFI members that is detained early today morning from Aurangabad. So these are the 3 names. That is Syed Faisal, who is a resident of a national colony, Sheikh Irfan, who is the ex-district president of PFI, who is a resident of Bejipura, Parvez Khan, who is a resident of Bejipura. So these are the 3 PFI members who have been detained by the agency early this morning from Aurangabad. Earlier that we know that there are 2 PFI leaders who have been arrested from Pune. The 2 leaders are Razi Ahmed Khan and Abdul Sheikh. Moreover, Maharashtra ATS has also detained Maulana Shaifur Rahman, who is a PFI Nasik district president, and he's been detained from Malegaon. So these are the details of PFI member. This has been the search, the raids that was conducted early this morning from 3 a.m. at the multiple locations across Maharashtra, including Aurangabad, Nanded, and Navi Mumbai, Pune. So several locations and the offices and the training centers of PFI has been raided, and not only that, but also the office of SDPI has also been raided in Aurangabad and Nanded.
All right, I'm going to go back to Anuj now in Delhi. Anuj, the rapid spread of the PFI is something that's worried agencies quite a bit, and specifically in terms of the money that was coming in, it was being camouflaged, it was coming in from various locations, and the amount of money also was a little startling, because it did help in the growing of the PFI's footprint.
Well, exactly, and that is the part of the investigation, and that is something where the agencies are going ahead. They are looking into the same angle, that what exactly the money trail is all about, and from where this particular funding is being done to the PFI, and that's why we are seeing this joint operation of NIA as well as Enforcement Directorate. So as I'm reporting from the Enforcement Directorate office in the National Capital, let me tell you that the 3 people from the National Capital also has been detained, and the Delhi chief of PFI from the National Capital, that's Pervez, also has been detained. So talking about this funding is going to be the main focus, is the main focus for the investigation, and how
just to interrupt you there for a minute, just to interrupt you there, I'm sorry that we are now just learning that the Home Minister has chaired a very key meeting on these NIA raids. This is the latest input that we are getting. I'm going to go back to Anuj on this one. Anuj, you know, we've been talking about it since the morning, how the Home Ministry had been actually coordinating these multi-agency, multiple raids that were going across the country, and the kind of work that actually went into these coordinated sort of an operation.
Well, that is something what we have been told, that the Home Ministry is keeping a very tight eye on this particular raids and the movement of the agencies, because this is everything which has been reported to the Home Ministry. The Ministry of Home Affairs has chaired an important meeting also. At this point in time, what we have been told, it is an important meeting which is going on, because the Home Ministry is keeping a very tight vigil, a very tight eye on these movement, and this is all about the terror funding. That is something what we were talking about earlier also, and the Enforcement Directorate and the NIA both looking into the same angle, that how come these organizations, whether it is PFI, which is one of the main focus, where the 106 people already have been detained and has been taken in custody of the PFI. Other than this, if any other organization working in the same module is also under the radar of NIA as well as Enforcement Directorate. But talking about the Home Ministry, then yes, Ministry of Home Affairs is keeping a very tight eye, is monitoring the situation. Everything has been reported to the Ministry of Home Affairs, that what exactly the evidences that has been recovered or has been taken in custody by both the agency. If we talk about the digital evidences, if we talk about the weapons, if we talk about the cash, if we talk about the money trail, all has been briefed to Ministry of Home Affairs, that what exactly this particular module is and how this particular module was going on. If we talk about this, then yes, this is about the money trail, this is about the funding. So that is something where I was telling you that the investigation is being taken by the agencies, whether being it ANI, whether being it Enforcement Directorate, both are working deep into the angle about the money laundering, about the funding, because this is all about the terror funding. We have seen several activities which has came in light earlier also, regarding the camps, regarding the trainings. So that is all something which has been kept in knowledge, which has been kept in investigation, and that is how the investigation has been taken ahead by the Enforcement Directorate and the NIA. So at this point in time, when we do know that this is around more than 100 places which is already being searched or being raided by both the agencies, whereas we are talking about the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate, around 106 people already has been taken in custody. The number is going to go ahead. What I've been told, the number is going to increase, because the raids has not stopped till now, and the investigation is going further. At this point in time, when we are talking, the Delhi chief of the PFI is also being questioned in the Enforcement Directorate office in the National Capital.
Right. So the details that we are now getting of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairing a meeting with officials, including the NSA, the Home Secretary, the DGNIA, is specifically about the raids by the NIA on the PFI. Alisha has more details on this. I'm going to go across to her. Alisha, but apart from that, we are also learning that Maharashtra, you know, there have been about 20 arrests in Maharashtra alone since this morning, since the raids actually began. So tell us more about that as well.
Well, yes, Nupur, it's 20 arrests that has been made by agencies so far across Maharashtra, and this not only from the Pune but also from the Nanded, Aurangabad, the Navi Mumbai, where the late night where the agency has reached to the office and the training programs of PFI, and also as well as the office of SDPI, where the agency has reached, and they are conducting searches and the raids. And what we have been told, that there are also documents and electronic devices that has also been seized by the agency. Moreover, there are in total 106 arrests that has been made so far by the agency. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry. Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry. Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Here's a look at some top news this afternoon. The NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest ever investigation process till date. These searches are being conducted in residential as well as official premises of persons involved in funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. In a first ever largest action, a joint team of the National Investigation Agency, the Enforcement Directorate and the State Police have arrested over 106 PFI leaders during raids across 10 states. The searches were conducted at multiple locations in the largest ever investigation.
Massive crackdown on PFI by the National Investigating Agency across India. Over 100 arrested and detained in different locations. Republic TV brings you live ground report from each and every location across India. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
The headlines at 11:30. National speculation over final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted. Zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It's confirmed. India Today now faces ED heat. Nationwide NI and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices raided. Several top leaders now under the scanner.
Thank you for staying with us here, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, as we await the final TRP report, there are more and more news reports that are coming out now. And these news reports are claiming that there is an investigation ongoing against India today. And there is another report that has just come in. That confirms that India today is being investigated. This is a report that has just been put out by ANI, which now becomes the sixth news agency. The sixth news agency to confirm that India today is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. So we don't have our hands on the report yet, but we are getting in more and more news reports, agency reports confirming that India today is being investigated, and there are more channels. We don't have the full report in our hands yet. So while we tell you all of this, now interestingly it's also the channel that Parambir Singh gave a clean chit to. It's the same channel that Parambir Singh and his team gave a clean chit to, gave interviews to. Let's tell you that we are on the trail of Parambir Singh. We are trying to look out for his location. Let me go across to our correspondent Alisha joining us live, Abhishek joining us live. We also have Sandeep and Amandeep outside the residence, staking it out, looking for Parambir Singh, trying to get some questions. As far as India Today is concerned, no answers yet from them. Alisha, what's your location? And where is Parambir Singh?
Well, Niranjan, I am right, reporting outside Parambir resident, that is Nilima in Malabar Hill, where he was a commissioner of police and he was staying in the same resident, and yet he is retired now, but he still have a 6 to 7 months to vacate the same resident from the same house. But yes, like looking after the location of Parambir Singh, it is still not known, because some are saying that he is in Chandigarh, and he very well known about the charge that has been filed by Enforcement Directorate, clearly mentioning that there is no role of Republic TV. There is no evidence against Republic TV. More importantly, it was Parambir Singh, who was a commissioner of police, took a press conference of 6th October 2020, where he clearly mentioned that there is a TRP manipulation and that has been done by Republic TV, the first name that was taken by Parambir. But now it's time for Parambir Singh to answer on the report that has been filed, the charge that has been filed by Enforcement Directorate, clearly mentioning, and we are actually waiting, Niranjan, that to get the copy of the charge sheet, and we'll get to know what exactly has been mentioned by Enforcement Directorate. But what we know that whether it is a PTI or whether it is ANI who has reported now, and even you have been mentioning that there are many publications who has clearly mentioned there is no evidence against Republic TV when it comes to the charge sheet of ED. So now it is time for Parambir to answer, because at that point of time where he held a press conference, called all the reporters at his office, that is in a CP office, in Commissionerate office, and he asked to all the seniors, reporters, he personally made a call and asking them to come to the press conference, where the reporters whether the fact the Republic was not allowed. When we sent a crew, we were not allowed, and later we got to know it's something TRP scam he came up with and named Republic TV very openly, and that was the first name that has come out from his mouth. But now it has, after the 2 years where the Enforcement Directorate who filed this case and later who has registered the case, and they were investigating into the matter, and specifically there are many of the statements that has been recorded, but this gives clearly saying, and even PTI as yesterday and ANI and the other publisher clearly mentions that there is no evidence against Republic TV. So let's see what will the Parambir will come to the media again, and will he speak to it, because we know that whatever the case was, and when he was in Mumbai and he was going to the police station and recording his statement, he even spoke to the media clearly mentioning that I am nowhere wrong, and I always speak whatever the truth is. So now the truth is out. The truth is out on the charge that has been filed. We'll see what are the more details. But now this is clearly mentioned in every publication that there is no evidence, zero evidence against Republic TV. So now the Parambir will come out, because now what we know that his phone is switched off. He is very well known about the charge sheet that has been filed and the cognizance has been taken by the court. But he has switched off his phone, and no location has been disclosed as of now. He's not speaking to, because of course there is no communication as his phone is off. So we have to see whether now Parambir will come and speak about it over the case that he has started with. He asked all his police officials to work against us, and there was multiple statements that we have been asked to report. There are multiple FIRs that was registered against it. So it was under him. So will he now answer is something a big question, because it is something really an embarrassment for even for Parambir Singh, because what he really vindicted against us. And now the investigation agent, the central agency, has come up with the charge and clearly mentioning there is no evidence against Republic. So we'll have to see whether Parambir will really come and give answer to it. On what basis he has put all the allegations against Republic.
Yeah, Abhishek is also joining us. Abhishek, news report number 6. I'm just going through some of these reports, Abhishek, and we are having to sort of look at news reports. There is a news report that has just been put out by news agency ANI. There is a news report put out by Live Law. There is a news report that has been put out by Bar and Bench. There is a news report put out by Indian Express. There is a news report also put out by Hindustan Times. And all of the above news reports that I've just mentioned claim that it is India Today that is being investigated. There was proof against India Today is what they're claiming while quoting Enforcement Directorate. Abhishek.
Well, Niranjan, you know, it's surprising that the Mumbai police is going to have so much egg on its face and we have not seen any reaction as yet. So, for example, the Mumbai police joint commissioner at that time, Milind Barambe Niranjan, said that there is no evidence against India Today, but there are a lot of people talking about Republic TV. Now, the ED says that there is no statement whatsoever in which Republic TV has been named. There is no digital footprint by which we can conclude that Republic TV indulged in rigging the TRPs in any manner. To the contrary, it says that the forensics audit report which Mumbai police relied upon in its investigation is very superficial. The audit report itself is superficial and the conclusions drawn even more so. Then the ED report goes on to say that there is some element of rigging being carried out by some regional channels and more importantly some entertainment channels, obviously because the advertising kitty there is much larger, so the stakes are much higher. Then the ED report goes on to say that while they have not found anything against Republic TV, their investigation continues and the names of India Today and News Nation are mentioned. Remember, incidentally, viewers would recall that India Today was the name that was given in the FIR itself, which was sought to be dismissed by the top Mumbai police leadership of that time, led by Parambir Singh. Remember, Niranjan, we'll bring that out at some stage. A meeting had happened in Mumbai between Parambir Singh and a senior editor of the group. We are not naming as yet. And subsequent to which, all these developments took place. I think there would be a time that would come when we would need to discuss those aspects also. But as of now, the matter is sub judice. The Enforcement Directorate has submitted its charge sheet and appended a forensic report of its own. And it has come to a conclusion that there is no evidence, proof whatsoever of Republic TV having indulged in any kind of manipulation of ratings in any manner. And Niranjan, it's good that you mentioned ANI now, before that Indian Express, before that the Hindustan Times, before that Bar and Bench, before that PTI. All these platforms, agencies have really picked up, and in many cases it is clear that they have done their own due diligence. It's not just agency copy picked up and put across by these various platforms. They have put in their own reporters on the job and got the contents themselves. Remember, we have been very restrained in terms of not, going into it and picking up the contents ourselves. We have realizing that we have been one of the parties concerned. We have been one of the stakeholders in the entire process. That's why we thought, let due process be followed. And since the court has taken cognizance, the charge sheet contents would come out by and by on their own as per due process of law. That should be followed. But then later in the evening, we saw PTI coming out with some contents of the report. Similarly, Hindustan Times had a little different version in terms of the contents, overall contents of the report, but then with the same important conclusion so far as we and our viewers are concerned, that Republic TV has been not found to be indulging in any manipulation of ratings, and that to the contrary, there are other networks which are still under scanner. They are not let off the hook. So in that sense, I think, Niranjan, this is a very important day. And remember, this discussion of ratings game, essentially driving content, driving sensationalism, and that's why ratings should be done away with. All that would be under focus now, because within the dynamics of advertising, guiding media business, and of course, when our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami comes on air, we will go into details of this aspect as well. And why not? This is an occasion to deliberate, to discuss and debate every aspect of this episode. It's not just about ratings manipulation because someone enjoys it, or, just about rivalry between networks. There is a larger debate. But having said that, what is important is, Niranjan, that the Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet. It has come to a certain conclusion, which is in 100% divergence.
There is some very big breaking news coming in. Abhishek, there is some very big breaking news coming in right now. Abhishek, there is some very big breaking news coming in right now. I'm going to get Shravan on this right now. There is some very, very big breaking news update. CBI will investigate criminal conspiracy in the TRP case. This is big. This is a big breaking news update. Shravan is breaking that the CBI will investigate criminal conspiracy. CBI will investigate criminal conspiracy. Let's put out the details on the screen, full frame. CBI will investigate the criminal conspiracy in the TRP case. That is a big breaking news update that I'm getting in right now. CBI will now probe the criminal conspiracy. Criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence will be investigated. CBI will investigate BARC and also BARC officials. Bribery by BARC to be probed now is what we are hearing. BARC is under the CBI scanner now. This is a big breaking news update right now. I'm getting in. Huge update, Abhishek. This is a very, very big update. Very big update. CBI is going to probe the criminal conspiracy and the bribery angle. There was a bribery angle, and Shravan, I want to get Shravan on the phone line because this is a big development. Shravan will be joining us on the phone line. There was also a report which was confirmed earlier when we heard of the cash being given to Sachin Vaze. And Sachin Vaze, I think, if I'm not wrong, there was a news report of BARC allegedly giving money through Hawala route to the Mumbai police, and back then it was Sachin Vaze and Parambir Singh. Now we don't know who the beneficiary was, but there were reports that an alleged bribe was given. I think this is the subject that will be investigated by the CBI right now. That's a breaking news update now coming in. I repeat, the CBI is going to investigate the criminal conspiracy in the TRP case. We told you that the India Today is already under investigation. Criminal conspiracy behind the fabrication of evidence will be investigated, which means directly, Abhishek, directly Parambir Singh is going to come under scanner, directly Sachin Vaze coming under scanner, and fabrication of evidence will be the subject of investigation. The CBI will investigate BARC and BARC officials, whether they're current officials or past officials, people who were at the helm of BARC back then. They will be now investigated by the CBI. And bribery angle, bribery by BARC. BARC paid bribes. They had the raw data. Were they a part of the plot with Parambir Singh and Sachin Vaze? We don't know. But that's what they're going to investigate now. And I'm getting in some more news now that Bark is under CBI scanner right now directly. These are breaking news updates that I'm getting in right now. Let me go across. I don't know whether Shawan is with me right now, but Shawan has just broken the story. And to get the context, yes, Abhishek. Yes, Abhishek, quickly, and then I'll go across Alisha. Yeah.
You know, this is very significant because remember, there was already a case registered by the CBI in connection with TRP, and this was another aspect of ratings scam which was being investigated by the agency in connection with other networks. Then Republic was not named. This was pertaining to other states, not Maharashtra as well. So it's like there is already a case available. In fact, Shawan joins us. Shawan, join the broadcast and please tell us what is this CBI case? Remember, there was another case earlier. Is it in addition to that case, a fresh case, or additional investigation in the same case that was registered already?
Well, in fact, Abhishek, as far as the CBI is concerned, they were working under the wraps for a very long time. Yes, of course, there was a fresh FIR that was registered. Now, this FIR was registered based on a complaint that came in from Uttar Pradesh. That was the starting point of the investigation. What has turned out right now is that this has become a pan-India investigation, especially keeping in mind the role of BARC. If you take a look at some of the allegations that have been leveled, what is the role that BARC has essentially played in this entire TRP manipulation as what it was being touted as? They certainly have a role to play, and that is the reason why what we can confirm right now, that in the TRP case, which is being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation, BARC is certainly under the scanner is what we can with some amount of confidence report at this point in time. Now, with regards to whether it involves other channels, that's also part of the investigation, given the fact that, of course, this is with regards to TRP. There are channels which are basically under the scrutiny at this point in time. But BARC's criminal conspiracy, if I may say so, the criminal conspiracy of BARC is now under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Right, Niranjan, so this is a very significant development, and as Shawan explained, even BARC is going to be under scanner now. Also, Shawan, since you are taking care of the other aspect also, Niranjan, just a sec.
Yes,
BARC, when they were asked to share their original content, their original data, they had refused. Remember to Hansa, when the Hansa group had wanted for their audit. So you think that there is a bit of a mens rea, guilty mind, and which would be under a scanner now?
Well, in fact, let me just try and join the dots, because we do not have a copy of the charge sheet that has been filed by the Enforcement Directorate, so we do not know the exact details. But what has been reported so far, at least by PTI, there is a mention of a forensic audit. Just to remind our viewers, what essentially happened was, when the Mumbai police was investigating this matter, they said that they had engaged a forensic auditor. Thereafter, what essentially happened was that they came to a conclusion that there was some sort of a money laundering indulged by Republic Media Network. The reality being right now, if you simply go by what PTI has reported, the Enforcement Directorate in its charge sheet, according to PTI, they're saying that there was manipulation in the forensic audit that was engaged by the Mumbai police. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate has also engaged their own auditors looking into the allegations. So, of course, what happens right now, here comes the role of BARC. BARC was supposed to provide certain data in terms of the weekly ratings to the forensic auditor. Question here is that, was the entire data in entirety given, or was selective data given to the auditors? Because here the role of the BARC becomes extremely important. Not just the forensic auditor. If I am giving you half-baked information, Abhishek, there is, in all likelihood, your report is not going to be true in nature. That's exactly what has happened in this case.
So just for the benefit of viewers to understand the sequence of events, Shawan, Mumbai police registers an FIR. India Today is named. They did not start investigation, and Parambir does a press conference, says, okay, we are investigating Republic TV. What about India Today? No answer. Or maybe you can help us recall what was the answer. Then Mumbai police does a forensic audit in which it says that there is money laundering. That becomes the resonator for the Enforcement Directorate to get in and carry out its own investigation. Now Mumbai police files a charge sheet based on that audit. But based on that audit, the Enforcement Directorate picks up investigation, carries out its own audit, forensic audit, and says that that forensic audit is not right because the data given by BARC was compromised.
Absolutely.
And the Mumbai police, based on that compromised data, files a charge sheet, which obviously has to be in variance with facts.
Absolutely.
And now Enforcement Directorate, based on its investigation, has come to the conclusion that that forensic report is wrong, that charge sheet, and hence that charge sheet is wrong, and these are the facts, right?
You've actually narrated the entire story, but there's just one little thing that I would like to add. Now, the situation being that the forensic auditor engaged by Mumbai police would have actually gone to BARC. They would have sought the data to basically analyze whether there is an unusual spike in the viewership of XYZ channel. Now, assuming a situation where BARC has not provided the relevant data, in all likelihood, that entire report would be faulty in nature. That's exactly what has happened. Now, the fact of the matter here is that not only the Mumbai police is held responsible here, the role of BARC becomes extremely crucial, because if BARC deliberately avoided providing the necessary data to the auditor, then there is a possibility that they were part of this entire criminal conspiracy. And herein comes the role of the Central Bureau of Investigation, because
that's big.
Enforcement Directorate, as per the PMLA mandate, cannot really get into the criminal conspiracy aspect. If you look at the charter of the Central Bureau of Investigation, then the criminal conspiracy comes into the picture. When we say criminal conspiracy, what does it mean? It means that there were a group of people or multiple entities.
Niranjan wants to say something. Niranjan, yes, you want to tell something or ask something from someone?
Yes, no, I know I have to take a short break. I have to take a short break right now. Stay with me, please, because as Parambir lied on the 8th of October 2020, he said it's a scam worth thousands and thousands of crores. Perhaps he's right for the big networks, but for us, we still have to take these short breaks. Stay with us. We'll come back with that criminal conspiracy. More coming up. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Abhishek and Chavan, stay with us. Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV. A case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years. 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV. A case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years. 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Stay with us. We have some big breaking news updates coming in right now. The CBI is going to investigate. So, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're watching Republic TV, the big news as we await the final TRP report. The report is not in our hands, but there are six news reports that have confirmed that the Enforcement Directorate is probing India today, and that the CBI is probing BARC for alleged bribery. I'm taking a short break. Back with the live coverage. We're picking up more and more details. Stay tuned.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing.
National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. The nation's most awaited final TRP report is submitted. Zero evidence against Republic TV. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It's confirmed India Today now faces the ED's heat. Nationwide NIA and ED raids are on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices are raided. Several top leaders are now under the scanner. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Niranjan Narayan joins us, and it is the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspirators. No evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. And Niranjan is joining us for this. Now, Niranjan, the ED had filed its report yesterday, and it is extremely clear that Republic TV has been cleared. And what we are given to understand is that there are other channels which will now be probed.
Well, Nupur, you've seen exactly what's been happening. 2 years back, there was an FIR that was filed, and the original FIR that was filed, it was India Today which was named, and they tried to spin it. 2 days before Fabrication held that news conference in October 2020, India Today was named in an FIR. In an attempt to shield India Today, they had tried to fix Republic TV back then, and everybody knew it because we exposed that and we shared what Hansa had said, etc. And through the years, there have been so many pieces of evidence that have come out. Let me go across to Shravan. Shravan and Abhishek also joining us live, because Shravan and Nupur, this report as per details was filed on the 8th of September. 8th of September, the TRP charge sheet was filed. The final report in the TRP case was filed. Yesterday, the court in Mumbai, the city civil court has taken cognizance. And as per reports, we don't have our hands on that report yet. But what I can tell you is that the reports confirm that there is no evidence found against Republic TV. They've gone through the digital evidence and the audit reports, etc. And they have confirmed that the Mumbai police investigation, that is the investigation of Sachin Vaze, investigation of Parambir Singh, was at variance with the data that they had from BARC and others, including the forensic reports and eyewitness statements on record, proof. So basically, it was a hit job on Republic TV, and this final TRP report exposes the entire plot. In fact, the breaking news now is, Nupur, there are 7 news reports that have come out. We don't have our hands on it yet, but 7 news reports confirm that India Today is going to face ED investigation for the actual and the real TRP scam. Because there is evidence according to the details of the reports that are coming out as far as India Today is concerned. Now that's point number 1. Point number 2, and point number 2, and just on an aside, the ratings came in this morning, Nupur, and to break the story and put the story in perspective, India Today is at number 4 basically. So they're in a fight with Times Now. Times Now and India Today are in a fight. So perhaps it explains their desperation and the truth about who was actually trying to rig the ratings. But let's get down to facts. Facts are Enforcement Directorate will investigate India Today, and the second fact is that CBI is going to investigate BARC for criminal conspiracy and alleged bribes that were given. Let me go across to Alisha, also joining us on the broadcast. That's the big breaking news story. Zero evidence against Republic TV. India Today is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. CBI is probing BARC, because if BARC had the data, why did BARC pay a bribe? There was a report, Alisha, that came out a few months back that bribes were paid by BARC or somebody at BARC using a Hawala route and given to a police station. What was going on? Who got the bribe? Or what was the allegation? What was the allegation? Alisha.
Well, Niranjan, we'll actually wait for the charge sheet as well, because that is something is going to reveal, it's going to spill the bins out of the things that has been, the allegations that was leveled against her in the beginning, the press conference that was taken by Parambir Singh. At this point of time, we are actually asking Parambir Singh where exactly he is, because he was the one who called for the press conference. He was the one who called all the senior reporters. He made a personal calls to them and asked to attend the press conference. So we are standing right outside his residence. All he is to just come out and just given the answer over the charge sheet that has been filed by the agency, that is Central Agency, Enforcement Directorate, who has given a charge sheet, and what has been even mentioned by the publication, whether it is ANI or PTI, which clearly mention that it is there is no evidence, that is zero evidence against Republic TV. So here we are just waiting if he is there at his Mumbai residence. So we are just waiting for him to just come out of his building. We have already reached to his resident, and we are just asking the allegations that you have made earlier in 2020, clearly mentioning there is a manipulation of TRP which has been done by Republic TV. But now what has transpired, the bribe that has been taken, all the allegations that you have leveled against us, now we have been asking over the report, the final TRP report that has been registered, and the cognizance has already been taken by the special PMLA court where the charge sheet was filed by the Enforcement Directorate. So we are just waiting whether he is going to come. And while you've been asking about the bribe that has been taken, well, yes, now that is something under the scanner, because it's not only the ED, but now it's a Central Bureau of Investigation who is going to see the manipulation over the bribery, the activities that has been done, and of course the BARC who is under the scanner. It was, yes, that was an application that was even given where the BARC was mentioned about the bribe that has been given to him, and which is why the audit that was given to Mumbai police is something manipulated, which will now transpire, and that will actually transpire in the charge sheet. When we access the charge sheet, the copy of the charge sheet, and we'll get to know what is mentioned, how many statement has been recorded, because that is the evidence where the ED has mentioned in the charge sheet, and that is going to give a clear picture to everyone which channel was named, the channel India Today that was named in the FIR, in the complaint that was given, but the name that was taken by the Mumbai police, by then Commissioner of Police, that is Parambir Singh, who mentioned Republic TV. So now we will see what exactly has been mentioned, and of course not only the ED who is going to where India Today, the channel is under the scanner of Enforcement Directorate, but now here comes also the CBI who is going to see the manipulation, specifically the bribery that has been given to him. That is something under the scanner.
Yeah, stay with me, because now if it is a criminal conspiracy, if CBI is going to probe the criminal conspiracy as Shawan is breaking, ED will investigate India Today is what we are hearing from the reports that are coming out. The CBI will investigate the criminal conspiracy in the case. And Abhishek is joining me live. I have also Amandeep and Sandeep, so let me get in a word from there as well. Because Amandeep, if the CBI is going to probe criminal conspiracy, they will also probe why people like Parambir Singh were giving interviews along with other senior officers of the crime branch on India Today and giving them a clean sheet on India Today. On the day they held that news conference, 2 days after an FIR was filed naming India Today. Now, these are some relevant questions that will remain. And if there is criminal conspiracy that will be investigated, obviously they will get into who conspired with whom to fix Republic TV. And where is Parambir Singh? These are questions he won't want to answer. Where is he right now? Are you outside his house? Any sign of his movement?
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. Since morning, we are just deployed outside his house, and our cameras are continuously on and even watching his every movement inside the house. Just because, Niranjan, this was the hideout of Parambir Singh, and in fact, we have identified when the investigating agency was on the search of Parambir Singh, he was hiding it at his Chandigarh's residence, and in fact, later on, he has been recorded his statement before the investigating agency. But the point is, Niranjan, now the CBI has been roped in. They have initiated the investigate the criminal conspiracy, just because the money trail has been investigated by Enforcement Directorate. But the scripted news conference that was done on 6th of October 2020 against Republic Media Network by Parambir Singh, who has scripted that, who has written that, who has directed Paramveer Singh to go and held a news conference against Republic Media Network and exposed the name, and even all kind of false allegations has been put against Republic Media Network with the fabricated evidence, and even the FIR, despite knowing that FIR is not that strong and even the investigation is not turning up against the Republic Media Network, Paramveer Singh has put his all efforts against Republic Media Network. The point is, there is a list of questions, Niranjan, asked to Paramveer Singh. Who has asked him to investigate against Republic Media Network? Who asked him to fabricate the evidence against Republic Media Network? And even why he has done this? And even why he has done this, Niranjan? Several questions against this.
Stay with me. Let me quickly get a word from Abhishek as well before I go across to Sandeep. Abhishek, criminal conspiracy to be investigated. Criminal conspiracy. Now, we'll go into the details. We don't have the report. We don't know what exactly happened, but allegations of bribery will be investigated. Very serious charge. Allegations of bribery, very serious charge, Abhishek. And if there is criminal conspiracy that will be investigated, they will go into call records. I'm guessing they will get into details of calls, of conversations, of people who are involved, editors maybe, we don't know. Those especially who spoke to Paramveer Singh on prime time, they got him on interviews, they got his officers on prime time interviews to give them a clean sheet. I mean, this is the fabrication of the worst kind. Conspiracy of the worst kind.
Absolutely, Niranjan. And I think that's why CBI comes in the picture. Remember, we now know that BARC supplied a compromised data set to Hansa Research and to Mumbai Police. The Mumbai Police, based on that compromised data, came to a conclusion and put our name in their charge sheet. Now it so transpires that the entire data set was compromised. So whether BARC did that at the behest of somebody, also remember, when the ED sought complete data, even that was denied by BARC. So was BARC working at somebody's behest? Was BARC providing that compromised data to Mumbai Police because the Mumbai Police wanted to doctor their investigation? That's where conspiracy comes in. That's where criminal element within the entire dynamic comes in. And that's why I think this information that has been brought out by Shravan, Niranjan, gains significance. That CBI, which was already looking into a TRP scam case originating in Uttar Pradesh, is going to look into criminal aspects going right up to BARC, because as in the case of Mumbai Police, as in the case of Enforcement Directorate, in the case of Mumbai Police by providing a compromised data set, in the case of ED denying complete data, and similarly in the CBI case which is being investigated, did BARC play a role, and a very important role, in terms of compromising information, in terms of maligning the whole process, in terms of compromising the whole process of investigation by providing compromised data? So I think it's very important, Niranjan. Also, I mean, each and every report that we have seen coming out since last evening, ANI, PTI, the agencies, news platforms like the Indian Express, the Hindustan Times, many of them, remember, and that's something which viewers have to understand. These organizations, these platforms have done their own due diligence before writing those reports. So it's not that they have picked up some agency copy and saying that, okay, Republic TV is absolved. It's that they have put in their own reporters, their own resources. They have cross-checked with agencies, they have cross-checked papers, and that's when they have come out with these reports. So it's very significant. It's going to pan out all day. And the information that Shravan brought just now about CBI picking up threads and looking into criminal conspiracy, and the fact that it might go right up to BARC and the top leadership of BARC at that time, we know who was there. It's going to be serious. It's going to really bring in changes, drastic changes in the manner in which the media industry, the news industry functions. It's really for the good of everyone. It's for the good of viewers. It's for the good of
professionals working with news platforms. It's good for the advertisers as well, this cleaning up that's happening, and it's really important that this ratings game is busted in its entirety and truthfully, Niranjan, with absolute uncompromised data. And Niranjan, it's really important. It's really important that there is a level playing field between professionals working and the big corporate media who have in their interest to really manipulate, hoodwink. We have seen this happening in the last 6 months also. That would be something which has to be debated, hopefully would be done today. Yeah, nobody will debate it. I'm not sure they'll debate it, Abhishek, because, you know, when the raid happened, they fielded their topmost officials, including serving officers. Serving officers were fielded to say on channels that were under investigation, they were fielded on channels that were under investigation to say that they were not involved. Let me go across to Sandeep. Sandeep, what is your location? And you know, the fact that the CBI is now going to probe the criminal conspiracy, ED now probes the charges against channels like India Today becomes all the more serious. What is your location, Sandeep, and what's the update that you have?
So as far as the case is concerned, yes, TRP case was one of the most controversial case, in fact, in the state of Maharashtra, and in fact, the most controversial people were investigating this matter. And now remember, Parambir Singh is, basically untraceable, not coming up on camera and giving a statement. In fact, I'm out here at the DGP office. This is the DGP headquarters, wherein all the senior officials are based out here. In fact, one of the most important thing, Niranjan, out here is that, at that point of time, there was one of a senior official, senior crime branch official, who had stated that on the behest of getting #1 position, Republic was pushed up, and the rest of the channel was in fact
updates. In fact, 1 minute, I'm getting in 2 or 3 more breaking news updates. In fact, 2 or 3 more reports after ANI, news agency ANI, portals like News Laundry has also put out the report. Looks like they're accessing details of the report. Abhishek and Alisha, News Laundry has put out a report saying ED gives clean sheet to Republic while India Today is under further investigation. So even News Laundry has just named India Today in a report, and there is another report by Prague News. So across India, at least 10 to 15 reports that have been put out now confirming that India Today is under investigation. Alisha.
Well, yes, Niranjan, it's really very interesting, as you mentioned, that News Laundry has also mentioned. So it's we can see at this point of time, because ED has clearly mentioned there is no evidence. It's what been tweeted even by the PTI and also by the ANI as well. Because what has really transpired, and all the allegations in the TRP manipulation was only against Republic, which was mentioned by Parambir Singh in his press conference on 8 October. What he clearly said that it was Republic TV who manipulated with the TRP to get the #1 channel, and that is what alleged by him. But now what has come to the report? So it is really very interesting to see what more other channels. Well, the channel will also come into it, because this is something not a report, but it's from the central agency who has given a charge sheet, who has filed a charge sheet before the court. Court has taken the cognizance. Even we are waiting to access the copy of the charge sheet so that we'll get more details and we'll put out before our viewers to know who are the channel who were actually at that point of time. I remember, Niranjan, it was 8 October, and there were also many of the reporters from the certain channel. They were deployed outside our office. They were deployed outside Arnab Goswami's residence, so that they can get the reactions over what we have never done, and that is what transpired. Now that has been confirmed, and what we can say that, because this is not a certain only 1 or 2 agency, but this is something that now even the newspapers has confirmed. The publishers has been going on clearly mentioning there is no evidence that has been found against Republic TV. So now, as I have mentioned, that first again we have been asking questions to the many, specifically Parambir Singh, because I am standing right outside his residence, just waiting for him to come. If he is there at his Mumbai residence, will he come now? Because he made it very big a very big press conference. He called for a big press conference and he called the senior editors. He called the editors of the channel asking to deploy their reporters, their correspondents to the press conference. And when we decided, okay, we will also go, we will also check what exactly it is.
Alisha, did he call senior reporters? So basically, Parambir Singh called senior reporters. This tainted, IPS officer who's a shame, who's a blot to the uniform, called tainted reporters and asked them to come outside our office and go outside Arnab's house. That we know, right? I mean, that's confirmed.
Well, Niranjan, I've been talking about the press conference. Well, yes, there was, after the press conference, we even saw there were certain reporters who were deployed outside our office. There were many reporters, even including from the India Today, who were standing outside our office. They were trying to get in touch with the, employees of the Republic so that they get one of the information or just a reaction. And also, I have even read some of the articles from the some of the certain channels which mentioned that Arnab Goswami has not responded to the question where they were right outside his residence. So they were asking on the question, now are they the channels? As we have been even questioning, where are they now? Because we were also ready to go for the press conference. When Parambir called many senior reporters, many senior editors, asking them to come to the press conference, they should attend the press conference. When we heard about it, that there will be a press conference from the Mumbai CP, so we thought, okay, we will also go. We will also see what exactly it is. But when we enter, we were not even allowed by the police.
Alisha, be with me. Aishwarya is also joining me live right now. Alisha, Aishwarya is also joining us live. Aishwarya, are you picking up more information? Because now it's becoming bigger. Because the ED is going to investigate India Today as per the reports that we are seeing. At least 10 media outlets have put that out. But what is even more disturbing is that the criminal conspiracy being investigated by the CBI, and we are hearing that BARC is going to be investigated.
Well, absolutely, because truth needs to come out, and now these agencies will find the truth. Because at that point of time, Niranjan, we all understand, and you better than no one else will remember, that these people, these individuals, they hounded up like a pack of wolves on Arnab and on Republic. And now when the truth is about to come out, because the nation wants to know, as Arnab says, and we are all waiting, 1.4 billions, including you and me, to get our hands on that ED report, because that ED report will have the truth. But do they have even the audacity to say that whatever is there in that report, even for Republic, we are ready to say that we will show? Can they? They will not, because they in their heart know, all of them. They were basing their facts on Sachin Vaze and Parambir Singh. One is in the jail and the other basically he cannot even stay at his home. Where is Parambir Singh? We are trying to find out. He is not at his Bombay residence. He is not in Chandigarh. Where is he? He is running away because he knows that Republic will ask him those very straight questions, and we will. But the fact of the matter is that all of these companies, all of these channels, they hounded like a pack of wolves because they felt that the way Republic at that point of time, and as we are today once again, because we are back, we were literally beating them hands down. They thought what to do. So they come out with a pack of lies, plethora of lies, and now when the agencies are going to investigate, the truth will come out. Niranjan, when Parambir Singh used to be the prime time guest on those very specific channels, can those specific channels even run a ticker or a grid of the fact? PTI, ANI, several print organizations are coming out with sources. I am saying, okay, take few days, but can you promise that when the ED report comes, you will do even one debate, one show? No, they won't, because they know what the truth is. Within the next few minutes, I am going to have our senior executive editor, Legal Rhythm, also with us. So she's going to put the legal facts in a more collective way. But the fact remains that all of these people are having sleepless nights now, Niranjan, because as Arnab said at 8:15 yesterday, that nation wants to know what's in their report. From that very moment, they're having sleepless moments. Because they in their heart knows, deep in their heart, the reality, the truth, that what is there in the ED report. I don't know, you don't know, because we don't have our hands on it yet.
Yeah.
But we have still promised whatever is going to be in that ED report, we are going to show. Back to you, Niranjan.
Thank you for that, Aishwarya. Stay with me. Rhythm is also joining us live any second. I'll go across to Rhythm the moment I have a live, but the big breaking news update right now, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know where Parambir Singh is. We don't know where, of course we know where Sachin Vaze is. Sachin Vaze is in jail, sorry about that, I know where Sachin Vaze is, he's in jail. We know where Nawab Malik is. Nawab Malik who said that we will finish off Arnab Goswami, he will have to commit suicide. Remember those tapes? People forget, ladies and gentlemen, often people forget what was said about Republic TV, and at some point we'll bring those tapes out today. We will actually bring those tapes out today. Ministers from the Mahavikas Aghadi government, from the Uddhav Thackeray government, went on record to say we will finish off Republic TV. And now let me enlighten you a little bit about who these people were and where they are. Parambir Singh is on the run, nobody knows where he is. He's hiding from our cameras. We're outside his house in Mumbai and Chandigarh. We don't know where he is. He was last spotted, by the way, I personally have spotted Parambir Singh outside a club about 2 weeks back. Now that's a fact, I spotted him outside a club. By the time I removed my mobile phone to perhaps ask him a question, he was out of the frame. Perhaps he spotted me and he fled. Now that is Parambir Singh. Sachin Vaze is in jail. Let's look at the other very esteemed gentlemen from Maharashtra who are part of this conspiracy against Republic TV. Anil Deshmukh, then the Home Minister who organized all of this. Anil Deshmukh is in jail for collecting bribes, extortion, money laundering. His colleague Nawab Malik, who said that Arnab will have to commit suicide after all the operations that they were undertaking against us. He's in jail for links to underworld, for money laundering, for corruption. His close friend Sanjay Raut, who also targeted Republic TV, held news conferences about Republic TV, is in jail for a scam called the Patra Chaul scam, and it's just one of the many scams that he's being investigated for. Cheated the poorest of the poor in Mumbai. He's in jail. Now his friend Sachin Vaze, of course, is in jail for murder. He's in jail for murder, extortion, and the cases just don't seem to end. He's going to be investigated also in the TRP case for criminal conspiracy, which has now been confirmed by Shravan Sen, my colleague. Now let's look at the others. Where is Uddhav Thackeray? Uddhav Thackeray is not in power. He lost his seat, he lost his party. Over 60% of his party is not with him anymore. Ridhamanand Bardwaj is joining us live right now. Now these are some of the people who have to answer. They have to answer. The reason why we're reminding people, Rhythm, about all of this is because people often forget what was said back then. And we will never forget, Rhythm. Never forget that on that day, they called Parambir Singh and held news conferences. They called him for interviews on prime time. Silence now.
And this is a deafening silence that we are facing, Aishwarya, which we have not seen earlier. But when there are certain reports that are now coming out and giving out names of other channels, why are they not speaking up about it? Like we've been talking since morning, Niranjan, I heard you, Alisha, Nupur also, we've been talking about the fact that since morning, Aishwarya, we remember how we were persecuted 2 years ago. Whether it was asking for details of our desktops, of our employees, of our camera persons, whether it was going into great details of some archaic British laws, or whether it was press conferences that were shown live on other channels. The irony that I want to bring out to our viewers today is when India Today is being investigated in this report, and it's very, very clear that that's a channel that needs to come out and answer what's happening, or even at least put out a statement, which they have not done till now. Other than the way they spoke about us, we aren't talking in that manner. We're saying the investigation continues, but I still remember the kind of language they used in their their interviews with Parambir G, like they called him, and how they spoke about it. And the bottom line is, why now that deafening silence? But I also want to tell our viewers, on the 8th of October 2020, when Parambir started that press conference, he said, my basis is an FIR by Hansa. The irony is the Hansa report several times over mentions India Today, which they said is not substantiated. Today, when another report comes out, which is at variance with the Mumbai Police's 8th October 2020 report, why is there this silence from India Today, and they need to answer that? But other than India Today, there is a clear fabrication of evidence, Aishwarya, which I think we should answer. Abhishek is also with us, and I remember in these cases, Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, was also called to the police station. I remember, Niranjan, you yourself were there. I also remember the day when Arnab was being taken to jail and how there was those AK-47s that were being brandished.
30, 40 AK-47 branded people. And as you said, Abhishek, you were also called to the police station, as Rhythm was just mentioning several times, but all those people.
Yes, crime branch. And 8 hours at the Mumbai crime branch, Aishwarya. It's very interesting. 8 hours. 5 hours, they just make me sit. And I tell them, where is Mr. Vaze? He says, "Are, are." And bulaiye, we'll meet and chat. And he never came, you know. And then there was someone 3 ranks senior to Waze sitting there questioning me, you know. Waze, who was just an assistant sub-inspector, not there. He's like the boss. Everyone treats him like the boss because he's connected with some bosses. And yes, and the DCP, who's 5 ranks senior to Waze, he sits there in the room. Then the questioning itself goes on for about 2 hours. Then the statement writing, there's cross-checking. They were writing in Marathi. I was speaking in Hindi and English. And then I said, okay, fine, I understand Marathi. Please give me the statement. I'll read it. And I made some corrections there. But the whole drift of the conversation was that they realized that I am not going to give them anything. And the questions they were asking had no connection, you know, whatsoever with the possibility of ratings being manipulated. They were asking about who is what in the organization, who does what is the role of this office bearer, what is the role of that person, things like that. So, I mean, I could sense there that they don't have anything. They are shooting in the dark. If not shooting in the dark, they are on a fishing expedition. And it seems that senior officer, I have nothing against him, the senior officer, perhaps it's likely that even he did not like Waze, you know, because Waze would bypass him and talk directly to his bosses. And Rhythm, it's very interesting. My impression of those 2 officers who were sitting there, both senior to Waze, one I believe was a batchmate of Waze and the other was a senior, of course. My impression was they were really not happy doing what they were doing. Obviously, they were told that this is what you have to do. That's why, for a questioning of 2 hours and statement of 1 hour, they will make me sit for 5 hours. You know,
so it was a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Absolutely.
But the very question you asked, that where are those pack of wolves? All these channels which had, as you said, Parambir Ji as primetime guest.
Wolves is the right word, Aishwarya.
They were as a pack of wolves because they were targeting a lion. But they failed. Because they were just threatened by the rise of Arnab Goswami, who was #1 in English, came in Hindi, and our Republic Bharat anchors, they were just mentioning you were 10% ahead, which is history in itself at that point of time in Hindi Yona.
Everything has to be discussed, Aishwarya. You know, the business models, the revenue models, the advertising models.
Yeah, there is some breaking news
the
update.
fact that this thing started
Abhishek,
after
I think Rhythm has some
Arnab
breaking
decided
news
to
update.
come to Hindi. Is he coming?
Breaking news.
All right, let's
Abhishek,
also break
Rhythm
this
has some
down for
breaking
our
news
viewers.
update.
Abhishek, Aishwarya, Niranjan. Our lawyers and legal team are also mulling legal options now that the report is out. We're also going to see who all face fabrication of evidence charges. We're going to see whether it's only criminal defamation that needs to be put here or there are other things. So in each and every court that they put cases against us, we shall be going not only with a counter but also ourselves now suing them for damages and asking them for compensation for the kind of damage they tried to do to our reputation. So as we make this announcement, Republic team is mulling legal action. Lawyers are already in touch with the team and trying to get a grasp of how we have to move ahead. Whether it's criminal defamation charges, whether it's suing them, and whether also is it otherwise criminal charges because public officers in charge of their official duty were actually going about and fabricating evidence and fraud. And this is the biggest news point here, because when we speak about this, the bottom line is Aishwarya, Abhishek, Niranjan, that when we try and when we sue them, they will have to understand.
Yes, sir.
They will have to understand how this has to move forward. Abhishek.
Well, that's a big thing. You bring in Rhythm and this is essentially a beginning of a long haul, Rhythm, where we have to see that the manner in which we were targeted, we were maligned, and we were put on the mat by collusion of forces which were inimical to Arnab's rise. I mean, it has to be said as flat and straight. You know, the entire saga of the TRP scam was aimed at stalling the rise of Arnab Goswami. So obviously, when we have been absolved, when we have been given a clean chit by the enforcement directorate. And again, we don't have the prosecution complaint. We have going by every news platform that has come out with this line. Should we, as you say, your lawyer team tells us that we have that option, who all would be the target for those companies?
I think our legal team is going to be, Abhishek, deciding that. But let's be very clear. Parambir Singh, disgraced cop Sachin Vaze, whether it's for the former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh, the Uddhav Thackeray government that tried to persecute us for no fault will be there who will be sued. And I also want to tell our viewers, it really started off in April in 2020 when the Palghar case came out. Then there was an acid attack on Arnab and his wife, who is also our senior editor, Sombrata Goswami. So basically we are talking about a systematic persecution. After the acid attack, we saw other cases. I also want to tell our viewers, through the sources that were speaking to us that time, there were Congress leaders and others within the Uddhav government that were trying to come out with some way of trying to book. We also heard 306, and finally that's the first option they took. I was also told by my sources, my sources within the Uddhav lawyers team, legal team, that after or if he got out of jail, they would try and put him in the privilege case. It is that privilege case where Hari Salve went to the Supreme Court, Abhishek, and in the Supreme Court he said, Arnab has been warned. They will not try and let him come out before Diwali. So when that kind of persecution was going on, Niranjan, when we are talking about a persecution of a man who had done no wrong except question the Uddhav government, then it's now a matter of right that when there's a final TRP report that says Republic, there is zero evidence against Republic, but yes, there's fabrication of evidence, we will be taking out accountability for all those people.
Good that you mentioned, Rhythm. We'll keep talking about the ED prosecution complaint, but more importantly, since you mentioned persecution, the Anvay Nayak case, the 100 FIRs in the Palghar Sadhu case, the manner in which the Congress party went after us, and of course the TRP scam and the entire investigation. Fraud from the day one. Because Parambir Singh came to a conclusion immediately after filing the FIR. So it was a persecution establishment against Arnab Goswami.
Yes, absolutely. I also want to bring in Niranjan right now on this as Qayyum is, we're getting directed also here. Niranjan, I remember you and I want you to just take us back to those moments because several times you were in the police station, but I also remember on the day when Arnab was being arrested, you were right outside trying to ask Vaze questions.
Well, Rhythm, let me tell you, a few things that we usually don't talk about in the media. Because some of us have faced it firsthand with Arnab, and we are extremely proud to have been through what we are, because we've always believed in the fact that the truth will come out one fine day, and the truth has come out, Rhythm. I still remember, and everybody who's live now, Amandeep was there, and Alisha was there. Alisha was in Alibag, I think, by the time all of this had happened, because there was a huge convoy of about 30 to 40 cars. 30 to 40 cars, Rhythm. There was a police van, a rundown police van in which Arnab was taken as if he's a criminal. They called it Operation Arnab. Can you believe it? They actually, this is Anil Deshmukh, the Home Minister and Uddhav Thackeray government. They called over 100 policemen, most of them armed with automatic rifles. Automatic rifles for a journalist with AK-47s at his residence. There were at least 2 or 3 police vans. There were at least 5 or 6 police jeeps. Among those police jeeps was that green Scorpio that was used by Sachin Vaze to plant explosives outside Mukesh Ambani's residence. And all of these cars, all of these jeeps, all of these vans, they were all called there to pick up Arnab. And that is about the day when he was picked up, and they swiftly took him away to Alibag. Alibag, which is at least a 2 to 3 hour drive from outside of Mumbai. And talking about the questioning, Rhythm, I will never forget, and sometimes we don't talk about these things, but Abhishek will remember that when we were called for questioning, Rhythm, all of us were called. I don't have a count of how many of our employees have been called so far. Over 15 to 20 of them, maybe a conservative number, or maybe over 50 employees were called, and thousands of them were booked. And Abhishek will remember the crime branch Sachin Waze was the king of the crime branch back then. An API or PI or PSI, I don't remember his rank, but he was just a police inspector, disgraced, suspended, but brought back by the Mahavikas Aghadi government to fix Republic TV, which has also been, by the way, confirmed by Parambir and the others in one of their charge sheets in their statement, saying that he was specifically brought back to fix Republic. Now, in the questioning, I still remember first-hand rhythm that we had reported. You will remember that we had reported that while we were called for questioning, so they call you inside the crime branch, they make you sit in a room. While I was seated in a room, and Abhishek also knows this, when another senior officer comes, and this happens to be the actual officer in charge of the crime branch, and he came back then, and then he actually walked in, closed the door, and he said, I am really sorry, I am not responsible for any of this, but I'm just doing what I'm told to do. And we had reported a story back then that there were so many police officers in the Mumbai police, and you know, these crooks, criminals, murderers brought the Mumbai police a bad name. We had reported back then that there was a split in the Mumbai police and that they were not on board on this plan of fixing Republic TV. Parambir Singh and Sachin Waze were behind it. And we had reported that evening at 7 p.m. I still remember, and the next day the Mumbai police filed another case invoking the 1920 law, saying that we have caused a rebellion in the Mumbai police by putting out that story. Now that's how they work, that's how they function. Just one more part, I still remember when we were called, I think 2 or 3 times, I don't remember how many times we were called to the crime branch, because we were called to the police station in separate cases as well, at different police stations. But at the crime branch, every day we were made to sit, absolutely say nothing. I mean, they just wanted to spend some time, get to know you, try to get something out of you, try to fix Republic TV. They wanted you to say something about Arnab, about Republic, so that they could pick up any scrap and fix Republic. I still remember at around 4:35, reporters would be waiting outside that crime branch questioning room, and when we had to come out to go to the restroom or something, these people would be there, these reporters with them. And I'm a journalist, you're a journalist, Abhishek is a reporter, all of us have spent time reporting, right? They were waiting outside this office so that Sachin Waze could come out after a long day of questioning which never happened, right? Sachin Waze would sit with them in a room, and ironically the same journalists from the same media houses that are now under the scanner would be there taking scraps of leads, what they call leads, basically handouts by Sachin Waze, fake news by Sachin Waze was printed in the same news agencies. You remember that, Abhishek? You remember? I remember every reporter who was there, because I was there. I saw them in the eye when they were there, and these are the same journalists from the media groups that are now under investigation. That's the criminal conspiracy. That is the criminal conspiracy we are talking about, Abhishek. And that is the criminal conspiracy that will now be investigated, because this nexus between editors, cops, politicians, trying to fix media houses is the most dangerous kind of nexus. And this is something that will be investigated. I have to take a short break. Abhishek and Rhythm, I request you to stay with us. Okay, Rhythm, can I get a word from Rhythm? Rhythm, one word and then we'll take a break. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. I also want to, after the break, go to Abhishek once again to understand what was happening at that time. But viewers, what is the final TRP report? The report is still not with us, but we've come to know, number one, cognizance has been taken of that report. Number one, by the City Sessions Court in Mumbai. Not only has cognizance been taken, now we'll tell you what the other agencies and newspapers that have accessed this report are now saying. Number one, they say households denied having taken money for watching Republic TV. This was the first claim on 8th of October 2020, 2 years ago, that Parambir made in that press conference. I have never seen, I think none of us have seen this kind of persecution of a media channel after the emergency. It's the worst kind of persecution. The second thing that is being stated in that report is statements corroborated the raw data kept independently by BARC. The third thing they say is, viewers, we remember at that time, the Mumbai police used to keep harping on the forensic report, and now the ED shockingly says this forensic audit report that they are talking about was superficial. It was based on analysis of limited aspects. Of course, we know there is another channel that is now being investigated. They say that it has come across leads that certain households were watching India Today in lieu of cash from managers. Further investigation is in progress. So several things that have been stated by this clearly give out a true picture about who actually needs to be investigated here. I also want to remind our viewers about the ED interrogation that was done and other agencies of Sachin Vaze, where he admits that yes, he acted at the behest of his political masters. I remember, like we've been talking about how at that time the Uddhav Thackeray government wanted, however it is possible, to try and put Republic on their so-called leash. I remember the words of Sanjay Raut, Nawab Malik, and how they tried to say, we will continue persecuting Republic TV. Today, when this report is out, it's not only going to be seen as a validation and a vindication, even as we wait for the final copy of that report. I think before we slip into, like we're slipping into a quick break, let's also tell our viewers, coming up, we're going to give you details of this report as accessed by other channels. Too, we'll try and get our hands on a copy of that to ensure that each and every bit of the false and fabricated charges that were put against us comes to light. Back after a short break. Stay on with us.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the lunch which was served in the toilet.
बाउंड्री वॉल है, देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है।
जयपुर के बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो है विधानसभा की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन विधानसभा से ठीक पहले उन्हें रोका गया है। All right, we are back to our rolling coverage of the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet which has been filed in the TRP case, which clearly absolves Republic TV and the entire network, and that has been reported by almost all major news platforms and agencies, including the Indian Express and Hindustan Times and ANI and PTI. We are going to bring you all aspects of the manner in which the Maharashtra establishment of that time, including Mumbai police, went after Republic TV and Arnab Goswami, from the Anvanayak case to the Palghar episode, and then of course the TRP case in which even before investigation began, Republic TV was named, now of course absolved by the Enforcement Directorate. As per reports, we continue to repeat because we are yet to access the charge sheet. More of it after a short break.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Bhaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry. Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted, zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It's confirmed India Today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in TRP case. Nationwide, NIA and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI Pan-India offices raided, several top leaders now under the scanner. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic. In our top story at this hour, in near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of the country, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency today led to the arrests of 106 activists of the Popular Front of India,
the PFI in 13 states for allegedly supporting terror activities in the country. The maximum number of arrests were made in Kerala, numbering 22 so far, followed by Maharashtra and Karnataka, 20 each, Tamil Nadu, 10, Assam, 9, Uttar Pradesh, 8, Andhra Pradesh, 5, Madhya Pradesh, 4, Puducherry and Delhi, 3 each, and Rajasthan, 2. So massive pan-India, massive crackdown on terror. Pan-India raids across the length and breadth of the country since late last night. And many of the raids began in the wee hours of the morning. And our reporters on this story since it broke. And a huge number of arrests so far, more than 100 arrests made across the country so far. Top PFI leaders arrested. The PFI under the scanner of both the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate. Earlier, a few hours ago, we had reported how the Home Minister had chaired a high-level meeting attended by top officials of the NIA. And a huge lead as we are reporting top PFI leaders being detained. More arrests likely across. Let's listen in to reactions coming in to know more about what's happening as far as the raids are concerned.
इस पर हमारी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं, लेकिन मैं ये जरूर कहूंगा, पीएफआई आज एक आतंकवादी संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है, फुलवारी शरीफ में पकड़े गए, उसकी प्लानिंग आपने देखा सुना कि वो भारत को पहले ही मुस्लिम राष्ट्र बना देना चाहता 1947 के पहले। तो जो इतना बड़ा कुकृत्य करता हो, फंड इकट्ठा करता है, भारत के खिलाफ आंदोलन करता है, भारत के जनमानस को भड़काता है, तो ऐसे संस्थानों पर अगर कार्रवाई हो रही है, दुर्भाग्य है जब फुलवारी शरीफ में पीएफआई पर छापे पड़े तो जो पुलिस का वक्तव्य आया था वो निराशाजनक आया था। उसे सांस्कृतिक संगठन बताने की कोशिश की गई थी।
देखिए, ये जो कार्रवाई चल रही है इसके ऊपर अभी बोलना उचित नहीं होगा। ये पूरी कार्रवाई होने के बाद आधिकारिक रूप पर इसके ऊपर बयान आएगा।
And so more than 100 plus detentions in massive raids by the NIA and police as well as the ED related to terror funding activities. PFI arrests are maximum in number so far, and top PFI leaders have been arrested. Major crackdown on the Popular Front of India for its terror funding activities. And electronic devices also seized in New Delhi itself. 2 arrests made in Shaheen Bagh. And we are joined by our reporters, Aneri now joining us. Aneri, we are hearing of massive crackdowns there, many places down south, particularly in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana as well. Take us through what's happening now, and also the last count as far as arrests and detentions there are concerned.
Well, that's right, Rukma. A mega crackdown by the NIA officials at various locations, not only in Telangana but in Andhra Pradesh also. We have been seeing how the NIA officials have been conducting massive raids, where in Andhra Pradesh, when we talk about, there are 5 people who have been arrested by the NIA officials in connection with the PFI case, but also at the same time, we have been seeing that there were raids which were taking place in various locations in Telangana. And also at the same time, now we also have got to know, according to our sources, they have been telling that the Telangana State PFI President also has been detained by the NIA officials. So a mega crackdown by the NIA and ED, who have been conducting raids. Well, not to forget, on Sunday, on 18th of September, we had seen how there were massive raids which were taking place at various locations in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana. Over near about 30 to 40 locations which were raided by the NIA teams on Sunday. Well, now we see that a mega crackdown from various states, from various parts of the country. We have been seeing how there are raids which are being conducted in regard with the PFI case.
And Aneri, stay with us. We also have with us Ashwin, who's joining us from Thiruvananthapuram. Since this morning, Ashwin, we've been seeing how the crackdown has panned out across Kerala. Also, give us a sense of the latest count of the number of locations raided so far across the state. It's well known that it is in Kerala that, that the seat of PFI activities, that's the hotbed from where most of PFI activities, have spread out across the country. So give us the latest count as far as the number of places raided there, the locations raided there, and the number of arrests.
Yes, well, Rukma, right now what we have information is that about 39 locations in Kerala there has been raid that has come across in more than 7 districts is what we have gathered information from. Some of the districts include Thiruvananthapuram, Kollam, especially Karnagapalli, where there is a training center, a 30,000 square feet infrastructure. There is a training center over there. There also there has been raid. There's been raid which has been conducted in Pathanamthitta, in Kannur, in Kozhikode, as well as in Malappuram and Palakkad as well. So we have got visual evidence to suggest the same, that there has been a massive, this is one of the biggest raid ever that has been conducted. So far, the NIA sources had told us there are about 22 arrests, 22 people who have been taken into custody. What is confirmed is that the National General Secretary of PFI, Nasruddin, has been taken into custody, as well as OMA Salam, it has been reported, he is also, who is the chairman of PFI, he has also been taken into custody, is what initial reports are suggesting. Apart from that, Yahya Tangal, who is a state committee member of PFI, who we had covered during the sloganeering that issue that had happened in Alapi, when he had also taken into custody then. He has also been taken into custody by the NIA, is what we get to understand. We also understand that the district secretary of Pathanamthitta, Syed Ahmad, is also being taken into custody. So what we see is that a large number of people who are the key active members of the PFI have been taken into custody. We also have got information that Abdul Maulvi's home, which is about 40 kilometers away from Thiruvananthapuram, was also raided, and some of the some pen drive has been seized from his home, is also being it's the latest information that we have got. As well as that, a photostat center in Pathanamthitta is also been raided, and we get to understand that some of the computers and devices have been taken away from this place, is also what the locals have reported as well. So all in all, what we see is that there has been a flash raid, 3 o'clock in the morning, a joint raid by the National Investigation Agency as well as the Enforcement Directorate, and the complete Kerala police was not even, there was not actual information given to the Kerala police, is what we get to understand. It has been a completely surprising raid, Rukma, and what we also understand is the key members of the PFI and the SDPI have been put into detention. Now what needs to be seen is further, the action is what needs to be seen. The NIA will definitely give a complete press release on the same after the entire day is over, Rukma. So at the moment, keep PFI members taken into custody, 22 as per NIA records, but we are yet to confirm the same. But we can safely say about 22 people are reported to be arrested.
Right, Ashwin, stay with us. We also have with us our other reporters on the ground who are covering the story. We have with us Prajwal from Bangalore. We have Varshini from Chennai, Aneri as well. Coming to you, Varshini, now, a quick catching up of what's happening there across Karnataka. Another major center of PFI activities. Many arrests made there as well. Give us the latest count as far as arrests are concerned. Also, how many locations there are being raided even as we speak?
Well, if you see in Tamil Nadu, the count of locations, the number of locations that the raid has happened is in 10 different districts. And basically, there have been districts involved such as throughout the state, such as Theni district, Dindikal district, Ramanathapuram, Madurai, Kadalur, Karaikal, Puducherry as well. And even in Chennai. And when we saw about Chennai, the raids happened from 3 o'clock in the morning and ended around 8:30 in the morning. And during these raids, we saw that the NIA officials, almost 12 of them who were in Chennai's PFI office, who were doing the raids, conducting the raids, took away a lot of documents and paper trails out of the PFI office, and they had taken it for further investigation. When you see about the other districts down south in the state of Tamil Nadu, there were many other instances where a lot of arrests, a lot of detentions were also made. In Karaikal alone, there have been 3 PFI leaders who have been arrested, and in several other districts, including Kadalur districts, there's been an arrest, and there's an arrest in Ramanathapuram as well. Therefore, there are almost 11 people who have been arrested from the PFI who have been detained so that they can carry on with a further investigation on this matter. And at the same time, we also believe that from sources from other districts as well, that we get to know that there has been several documents that has been procured from each one of these locations that these raids were happening. And particularly, we see that all these locations are connected to PFI leaders, be it their offices or be it their houses, or every premises where the raids happened was connected to PFI leaders throughout the state. And we also hear that the investigation will be going on, continuing with the people who have been detained, as well as with other people, including the PFI state secretary as well, will be attending the investigation, is what we are hearing. And as of now, the raids are over, but there could be any other improvement or development that is being expected or seen in the future. But at the same time, we can also see that the PFI members are also starting to protest against these raids that are happening. They are starting to show their how much they oppose these raids and condemn these raids, because they say it is a targeted raid. But at the same time, we can see very clearly that these raids that was a surprise raids have been very much useful for the NIA and ED, because we could see them with our own eyes carrying away all these documents and paper trails with them in their own hands. Therefore, this is what is the situation currently we're picking up from Tamil Nadu.
Right, Varshini, many thanks for joining us there. We also have with us the other reporters, and we continue with the story. But there's breaking news coming in now from the courts. The Supreme Court has concluded hearing in the hijab case after 10 days of a marathon hearing of various petitions related to the wearing of hijab. And the court has reserved its judgment in the batch of appeals challenging the Karnataka High Court judgment, which upheld hijab ban in educational institutions. So, joining us now is Niranjan, our senior executive editor. Niranjan, it's over to you to give us a sense of what this means. The Supreme Court and its conclusion of hearing in the hijab case after 10 days of a marathon hearing. It's over to you.
Well, we've seen so many twists and turns in this hearing. It's all come down to this. The Supreme Court has now reserved the order, which means they've concluded the arguments, they've heard all sides, and they will now be giving their verdict on the hijab issue. And that's the big breaking news update that we have right now. Supreme Court has concluded the hearing in the hijab case after 10 days of hearing. They've now reserved their judgment in the batch of appeals challenging the Karnataka High Court judgment, which upheld the hijab ban in educational institutions. They have heard all sides, and they have reserved the order, and they will be giving their verdict very soon. So that's the breaking news update. We don't have a date on the order. I'd like to get Ridhamanand Bharadwaj as well live on the story. Ridham is in our newsroom in Delhi, so we should be able to get her live. And this is a big move, because since earlier this year, I think it was in February, when protests broke out in Udupi, Karnataka, and there were marathon hearings. We've seen political battles, we've seen students at the gates, we've seen sloganeering, we've seen political battles in courts and on the streets, we've seen violence, people being killed over the polarized atmosphere that began with the hijab case, and now the Karnataka High Court verdict was challenged and the Supreme Court has now reserved the order, and we don't have a date on when this order is going to be pronounced, but this is going to be a very significant verdict, because whatever comes out in the next few days, it will be the end of a long legal battle, one that got everyone drawn into it. At a time when Iran and women in Iran are on the streets fighting the hijab, in India there are some people who are trying to enforce it. Hijabs are allowed on campus. That's something that came out of the Supreme Court hearing in the last few days. The state government in Karnataka has confirmed hijabs are allowed on campus. Hijabs are not banned in Karnataka. Hijabs are allowed even inside campuses. But it's just that inside the classroom the hijab is not allowed, and that is what they were contesting. And they gave an impression that hijabs were being banned. Hijabs were never banned. Hijabs were always allowed inside campus, only inside classrooms. Rhythm, in a hearing that spanned almost 10 days, you heard the state government and even the Solicitor General marking out a role of radical groups like the PFI in the case of hijab. It's all come down to this. Rhythm, do we have a date on when this verdict is going to be pronounced? Rhythm.
Yes. Well, today is a big day because after a 10-day marathon hearing, the top court of the country has reserved orders on hijab. You correctly pointed out for 7 days the petitioners spoke, whether it was Colin Gonzalez, senior advocates couple Sybil, Salma and Khurshid. There were others who spoke in this case. And finally, after hearing them, we saw the state appearing for the state, like you mentioned, Niranjan. Tushar Mehta, Solicitor General of India, spoke, as well as the Advocate General. Tushar Mehta made very cogent points about how they were unable to show that hijab is an essential religious practice. What is very pertinent in that hearing, which we also broke on Republic TV, is there were two things he mentioned. One, he said these women were used as a part of a larger conspiracy. In fact, he said these students were used as a part of a larger conspiracy that was sponsored by the PFI. He also mentioned Iran as an Islamic country, which is also trying, and women are fighting to do away with hijab. So a lot of arguments that were panning out in the top court of the country as we await the hijab order. What has to crucially be seen is, will the court also be taking note of the kind of conspiracy that was sponsored by PFI, something that in Udupi in Feb, we at Republic TV had also investigated and broken. We're also going to be seeing when the judgment comes out whether what's happening in the global Islamic countries will also be taken note of by the top court, where they are trying to fight this particular hijab and also the revolution that has begun, Niranjan, in those countries.
Yeah. And Rhythm, you know, in this particular hearing, the Supreme Court went into details of whether the hijab is an essential practice, whether you know, the PFI was involved. There were campaigns that were discussed. In fact, the court also inquired about what was happening in Iran. Just to tell our viewers about the legal perspective of how far this case has come, when the Supreme Court delivers its verdict, will that be the final word, or can that be contested again?
Well, Niranjan, it can't be contested, I believe. But yes, a review can be filed. There can be some sort of a clarification that can be asked for. But I do believe the law of the land is an authoritative judgment will be laid out once the top court comes out. I also want to go across to the Karnataka Advocate General's words in the last hearing, where he said, and I also then want to ask Swapnil a question here. Swapnil, it was said by the Karnataka Advocate General on day 9 of this hearing, it was not a case of single students wanting to wear hijab. There were groups of students banging the gates of the building. They were intimidating slogans. It had a ripple effect. This became a symbol of enforcement of religious faith. Swapnil, they've also said when it was asserted militantly that I want to wear hijab and there was opposition, what do I do as a school principal? They're giving out details about how the impugned circular. Yes,
reactions
go ahead.
Coming
yes,
in,
let's
I think,
play out the reactions.
Yeah, a reaction coming in. We have two responses. Waris Pathan is on the phone line. Swapnil Kothari also on the phone line. Waris Pathan, the Supreme Court has reserved the order. after a marathon hearing that's it's gone on for over 10 days at different intervals, and now it's reserved. When the Supreme Court delivers its verdict, Varis, will you at least accept that? Will you consider that the final word?
Well, let the Supreme Court pass the orders. We are all waiting for that, and I am hopeful that the Supreme Court will definitely consider the submissions advanced by the petitioner's lawyers. And the matter is sub judice. Hello?
Yes. Rhythm has a question for you, Rhythm.
Yes, Varis Pathan, one question to you. The counsels who spoke up for the petitioner spoke for 7 days. We then heard the Solicitor General. We also heard at that time the Karnataka Advocate General. The one point they made is, even if hijab is mentioned in the Holy Quran, there is nowhere that it is said it's an essential religious practice. It can be ideal, but that does not make it essential. Don't you think, with the kind of authorities that were put forward and judgments of the Supreme Court itself, there could be a likely chance that they say hijab is not an essential religious practice in Islam?
This right now, as the Supreme Court judges have to decide whether hijab is an essential religious practice or no. The arguments were converged by the petitioner's advocate, and let me tell you with them a simple thing. We live in a country where we follow all religion. India has got no religion. Diversity is secularism is our main motto. Our Sikh brothers, they wear turban on their head. We have no objection. Our Hindu sisters, they put up the bindi, they wear Bangal Sutra. We have no objection. Our Hindu brothers, they wear red thread on their hand. We don't have any objection. Similarly, if a girl, out of her own free will and choice, wants to wear a hijab and go to an education institute to study, what is the harm? Why so much objection for that? The freedom of choice. See, that is why I say we follow the constitution given to us by Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Freedom to practice religion is instituted under Article 25 of the Constitution. This is the freedom of religion. Freedom of choice is there. The freedom to have education is also there. If a girl wants to go to an education institute wearing a hijab, what objection do you have? Yeah.
True.
So it's the constitutional points which have to be decided by the Honorable Supreme Court.
This point you've made is going to be taken to... Absolutely, and that's going to be the authority in this case. I also want to, Varis, go across to Dr. Seenat Shaukat Ali, Islamic scholar, also joining us. Dr. Ali, we've seen earlier what's been happening in the court, and Varis continues to say that just like the Sikh turban, the hijab will be seen as an essential religious practice. But I want to ask you as a woman, I also want to ask you as someone who's been closely monitoring this, like in other cases and what's been happening in Iran, isn't it time that women are able to break their shackles, and this movement that began in Iran and other Islamic countries comes down to India as well?
Well, I think you have a strong point, but it is the women of India who have to have that kind of passion and thinking. As far as this judgment is concerned, I think I have given my point of view that this is not an essential practice of Islam. It is a cultural practice and a tradition that has been going on for several centuries. So therefore, you see, now we have to wait for the Honorable Supreme Court, since there is there are very strong points of view that have emerged at both ends. I stand by the side that, in a school, a uniform is important, and there should be no religious symbolism in schools. Absolutely none whatever. There has to be equality, there has to be fraternity, there has to be, students come there to study. They come there to study their subjects like sciences, mathematics, etc., whatever they study. And there has to be some equality even of status. You cut across all distinctions, when you sit in a school uniform, and that is my opinion. Outside the school uniform, the Constitution of India permits women to dress the way they want. So if they wish to wear the hijab, whichever form of it they like, they cannot be. It cannot be stopped, and that would be a violation. But a school uniform is something that a school decides. Yes. And if you want to go to that kind of a school, then that school you have to. For example, when you go to court, there is a particular dress that you wear. Yes. Or when Muslims perform the Hajj, there is a particular dress that they wear.
Absolutely.
So you see, there is a dress code, and this is the dress code for a school.
Dr. Ali. Yes.
Hello.
I want to, as we wait for that judgment, Dr. Ali Waris Pathan, I also want to say, like you're saying, the words of the Solicitor General echo large, where he said a uniform is a uniform that has to be worn in schools and universities. We leave it at that as we wait for the Supreme Court's verdict to come out. The hijab arguments are concluded. The order is reserved. We're going to be looking at that. We slip into a quick break. Thank you for being with us. We're back on the other side with our top stories.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Top headlines at 1:30. National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted, zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Latvian's media. It's confirmed India Today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe BARC over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case. Nationwide NIA and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror crackdown. Massive crackdown on the PFI pan-India offices raided. Several top leaders of the PFI now under scanner.
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV as we get you the details of all the breaking news updates. One of the biggest stories today is that the PFI has been raided across India. It's pan-India raid in which the PFI and its top leadership has been arrested, picked up from different cities, different states, as multiple teams go across India to crack down on this radical group. The other big breaking story is that the final TRP report has been taken cognizance of in court. We don't have the details yet, but different media reports, at least 10 to 15 media reports are saying that India Today has been named, India Today will be investigated, India Today will be looked at by the Enforcement Directorate. The other breaking news update is that the Enforcement Directorate is going to look at the role of India Today in bribing, in giving cash, some cash leads that are being investigated. The second big breaking news update is that the CBI is probing the criminal conspiracy. CBI is probing the criminal conspiracy in the case. They're going to probe the criminal conspiracy that led to them trying to fix Republic TV. Media, politicians, editors, Nexus now comes under the scanner. Let me go across to Swapnil Kothari, also joining us on this broadcast this afternoon. Swapnil, two breaking news updates. I'm picking up from the reports. We don't have our hands on that report, but different media reports saying that India Today has come under the scanner of the ED. They will now be investigated. They were the channel originally named in the FIR. They now come under scanner of investigating agencies, and the CBI will probe the conspiracy, including BARC officials.
Well, definitely, Niranjan, because these kind of things do not happen without the complicity of several people at play. There have to be too many hands and multiple hands in the cookie jar for the cookie jar to be empty. It's very clear that when Mr. Parambir Singh read out on 8th of October 2020 on that FIR, it was India Today's name, but he named Republic TV and some 2-3 other channels. Now, obviously, if the Enforcement Directorate has investigated and come to a conclusive report, then the channel that was named in that FIR needs to be investigated first. It cannot be that that channel should have missed out any investigation, as it was claimed by Mr. Singh at that time that we have investigated that and we do not find any foul play. Now that there is a national agency such as the Enforcement Directorate, which has come to a conclusion that it was that particular channel and not Republic TV or Republic Bharat for that matter, which was involved in the TRP scam, then obviously the channel that was there needs to be investigated. It is common sense, it's common criminal procedure. So there is no question that what the Enforcement Directorate will do will be following the Criminal Procedure Code if they choose to investigate, which I believe they would, because if they have come out with the report, then they have all the rights to investigate. So I believe that channel should be investigated. And what I'm most happy about, Niranjan, is not the fact that some other channel is going to be investigated, or the real channel, or the real so-called channel that has been named in the FIR, but Republic TV and Republic Bharat and all of its other maybe Republic Bangla was not there at that time, possibly, I don't recall, but I believe these two channels have been completely vindicated, and Arnab's name has been completely vindicated, and a clean chit has been given by the national agency. So this clearly shows that the scam was in entirety played out by several factors. I'm sure some media channel was involved in that. Some editors were also involved in that. It cannot take place without their complicity. Some politicians, some police nexus, all of these 3-4 put together decided to fix Republic TV and shut it once and for all. And now the truth is there for everyone to see. Republic's rankings are soaring way ahead as they ought to be. And, the other channels simply have to accustom themselves to the fact that they're nowhere near Republic TV, and their envy got the better of them, which is one of the 7 deadly sins, and they fell prey to that. And they need to do some recompense or some introspection if they have any sort of credibility left. Because other than that, what's going to matter most is not the investigation by the Enforcement Directorate, but the trust of the people is going to dwindle. Whatever little trust they had garnered across, that will dwindle or continue to dwindle if they choose to remain silent on this report, which I believe they have remained silent, because I've been watching other channels too. And, I've never heard that this report has at all been mentioned since last night. And even some newspapers today haven't come out with it today. Hindustan Times has come out, but some other newspapers, some prominent English newspapers haven't come out with that at all. So I'm not surprised actually.
How can they? Because they carried out campaigns. If you count the number of articles that they put out against Republic TV, you'll actually lose count, because, we try to go back and there is so much in our archives now. The good news is that we have all of that in our archives, and the better news is that we will take action. But the best news is that the people are with us. Look at this. I have, we've put out the numbers, and our WhatsApp numbers have been buzzing. Let's stay full frame on, if you stay full frame on this, it's a real time people are texting non-stop. We'll put the numbers out on our screens as well, and a lot of people writing into us, tweeting, sending us their videos, and showing their solidarity with Republic. For us, that's all matters. Swapnil, Abhishek, Alisha, that's all matters. See, I mean, every 2 seconds, okay, someone is just texted saying congratulations, one of the best work you have done. And they're also talking about our coverage of PFI, saying PFI has been arrested. And while I'm reading another message coming in saying that congratulations, and every second I'm getting a message, congratulations sir, hum aapke saath hai. And one more message saying congratulations sir. So people are texting every second, and someone is texted once again saying that happy to know that Republic TV has come out clean in the case. Kudos to Arnab. So look at this. I mean, every second, you'll just see the screen popping up. Every second there's a new message, and someone is just texted saying Satyameva Jayate. We can't show you the numbers, but thank you for your support. I'm going across to Abhishek. Abhishek, criminal conspiracy between media houses, between politicians, between editors, between IPS officers, between serving officers, and all of that conspiracy, and some of those who, by the way, ignored the FIR and the channel that was named in the FIR, and fielded their officers and themselves on prime time on these channels to give interviews to clear the channel that was named in the FIR. Now that was criminal conspiracy. That could also be fabrication of evidence possibly, and that will also now be investigated. Abhishek, by the way, that's the other breaking news. CBI will investigate it. CBI is going to investigate the criminal conspiracy. It's getting bigger.
Well, two things, Niranjan. One in Hindi, baat niklegi to dur talak jayegi. Also, there is a very famous quote from John Galsworthy's novel called Justice. And it's that the wheels of justice, once given a starting push, roll on by themselves. And that's what's happening. Principles of natural justice, Niranjan. Who were after Arnab Goswami? Anil Deshmukh, where is he? Who was after Arnab Goswami? Sachin Waze, where is he? Who was after Arnab Goswami? Uddhav Thackeray, where is he? Who was after Arnab Goswami? Parambir Singh, where is he? And this coming together of the Enforcement Directorate report and the CBI coming to a conclusion that they need to broaden their already under investigation complaint in TRP manipulation to include criminal conspiracy. The fact that BARC shared compromised data with Hansa Research and with the audit team of Mumbai Police, forensic audits team, I believe that's typically given to chartered accountants, or for that matter, BARC refusing to share proper data with the Enforcement Directorate, BARC refusing to share proper data with Republic Network's legal team. I think this is coming together of those forces which indicate towards only one direction, and that's vindication of Arnab Goswami and Republic Network. Joining me Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, you don't need her introduction, and Aishwarya Kapoor as well. Rhythm, if I could begin with you. We are discussing the legal consequences of this development with the ED filing this charge sheet and the court taking cognizance. Please give our viewers, our well-wishers, our supporters, Arnab fans a view or a glimpse of what happens from here on.
Well, first, this report already in the City Sessions Court, Abhishek, has been taken cognizance of by the judge, which means it's going to come up. They're going to be deciding on what needs to happen next. This will also have an impact on the TRP case trial that is pending before the Sessions Court, the PMLA court, and of course in the High Court, the petition that has been filed for us for quashing this particular case and quashing the charge sheet that had been filed by the Mumbai police and the FIR. Now, other than this, we've already told our viewers there are legal options that are being considered by us, but Aishwarya and Abhishek, we spoke in the day about what happened 2 years ago. We've also spoken in great detail about how the press conference of Parambir Singh tried to pinpoint Republic TV's name, and today the final TRP report says Republic TV never tried to give money. There were no money given to householders. They've also spoken about the forensic audit report which the Mumbai police had at that time relied upon, and now they say that report was superficial. So what is the basis of what Parambir was saying? What is the basis on the basis of which the co-conspirators and the nexus that was done with other media channels were trying to say that Republic is in the dock for so-called TRP fraud, whereas actually fingers are now being pointed at them. Aishwarya.
Also, Aishwarya, so the legal aspect, Rhythm can't explain, no one can explain better than Rhythm. But the political aspect of it, you know, there was a political executive's decision to go after Arnab, and that's why resurrect case like Anvay Nayak. That's why file 100 FIRs and go after our network, and that's why this TRP investigation. You just try to explain for the benefit of viewers the political aspect of this witch hunt that was carried out against Arnab.
No, as I've been saying, as a pack of wolves. They all came as a pack of wolves from all sides. They wanted to surround Arnab, they wanted to surround Republic, but they failed. And like how? And now when the reality is going to come out, the truth is going to come out, as you guys have been saying, the final TRP report is going to come out, on which all three of us and the 1.4 billion Indians are waiting to dying to get their hands on. Because the truth is in that. But can those individuals, those specific individuals who were making Parambir Singh as a prime-time guest, can they promise today that they will do one live show of even 5 minutes or whatever? Because we at Republic are going to say whatever comes out on Republic, right or left, we are going to show. But can they promise? No. Because deep inside, they themselves know, Abhishek and Rhythm, that what all lies they have said and who all they were connected to. All of that. And that's where the criminal conspiracy case also comes out, the angle. And that's why what Rhythm was saying, that our legal team is now going to move forward. Because that's the right way. You just can't shoot and scoot. For 2 years, we've waited for this report and we still wait. Because that's the final TRP report. And as you said, the whole angle, how from every angle, whether it's the executive, whether it's the officers, how all of them, and even the media nexus, the media executive nexus at that point of time, how they wanted to corner and just to push Arnab, and they failed how?
Rhythm, this aspect that you brought in about, and Aishwarya mentioned about possible legal action that our legal team would contemplate. Who all could be the target of that action?
Well, it's going to be the Uddhav Thackeray-led government that is going to be clearly targeted when they were the ones who began this persecution. I remember in one case, even as the Supreme Court came out and gave us a clean chit, there was the former Home Minister of Maharashtra, Anil Deshmukh, who did press conference and said, we shall be moving forward. Then, of course, we're also going to be looking at defamatory action and content against Sanjay Raut and Nawab Malik, who spoke up wrongly. Most importantly, of course, the disgraced cop who is now an accused in the Mansukh Hiren case, Sachin Vaze, who's serving his sentence and also trying to put the others in the dock, who's giving out words in his interrogation and stating that I did everything at the behest of the former Home Minister, will be accused. And most importantly, the man at the very helm of it, the man who went on other channels and did press conferences and gave interviews and exclusives, the man who tried to ensure, like Shawan was saying yesterday, that all the media sat around him and gave them details. Even before the arrest, we remember that there were media channels outside Arnab's house on the 4th of November. So Parambir Singh is also going to be a part of the legal action. and legal cases that we file.
Swapnil Kothari is with us. I could take a question to him. Swapnil, this legal action about which Rhythm was, telling us, how far can we go? What can be consequences of that for these people? And what are the legal remedies really that we can press? Because we are the aggrieved party and justice should not only be done but should be seen to be done. Swapnil.
Abhishek, the first and foremost thing that you need to do is that once the report comes out, take the report to the cases which have been filed against you pertaining to the TRP, whether it is the city court or whether it is the high court. Get those cases squashed against you. So that means there is a verdict in your favor. Once the verdict is in your favor, then you can say that there is malicious prosecution, and you can also say that there is criminal and civil defamation. Civil defamation will allow you to claim compensation. Criminal defamation will give you the power to squeeze them into coming out with some sort of a compensation, because they will otherwise face arrest. Because the fact, it's an incontrovertible fact that with the kind of scams that were put up against Arnab and the way that he was arrested, arrest was in the Anvay Nayak case, but as far as the TRP case was concerned, Hawala operator and many other things were told against him, TRP chore and all of those things in public domain, including the press conference of 8th October 2020. Those all simply point out defamation. It falls within the four corners of defamation and nothing else. It is nothing but defamation. The second aspect which your legal team will have to consider is the quantifiable claims. In the sense that, yes, I was defamed. I understand I, Arnab Goswami, was personally defamed, including my channel Republic TV was also defamed. Because the Republic TV was considered to be bribing people with 500 rupees, which we are still looking for. We haven't found a single person with 500 rupee note. And, given by Republic TV. So the point is that how do you quantify claims in defamation? Now what happens is that 1,000 man-hours were wasted because of false interrogatories as to what is the cost of the toilet paper, what is the cost of this stand, what is the cost of the pantry tray, all of those things that were there, 1,000 man-hours were wasted. So that is one major aspect of a quantifiable claim. Now what amount you put next to that is an ingenuity of the lawyer that will be required there. Because what happens is usually the court agrees to a defamation, but then says that how do I award you, compensation? How do I know that you face the loss of 50 rupees or 5 lakh rupees or 5 crore rupees? But then, given the reach of Republic TV and given the fact that this is a channel worth so many thousand crores or whatever it may be, and the fact that you incur so many expenses, an ad hoc amount can be given by the court at that time. So the fact that quantifiable claims are debatable both ways or can be argued upon should not be a diminishing factor or damping factor. You must file a case for malicious prosecution and defamation, no doubt about it. Once you have the verdict in your favor, and that can come only when you put the report before the court of law and say that, look, now we are nowhere mentioned in this, please take us out of this case, because by law, by right, I am not supposed to waste a single penny of my time, energy and lawyers' money on a case which is a bogus case and a fictitious case. And a court of law is there to give me and grant me that right and to enforce that and to say that, sorry, there is no case made out against Republic TV, you are free to go. But that verdict needs to be there in your favor on paper, not just the report, but the verdict in your favor. So those are many legal options. You can square out every single person who was involved against you, whether it's a media channel, whether it's a media house, whether it's a police officer, whether it's a stray person who was involved in something, who was a facilitator of sorts or anything of that sort. Every single person, and assuming that you will have ample proof and against that person, and all this criminal conspiracy by the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate looking into the TRP manipulation by a particular channel will all be there to support your case in many ways. But the fact remains that you have been falsely prosecuted and you have been defamed.
Absolutely. Swapnil, stay with me. In fact, we're investigating the story. We are investigating the story. Abhishek, Alisha and Amandeep are outside different residences of Parambir Singh. I don't know how many residences he has for an IPS officer, but we are told that he has several residences and he shuttles between several cities, including Chandigarh and Mumbai. He was last spotted, and I personally saw him myself. I spotted him outside a club in Mumbai about 2 weeks back, and we don't know where he is right now because he is not to be found in Chandigarh. He's not to be found in Mumbai, but we have a questionnaire ready for him. So wherever we spot him, we will ask him those questions. So on that note, Mr. Parambir Singh, we will find you whether you're outside a club or whether you're at a residence, we will find you. On that note, taking a short break, Swapnil, Alisha, Amandeep, stay with us. We'll come back with the coverage here on Republic TV. Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is...
It's a day of vindication. The charge sheet released by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the TRP scam states that no evidence can be found that implicated Republic TV. The same charge sheet, however, mentions certain households were allegedly found watching News Nation and India Today in exchange for monetary returns, with an investigation to be conducted by the agencies over the same time. Reports have further come about the BARC, the world's largest television measurement science body, to be investigated by the CBI over charges of alleged bribery and fabrication of evidence. The CBI is to investigate the agency and its officials with charges of criminal conspiracy to be investigated by the agency.
National Investigation Agency, Enforcement Directorate and state forces which has conducted raids across the country, and 106 people related to the PFI has been arrested. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV.
National speculation over final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted, zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Latin's media. It's confirmed India today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe BARC bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in TRP case. Nationwide, NIA and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on PFI pan-India offices raided, several top leaders now under the scanner. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic. In our top story, in near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of India, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency today led to the arrest of 106 activists of the Popular Front of India in 13 states for allegedly supporting terror activities in the country. The maximum number of arrests were made in Kerala, numbering 22, followed by Maharashtra and Karnataka, 20 each. Tamil Nadu, 10. Assam, 9. Uttar Pradesh, 8. Andhra Pradesh, 5. Madhya Pradesh, 4. Puducherry and Delhi, 3 each. And Rajasthan, 2. So, mega terror operation across the country, pan-India raids. More than around 106 detained since last count. Top PFI leaders taken into custody. And the raids continue. Documents and electronic devices seized. NIA police are leading the raids. Earlier in the day, the Home Minister had a special meeting. He chaired a special meeting of top officials. And these are visuals coming in of the raids as they are taking place. In Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, in Madurai, in Coimbatore. Piyush Ori now joins us from here in New Delhi, from the national capital. Piyush, earlier in the day, we had heard reports of the Home Minister chairing a high-level meet. The PFI raids were expected to be on the agenda. What information do you have regarding that particular meet?
So, you rightly pointed out that this was a massive raid that was conducted by not only NIA but also ED, because they wanted to make sure that all the networks that are linked to PFI, all the money trail that was coming to them from Gulf countries needed to be stopped. And for this, after months of planning, finally a massive raid was conducted. Now, following the raids, there was also a high-level meeting that was called in by Home Minister Amit Shah, where not only Director General of NIA but also NSA head Ajit Doval were present in the meeting, and all the aspects of this raid, all the processes that were conducted in this raid was discussed. And now finally it's going to be discussed from here on that what is going to be the future ahead of all those 106 people that have been detained. Now, mind you, this is a very important raid that has been conducted by not only NIA but Enforcement Directorate, because there are 3 aspects now that are required to be met from the following raid that have been conducted by the NIA and ED. First, establishing the money trail that was being received by not only PFI but also several other units that were associated with PFI, of how actually they were receiving the money trail. Following the money trail, how actually these events were held, where a lot of anti-national activities were taking place. And third, but lastly, how this money and how such different kind of events were being held where youth were radicalized. Now, you can see that the dangers and the national insecurity challenge, which was being faced by this PFI unit was that there were so many young people who were made to chant anti-national activities. So yes, these raids are very important, and following these raids, finally the monitoring of the situation was done by Home Minister Amit Shah. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Piyush, stay with us. We also have with us Varshini, who's joining us from Chennai. We have with us Prajwal, who's joining us from Bangalore. All these places are seeing massive raids. It's a massive anti-terror operation. Coming to you, Prajwal, when we talk about Karnataka, it's one of the states massively affected, clearly, as these raids tell us. Give us the latest count as far as the raids have progressed, how many have been detained, and so on.
Karnataka across 7 districts including Bengaluru, and mainly in Dakshina Kannada, multiple locations have been raided, and the PFI secretary has been taken into custody. Dakshina Kannada's PFI secretary has been taken into custody from his native, where he was staying at his residence, and his office as well as his residence and factories too have been raided, and sensitive material which were mainly in the form of books and pamphlets which had inciting material has been seized. seized by the NIA. And coming to Bengaluru, 5 locations has been raided in Bengaluru: Richmond Town, Benson Town, Baglur, Padrayanpura and Pulkeshi Nagar. In Richmond Town, Benson Town as well as Padrayanpura, it is now being understood that it was mainly the office which were being raided, and in Pulkeshi Nagar the police, the NIA has seized some sort of electronic evidence in the form of laptops, computers, hard drives and mobile phones too, and they have been handed over to the cyber security unit for further for further investigation too, and information is being taken out from them. But the NIA will be mentioning all this in a detailed report shortly from now.
Right, Prajwal, stay with us. Going across to Alicia now. Alicia, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, what are the latest updates?
Well, yes, it was not only a National Investigation Agency or Enforcement Directorate, but it's so action that has been initiated also by Maharashtra ATS as well. So far there are 20 people who has been linked to PFI has been arrested in the case. And if I read out the statement that is released by Maharashtra ATS, which clearly mentioned that in an early morning operation where the Maharashtra ATS conducted a large number of raids in Aurangabad, Pune, Kolhapur, Bid, Parbhani, Nanded, Jalgaon, Jalna, Malegaon, Navi Mumbai, Thane and Mumbai. So this action that has been taken by Maharashtra ATS is over the 4 offences that has been registered in Mumbai, Nasik, Aurangabad and Nanded under various sections of IPC and UAPA for indulging in unlawful activities of promoting enmity amongst the community and so conspiring to wage war against the state. So far 20 accused connected to PFI has been arrested and investigation is still on. So there was a multi-location that was raided and that is under the scanner. Even the national agency which is looking into it, and this since 3 a.m. in the morning where they have started conducting raids at a multiple location, whether it is Aurangabad, Navi Mumbai, Pune and several of the PFI member including the Nasik district president who has also been arrested by the agency. So still the raids has been on is what we have been told, and there are more arrests likely in the case. Soon we'll wait even for the official statement that will be released by the agency. But yes, it's a massive crackdown on the PFI and also to the link who have been linked to the terror funding.
Right. Well, coming to you, Aneri now. Talking about Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, what is the latest count as far as detainees are concerned? Also, if there's any reaction coming in from any quarter, whether political or otherwise, including from the PFI workers, are they responding in any way?
Of the PFI Telangana.
Well, he was arrested, he was detained. Right. Well, we'll be coming back to you, Aneri, but there seems to be a problem with your audio. Just as you rectify that, moving across to Chennai. Now, Varshini joining us there. Varshini, it's over to you. Well, massive amounts of material, as Prajwal told us, seized in Karnataka. What about in Chennai? What about in Tamil Nadu?
Well, when you see about Chennai and Tamil Nadu, the situation is a bit different here, as Chennai, though it has the PFI headquarters here in Chennai, there was not any arrests made in Chennai. But at the same time, in the other parts of Tamil Nadu, there were several arrests. Up to now, we hear that 11 people have been arrested from the PFI and the count might go up as well. But as of now, from every PFI office or every residence or premises of any PFI official that was raided today, all that the NIA officials could get out of it was completely paper trials. They had taken out documents, they had taken out brochures, they had taken out several other evidences from these offices of the PFI, and they have now taken it back to the NIA office, head office, to continue with a further investigation. We also know that these 11 people who have been arrested will be attending a detailed investigation along with the NIA and the ED's raids, and we also hear that the PFI's State Secretary will also be joining on in this investigation to give to carry on with the inquiry that the NIA is trying to make on it. And we hear that the districts such as Puducherry and Karaikal Union Territory and the districts such as Kadalur and Madurai and Tedi are the ones that are mostly crucial in this particular.
We'll be coming back to you. Stay with us. But at this point, we are getting our viewers fresh visuals of raids in Kolkata. As we've been telling you since that news first broke of that massive anti-terror operation led by the National Investigation Agency against terror funding in the country since the wee hours of this morning. Those are visuals we're getting you of raids in Kolkata, in the West Bengal capital. Raids are underway there as well. We'll try and get in touch with a reporter to tell us more, to know about any detainees and so on. And as we've been telling you, pan-India raids since this morning to uncover terror funding activities of various organizations and individuals. The PFI massively under the scanner. Even as we speak, many of its leaders and workers taken in for questioning, taken into custody. And the raids continue. And many thanks to all our reporters for joining us there on this mega story. We'll be back with you during the day for more. And as we were telling you, our reporters there on the ground, Prajwal, Varshini, Piyush Ori here in New Delhi, as well as Aneri in down south, the states most affected by PFI activities as massive pan-India raids are underway. And you're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic. It's the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspiracy. No evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. And it's a huge victory it's the biggest victory that's perhaps ever been won by a media channel, by a media network in independent India. Shocking details emerging of a major conspiracy to malign Republic TV and Republic Bharat. And it's a major victory as the ED clears Republic Bharat and Republic TV. Zero evidence found against them in the TRP scam. However, other media outlets are being named now. And news reports suggest that the CBI will be moving in to conduct further investigations. And we're trying to get in touch with our reporters as the Enforcement Directorate has, in its charge sheet filed before a special court, no evidence has been found against the Republic network in the TRP scam. Alicia joining us with all the details on that. Alicia, it's over to you to take us through what this means in terms of a victory. It's the biggest ever victory of a media channel in independent India. It's over to you to tell us about what it means, because you've been one of the people who's seen it all as it happened.
Well, yes, Rukma, we have actually witnessed. I was there to look after all the activities that was done by the Mumbai police, specifically from the Parambir Singh. We are just reporting right outside his residence in Malabar Hill, where it was his official residence where he used to stay when he was the police commissioner. Still, even the fact he has retired, but still what we have been said that he haven't vacated the same residence. But let me tell you about what happened on 8th October 2020, where the press conference that has been called by Mumbai CP, that was Parambir Singh was the commissioner of police, and he called for an urgent press conference, calling all the reporters, personally calling all the senior editors, asking to deploy their team at his press conference. We even thought that even we will go and check what exactly is the press conference is about. But specifically the instructions that was given to the police officials in the commissionerate premises, that only Republic TV is not allowed. The Republic Media Network was not allowed where only Republic was not allowed. But now what has transpired clearly shows that the Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet that has been taken the cognizance by the court. But that clearly indicates
Alisha, we'll be coming back to you right now. Well, we'll be continuing with that narrative. But it's Abhishek now, our senior executive editor, who's joining us. Abhishek, well, it's over to you. What leads and what insights do you have for our viewers at this point?
Well, so the court taking cognizance of the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate, CBI looking at it and realizing that there is clearly a case for carrying out an inquiry insofar as criminal conspiracy aspect is concerned, and the involvement or role of some senior office bearers in BARC, which is the ratings agency, in fact, and that's where the entire saga began, and their role in sharing compromised data with Mumbai Police or their forensic audit team, which was in effect an outsourced team, and their refusal to share proper data with other agencies, including the legal team of Republic Media Network. They took 4 or 5 emails to even respond, and then they denied. It's going to really snowball. This is just a beginning, Rukma, and our viewers have to understand that what happened was a very malign corporate conspiracy against Arnab Goswami, because he decided to launch a Hindi channel because he wanted to make a professionals run media platform bigger and broad base the nationalist narrative. It was really not liked by some old war horses of the media world, and it seems that they got together. And then, of course, the coming together of the Maharashtra establishment, the Mumbai Police, the then government, and all these people coming together to, in effect, launch a sustained executive, legal, judicial persecution of Arnab Goswami, and be it the revival of the Arnab Nayak case, be it the multiple or hundreds of FIRs, in fact, in the Palghar case, be it the TRP investigation itself, which was flawed from the word go. The fact that the moment FIR was filed, Parambir Singh, without even an hour of investigation, named Republic, and despite the fact that some other network, India Today, in fact, was named in the FIR, we are not saying that, though of course the ED has been very clear that the investigation in other names or on other names involvement, other media platforms involvement in this entire ratings manipulation game is still on. What is important is that Parambir Singh could have said that, okay, fine, this is an FIR, these are the organizations named, we'll see what comes out of our investigation. But then he shadow banned one name and brought in Republic. So that's clear case of a malign intent and a guilty mind, and that, of course, is under scanner now. So whether the ED does it or the CBI does it, or in a change circumstances, even the Mumbai Police picks up threads and goes ahead, that is something which is going to happen. So it's just a beginning.
Abhishek,
it's just a process.
Abhishek, we'll be coming back to you, but at this point we are getting Amandeep as well, who has some inputs for us. Amandeep, it's over to you. What can you tell us in latest news as far as this breaking story is concerned? The much awaited TRP report, details not yet public, but many reports emerging.
Well, Rukma, the ED has concluded the investigation and filed that report, and in fact it was a clear-cut mention in that report, reported by several news organizations, that there was no such evidence against Republic Media Network. And in fact the tall claims that was made by Parambir Singh, that has been fallen flat in the ED investigation. And even now the final report has also come, and even there are several questions need to be asked to the Parambir, who was earlier investigating this entire TRP scam scam and allegedly conspiring against the Republic Media Network, held a huge press conference naming the Republic Media Network. But now when the ED concluded their first investigation and revealing the fact that there was no such evidence, and now the CBI has also started probing the criminal conspiracy angle also, just because this is not the case of just one exchange of money or transfer of the money, but yes, there is a criminal conspiracy held against the Republic Media Network team also, just because a scripted investigation was done by. And Rukma, I can show you the visuals of the residence, one of the residents of Paramveer Singh, where he was earlier hiding when the investigating agencies has summoned him, and even this was one of the house. And now Paramveer's location is completely unknown. He was completely disappeared on a mute mode and even not coming out, just because he was the one top officer who was investigating the entire TRP scam and conspired. A huge conspiracy was done against the Republic Media Network, and even in October 2020, in fact, they held a press conference naming the Republic Media Network team that the entire Republic was involved in the TRP scam. But now that all tall claims has been fallen flat, a wide range of conspiracy has been fallen flat against Republic, and ED has come out with their final investigation that there was no such evidence against Republic team, TV, and even the network as well. And now the CBI are also probing this matter into the criminal conspiracy as well. But a huge conspiracy that has been fallen flat, and Paramveer is disappeared. His location is unknown. Even the Mumbai team, even the Chandigarh team, and several other teams are trying to track him, just because there is a list of there's a list of the questions that need to be asked to the Paramveer, who was actually conspired a scripted investigation against Republic team. But Paramveer is nowhere. Yes, Rukma.
A scripted press conference, the details of which Alisha has been continuously giving us, and shameful details emerging once again. But it's stay with us. Well, Amandeep, Alisha, as well as Abhishek, it's a massive win, as we've been saying, for Republic TV in the TRP rigging case. The PTI has accessed the TRP report and claimed that no evidence, zero evidence was found against the Republic network in the TRP case. The report alleges a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, agents, and regional managers. Here's more.
2 years after he accused Republic of tampering with TRPs and harassed the editor-in-chief of Republic, Arnab Goswami, and others. The shamed former Mumbai top cop Paramveer Singh faces trial in the extortion case, while his accomplices are still struggling with their consequences of their wrongdoings. And Republic TV stands vindicated.
It's been 2 years in which all kinds of charges were put against us. It was told that we operate out of the proceeds of crime.
Yeah.
And it was told to us that we pay 500 rupees to people to watch our channel, right? It was told to us that we are some kind of a mafia syndicate, and it was told to us that we are not the #1 channel, but we pay people 500 rupees to be the #1 channel. So I, for one, am really eagerly looking forward to the release of the TRP report.
As reported by the Press Trust of India, the Enforcement Directorate filed its charge sheet before a special court in Mumbai in the alleged TRP rigging scam, and claimed in it that no evidence was found against Republic TV. The central agency further said that the Mumbai police's investigation into the matter was at variance with its probe. It was further mentioned in the charge sheet that evidence was found against some regional and entertainment channels which were involved in manipulating TRP or television rating points by paying sample or panel households. The ED charge sheet also stated that there was a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, regional managers, and agents to influence the panel households to watch certain channels for financial gains. The charge sheet states how the panel households denied having taken any money in lieu of watching Republic TV or Republic Bharat, and the regional managers who confessed to paying panel households to watch specific television channels denied doing the same for Republic TV.
The scale of the conspiracy can be gauged from the fact that when Parambir Singh carried out that press conference announcing the investigation, he began by taking names of the networks, including that of Republic TV. That was even before the proper FIR was looked into. That clearly shows that this was a premeditated investigation that was carried out by Parambir Singh and his men, including Sachin Waze. Also, you look at the omerta that was observed by Lutyens media on Hansa report, for example. And then we had many of them interviewing Parambir Singh, and whatever he said being taken as gospel truth. And again, despite no investigation having taken place, the fact that even as Parambir Singh was carrying out his press conference, there were crews outside Arnab Goswami's residence and at Republic TV clearly showed that there was someone who had leaked that information. There was someone who was coordinating those moves, and that really indicates towards the possibility of Lutyens media, of Parambir Singh, of the then government in Maharashtra, led by their Minister Anil Deshmukh, all coming together and conspiring against Republic Network. All that now becoming exposed with the coming out of this report, or this report getting submitted. Obviously, we have to wait for the contents to come out.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Enforcement Directorate in its charge sheet which has been filed and taken cognizance by the court as per the PTI and the other print media clearly mentioned that there is no evidence against Republic TV. Continuously rolling on this big story as it's a massive win not only for Republic but also for the million people who loved and supported her. We'll be back after a short commercial break. Stay tuned.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Waze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
Top headlines at half past over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media, it's confirmed. India Today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe BARC over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case. Nationwide NIA and ED raids on its largest ever anti-terror operations. Massive crackdown on the PFI Pan-India offices raided, several top leaders now under scanner. Thanks for staying tuned with Republic. It's the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspirators. In fact, no evidence has been found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. The Enforcement Directorate has claimed in its charge sheet that was filed before a special court here. In fact, we have a guest also joining us, Swapnil Kothari as well as Savio Rodriguez continue to be with us. If I can first go across to Swapnil Kothari. Sir, if I can get your response on the big development here coming in with the CBI all set to probe BARC over the allegations it is facing when you talk about the rigging scam and the whole nexus that was really involved in trying to defame Republic media altogether.
Well, it's bound to raise eyebrows in some circles, and it's bound not to raise eyebrows in some circles like us, because we knew what was happening all along. But for the general public, it's definitely a great amount of information, which I think other media channels will black out completely, simply because they do not want to, sort of enter these kind of dangerous zones where, their reputation may get jeopardized. Already when it's tarnished quite a bit because of, what is going to come out in the report. So the thing is that the CBI will investigate the criminal conspiracy angle. The Enforcement Directorate, if at all it chooses to investigate pursuant to this report, will investigate, as to what sort of money exchanged hands and where and for what reason and why so and by which channel. More so, I'm mostly concerned not with the channel, but mostly with the criminal conspiracy angle by the CBI. Because to me, that is important, because it was Republic TV and Arnab Goswami which were, or who were defamed, and who were maliciously prosecuted and who were deliberately tried to be fixed. Now, who are the players behind it? Why they did what they did is very, very simple as to why they did what they did. Obviously, because they were envious of Republic's rise, meteoric rise, if I may say so. And obviously, they knew that they didn't stand a chance at all anywhere in the top tables when it came to Republic TV with its expanding network and with Arnab right at the helm of affairs. Given the kind of public trust that he enjoys, and also the love of the people, which was very evident when he was incarcerated and when he was released from jail by the Supreme Court of India. At that time, you saw the jubilation, the amount of people's happiness. And yesterday also, when we during prime time, several people were calling and they were almost in tears and very, very emotional, still trying to recall those black days. So let me tell you, in my very long legal career and, in my, should I say, active life, I haven't seen anything blacker than what I have seen when it came to those days. We've seen very, very black days sometimes in the judiciary, but nothing compares to what happened to Arnab and his team at that time. I mean, what I mean by black days of judiciary is where, perverse judgments have been given, but then we lawyers learn to live with that over a period of time. It's like doctors learning to handle deaths accidentally at their own hands, or, some lives they could save. So, you sort of get used to that. But when it comes to a major media network, and especially a media entrepreneur, who deliberately gets fixed, and that too by some people at the helm of affairs, on whom you have certain amount of trust, because either they belong to the law enforcement or they belong to, should I say, media fraternity. Even we have rivalry in our fraternity, in our legal fraternity, but our rivalry doesn't go to this extent. It is extremely shocking that it went to this extent, because I'm sure some media channels were involved in what happened to Arnab, or they did play some amount of role. That only the criminal conspiracy aspect will reveal. And I would very much appreciate as to when the report comes out, you all go line by line, the way Shravan goes on most of the reports that he comes out with the exposés, so that people get to know the truth. I'm not as much interested in, maligning, other channels, or, the other channels may get maligned. All of those things are very secondary to me. They don't really matter to me. What matters is that people need to know as to the goings on in society, especially when it comes to media.
Yes.
Because I believe that media is very, very important as a fourth pillar of democracy. Today, the judiciary will not have achieved so much that the judiciary is achieved in terms of running the country without media support, and with the way media is going around discussing several issues. Yes.
Well,
Sometimes
absolutely.
the judiciary may get upset, but this is important.
Well, absolutely. Just taking the same point across to Savio Rodriguez also. If you could talk to us a little more about this bigger conspiracy that was at play here, where the media channels as well as several top-level Mumbai officers, police officers were in cahoots to tarnish the image of Republic TV.
Well, the most important thing to understand is the criminal conspiracy was for what reason. The reason was that the Republic Channel and Arnab have been working to expose a lot of the underbelly that's affecting the country, and in particular if that was affecting Mumbai at that point of time. So naturally, the stakeholders of the underbelly of criminality in India, including Mumbai at that point of time, wanted to get rid of Arnab and the Republic TV channel. They were looking at various options and various opportunities to do that. The TRP scam was one such opportunity that came their way. So the media channels that wanted to target Republic, the politicians that wanted to target the Republic, right up to politicians involved in Delhi, they all started to conspire against the Republic channel. They started to conspire against Arnab. And that is why the first press conference that you see does not talk about the channel that is named in the report. It talked and focused on Republic. The whole idea was to destabilize Republic as a channel. The whole idea was to throw Arnab and senior members of the Republic in jail. The whole idea was to ensure that Republic that went hammer and tongs for the truth, so that the people of India know the truth and the people of India make an informed decision. Certain sections of the political lobby, in cahoots with the media, in cahoots with the police, were deliberately targeting the Republic channel and Arnab Goswami. So what this report is a vindication of the pursuit of truth by Arnab and the Republic team. And therefore, the criminal conspiracy angle must be investigated, and it must be investigated thoroughly, because we need to get to the bottom of the source of the conspiracy. Why were they targeting Arnab and the Republic channel? What was the kind of money that was deployed by certain nefarious people, not only in India but outside of India? And I have stated this on the channel as well, that the underworld was definitely working with certain members of the police and certain members of the political lobby to take down the Republic.
Absolutely.
The investigations, the exposés that were done by the Republic team politically against political leaders, the investigations done against the drug lobby, they were shaking the very foundations of the nefarious activities, stakeholders in the country. And that is how all the stakeholders came together and said, let's cripple the Republic, let's get rid of the Republic, let's give them the mental, the emotional, the economical strain that they require to break the Republic. But what they have not realized is that Arnab and the Republic have got the blessings of the people of India, and therefore all the conspiracy that was planned, all the conspirators that planned the conspiracies are today, most of them, behind bars or scared of the outcome of the investigation. Therefore, CBI must in-depth investigate the criminal conspiracy to target a media house like Republic. All the other media channels who were a part of targeting Republic should hang their heads in shame.
Yes.
When you sell your soul out.
Yes, and the
to
very fact,
nefarious
very fact that there is not a single word till now on the report, as well as what has really come to light, speaks 1,000 words, not a word from the Lutyens media. Just stay with us. Let's also give a quick recap as to what really happened in the last 2 years. Just nearly 2 years back, a tainted Mumbai cop, Parambir, spun a web of lies, claiming that Republic TV was involved in TRP rigging scam. Later in the statement to the Enforcement Directorate, Parambir also revealed it was a political conspiracy. After the investigation, the final report by the Enforcement Directorate has now been submitted to the court. While we are yet to access the ED charge sheet, PTI claims there is no evidence against Republic TV. We get you these details in this report.
Nearly 2 years ago, Parambir Singh held a conference and said Republic paid viewers to watch the channel.
Republic Television.
Later, he revealed it was a hoax, a political conspiracy, ultimately spilling the beans on the fix Arnab plot.
Please, आप लोग उनको तबीयत खराब लग रहा है.
But our journalists were targeted, falsehoods were planted, all under political patronage. Now the final report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate before the special court. While Republic TV is yet to access the charge sheet, PTI has revealed that ED charge sheet mentions that there is no evidence against Republic TV or Republic Bharat in the TRP rigging case, while other regional and entertainment channels were mentioned.
In a fight that began in September-October 2020, after 2 years, the final TRP report is out and we don't have the full report yet. But the details put out on news agencies and websites claim that there was zero evidence against Republic TV. Few other channels, as per the reports we are hearing, took and gave cash for viewership and continue to be under investigation.
Lutyens media went all out to target Republic TV after Parambir lied. Well, now they choose to blank out the final TRP report. But ultimately, nobody can deny that in the end, it's the victory of truth.
This network is an idea. It is a thought. It is a faith. It is an ideology.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Jai Maharashtra!
Well, viewers, this is a big win for Republic TV when the ED files charge sheet and says no evidence against Republic TV. And even on the other side, it's a big embarrassment for the Parambir who alleged that the Republic TV was only involved into this TRP scam. And even now the CBI has also initiated the investigation. But we are slipping into a short break. Stay tuned for more updates on this story.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Round up of all that's making news, NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest and ever investigation process till date. The searches are being conducted in residential and official premises of persons involved in terror funding, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join prescribed terror organizations. This includes 22 PFI activists from Kerala and 20 from Maharashtra and Karnataka each. In near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of the country, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency led to the arrest of 106 activists of the Popular Front of India in 11 states for allegedly supporting terror activities across the country.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं?
A video of DMK MLA in Chennai went viral after he was seen threatening officials of an automobile factory over suspending their operations. The MLA was seen threatening the factory employees, threatening to break their arms and legs if they did not shut down the company. A complaint by a top executive of the company led to the MLA being booked on the charges of trespassing and criminal intimidation.
DMK MLA SR Raja, who belongs to the Tambaram constituency, has been caught on a CCTV footage where he's found threatening the employees of a private company, where he has been heard saying the words about how he will shut down the company by dusk and he will be breaking the legs and arms of the people if they do not obey to whatever he says. The DMK has not yet responded to this video that is going viral on social media, but a response from the DMK government is expected. This is Vashni Ramu along with camera person Dilip from Chennai for Republic TV.
A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you all the latest, and CBI said to probe Bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case.
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants.
It's a day for vindication. The charge sheet released by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the TRP scam states that no evidence could be found that implicated Republic TV. The same charge sheet, however, mentions certain households were allegedly found watching News Nation and India Today in exchange for monetary returns, with an investigation to be conducted by the agencies over the same. Reports have further come about the BARC, the world's largest television measurement science body, that is said to be investigated by the CBI over charges of alleged bribery and fabrication of evidence. The CBI is set to probe the the officials with the charges of criminal conspiracy to be investigated by the CBI. A very short break. Nationwide NIA and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
Good afternoon, you're watching Superfast 50 at 3 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. Beginning with the top story, as per the Press Trust of India, the final TRP report has stated that no evidence has been found out against Republic TV. And according to the ED's charge sheet that has been submitted before a special court in Mumbai on Wednesday, same as well. In a sensational development after the ED filed its report on the TRP in court, multiple media reports that have stated that an investigation channel India Today. Reports have further come out about that BARC, the world's largest television measurement science body, to be investigated by the CBI over charges of alleged bribery and fabrication of evidence. The CBI is to investigate the agency and its officials with charges of criminal conspiracy to be pursued. The NIA and ED initiated raids across multiple states with more than 100 people, particularly members of the PFI, detained over suspicions of funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join the organizations. Sources state that Director General of the NIA, Dinkar Gupta, was at the helm of affairs for the PFI raids, having played a direct role in the nationwide crackdown on the organization. Officials of agencies specializing in anti-terror cases were called to Delhi for the operation. Officials of the NIA were said to have been deployed to the raid location 72 hours before the raids, with the NIA DG briefed about the developments every 15 minutes. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a meet with officials of the NSA, Home Secretary and the DG of NIA in connection with the multi-state raids over PFI leaders, among others. Both the NIA and the ED conducted raids at least at 50 locations in Kerala, with the PFI's chairman raided at Mallapuram. Members of the PFI were further seen holding protests as the chairman's residence was raided. Maharashtra's anti-terror squad conducted several raids across Maharashtra, arresting at least 20 PFI leaders as a part of the countrywide raids being conducted by multiple agencies. The members are being detained for engaging in activities such as promoting enmity amongst communities and conspiring to wage war against the state, with the offences punishable under the UAPA. A district office of the PFI was one of the locations raided by the NIA in Bihar. The raids were conducted at the PFI's office in Purnia, while the greatest number of arrests were made in Kerala. Arrests were further made in states across the country such as Assam, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Rajasthan and Puducherry. Following a 10-day marathon hearing, the Supreme Court reserved its order on the numerous petitions on challenging the Karnataka High Court's judgment on the use of hijabs in educational institutions. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann called for a cabinet meet after a special session of the Punjab government, reportedly in connection with the Operation Lotus, was withdrawn by the governor, is what is being reported. The Aam Aadmi Party called for a march to the Vidhan Sabha after getting the session cancelled, with the session having been organised over a confidence motion in Punjab. The cancellation of the special session for the trust vote has led to political mobilization in Punjab. Punjab's leader of opposition, Pratap Singh Bajwa, reported to have called in a meeting of MLAs of the Congress, while the BJP has called for a march in response to Operation Lotus allegations made against the party. The Aam Aadmi Party began their march from the Vidhan Sabha to the Raj Bhavan in Chandigarh over the governor cancelling the special session for the Aam Aadmi Party, calling for a confidence motion amid fears of Operation Lotus being pursued by the BJP in Punjab reportedly. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, commenting on the cancelled special session by the Punjab governor, said that the decision was in favour of Operation Lotus in Punjab, while further stating he would go to the Supreme Court over the matter. Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju, during a hearing linked to Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain, stated that the minister's appeal for bail was manipulated, alleging that the hospital had the medical report was submitted was being managed by Satyendra Jain, thereby leading the ED to reject the medical report. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan's close aide Kaushar Imam Siddiqui has been nabbed from Telangana. He was wanted in a case of Arms Act registered against him after a country-made pistol and 3 live rounds were found in his premises. Jacqueline Fernandez's stylist Lipakshi Ellawadi was questioned by the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police for nearly 8 hours. The questioning came days after Fernandez was quizzed in the case for the second time. The Indian women's team with their first ODI against England since 1999, with the proud moment coming about under Harmanpreet Kaur's captaincy. A near stampede-like situation was witnessed in Hyderabad earlier today as large crowds had gathered at the Gymkhana grounds to purchase tickets for the third India-Australia T20 international set to take place at the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium this Sunday. 4 people were injured and the police resorted to lathi charge to take control of the situation. Indian comedians Sunil Pal and Ehsan Qureshi attended the last rites of comedian Rajiv Srivastav, who passed away yesterday following a heart attack on the 10th of August. He was admitted at the AIIMS hospital in New Delhi, where he had breathed his last. The Karnataka police arrested 5 people for pasting Pay CM quote-unquote posters in the Bengaluru high grounds, including 3 social media heads of the Congress party. The Congress Karnataka unit president DK Shivkumar and party leaders Priyank Kharge and Ajay Singh arrived at the high grounds police station and pressurized the cops to release the accused, saying that they were not involved in the matter. DK Shivkumar said that Congress is not involved in the Pay CM campaign and the government is free to take action against those involved in pasting the QR code in public places. DK Shivkumar also stated that it is the right of every individual to take a satirical dig at politicians if they were involved in corruption.
They have arrested our boys in the midnight. How many, sir? They have arrested more than 7-8 people. They have arrested. The Congress party has decided, we MLAs ourselves, all the 90 and odd MLAs and MLCs who are there, nearly 100, we will paste a poster. Every MLA will have to do it, and we will do it. It is our responsibility. We have to expose this most corrupt government, and this is the corruption capital of this country.
The Delhi High Court has reserved the verdict in the defamation case filed by Delhi's LG Vinay Kumar Saxena against Aam Aadmi Party leaders Sanjay Singh, Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj and the others. Remember, this comes after the war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and the LG following the investigations into alleged scams under the Delhi government. The battle between Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray factions over the Shaira rally at the Shivaji Park has come to a stalemate as the BMC rejected the permission for a rally to both the factions, citing law and order issues. The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena approached the Bombay High Court for permission to hold the celebration at Shivaji Park for its annual Dashera rally after permission for the same was denied by the BMC. An image of the freedom fighter B.D. Savarkar was one among other freedom fighters in the welcome poster at the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kerala. The Congress called it a printing mistake and launched an investigation over the local leader who posted the poster. 2 people have been apprehended in the Shivamogga terror case and the search is on for a third person. A team from the NIA has reached Karnataka and state police will assist them in the investigation. The Home Minister said that they had planned to disturb the peace and harmony across Karnataka. 2 terrorists connected to the Lashkar-e-Taiba were arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with security forces at Sopore in Jammu and Kashmir. Arms and ammunition were further recovered during the arrest, with the arrested identified as hybrid terrorists working for the organization. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat held a meet with the Chief Imam of the All India Imam Organization at the Kasturba Gandhi Marg Mosque in New Delhi. Sunil Ambedkar, a spokesperson for the RSS, stated that the meet was a part of a continuous general conversational process by the RSS chief and that the chief imam had invited him several days ago. An 18-year-old was hit by a speeding car in the district of Ballari in Karnataka. The girl sustained grievous injuries following the accident and is currently being treated at the Baptist Hospital in Ballari. A heated discussion took place between the toll staff and TRS leader after the TRS Nasurullah Bad Sarpanch was asked to pay toll. Police said appropriate action will be taken on the police who attacked and vandalized toll plaza. A man was beaten up over suspicion of being a child kidnapper and went on to set a vehicle on fire at the district of Kachar in Assam. The person was rushed to a hospital after being grievously injured. DMK MLA was caught making threats to shut the company down before dusk on a CCTV camera. He also threatened to hit them and break their arms and legs if they did not obey him. The police has now booked the MLA under 3 sections following the complaint from the company's current CEO. The Congress's Central Election Authority is expected to issue a notification for the AICC President polls today, setting the ball rolling for electing the successor to the longest-serving party chief Sonia Gandhi. After over 2 decades, the Congress is likely to see a contest for the post of party chief with Shashi Tharoor and Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot as the other candidates. Sources state that Congress leader Digvijay Singh is a possible contender to be the Congress president. The leader is expected to arrive at New Delhi and meet interim chief of the party, Sonia Gandhi. BJP stated that a woman-only session is to be held at the Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly and Legislative Council in order to explain the Mission Shakti scheme of the government and its impact on the women in the state of Uttar Pradesh.
मैं भागीदारी हूँ, उसके लिए मैं अपने आप को बहुत भाग्यशाली समझती हूँ और मुझे लगता है कि इस साल हम अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, तो उस अमृत महोत्सव के तहत अगर ये पहल है तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा दिन है और सभी महिला विधायक बहुत ही बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगी.
Stepping up the preparations for upcoming assembly polls, the full election commission will be visiting Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat beginning today to assess the readiness of the poll machinery in the 2 states. Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar and Election Commissioner Anup Chandra Pandey will be on a 3-day visit to Himachal Pradesh from today. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh attended a signing of MOUs between the NCC and United Nations with respect to the Puneet Sagar Abhiyan, a campaign by the National Cadet Corps, that is NCC, to clean the beaches, seashores and other water bodies across the country. British Prime Minister Liz Truss used her speech at the UNGA to warn fellow democratic leaders against any complacency when it comes to defending values and preserving a world order that rewards freedom.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the time of its foundation, the United Nations was a beacon of promise. In the aftermath of the Second World War, this building symbolized the end of aggression. For many decades, the UN has helped deliver stability and security in much of the world. It's provided a place for nations to work together on shared challenges.
British Prime Minister Liz Truss accused Russian President Vladimir Putin of a desperate attempt to justify his catastrophic failure in Ukraine.
Not let up on dealing with the crisis we face today. No one is threatening Russia. Yet as we meet here this evening, in Ukraine, barbarous weapons are being used to kill and maim people. Rape is being used as an instrument of war. Families are being torn apart. And this morning, we have seen Putin trying to justify his catastrophic failures. He's doubling down by sending even more reservists to a terrible fate. He's desperately trying to claim the mantle of democracy for a regime without human rights or freedoms.
Serbian president called the United Nations General Assembly important and vague while speaking before delegates at the annual meeting in New York. He said he supported the territorial integrity of Ukraine amid Russia's ongoing invasion of the country.
Serbia supports territorial integrity of all UN member states, including, of course, territorial integrity of Ukraine. In such a way, we behaved responsibly and seriously in this renowned institution. Nevertheless, we could hear from many speakers the stories about aggression and violation of territorial integrity of Ukraine.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that 215 Ukrainian and foreign citizens have been released by Russia in a prisoner exchange. Zelensky said that 200 of the prisoners were returned in exchange for the former leader of a Ukrainian pro-Russian opposition party and a close associate of Russian President Vladimir Putin. French President Emmanuel Macron announced that additional 300 million euros had been allocated to the Global Fund over the next 3 years. A total of 1.6 billion euros will be given to the fund between 2023 to 2025. According to the Puget, a sound clean air agency, wildfire smoke made the air quality unhealthy for everyone in downtown and North Seattle. The agency said that winds sent a plume of smoke from the Bold Creek fire near Sky Comish west to Everett and south into parts of Seattle. Novak Djokovic summed up the emotions of sharing a court with Roger Federer for the final time, saying that it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Federer, a 20-time Grand Slam winner, announced last week that the upcoming Laver Cup would be his final appearance as a professional. Harry Kane has announced that he will join other World Cup captains in wearing an anti-discrimination armband when he represents England in Qatar later this year. The 29-year-old will wear the armband in support of the One Love campaign started by the Netherlands prior to Euro 2020. Cristiano Ronaldo trained with his Portugal teammates ahead of their UEFA Nations League match against the Czech Republic at the Fortuna Arena in Prague. Portugal, winner of the inaugural edition of the Nations League in 2019, trailed Spain by 1 point in Group 2 of League A. Spain trained ahead of Nations League match against Switzerland at League A Group A. Group 2, Spain remained unbeaten at home against Switzerland with 7 wins and 2 draws. Robert trained with Poland ahead of their remaining 2 Nation League games. Poland sat third in League A Group 4 and held a 3-point lead over Wales at the bottom of the group.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वो आपकी संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वो आपकी संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है। सिर्फ
In the wake of joint NIA and ED raids underway in 10 states, Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a high-level meet at his residence. The meet was attended by top officials including National Security Advisor Ajay Doval and NIA officials. As per sources, the discussions in the high-level meet were centered around the searches at the premises linked to Popular Front of India and action against terror suspects. Amit Shah is said to have taken a stock on the action against the terror suspects and activists of the Popular Front of India across the country.
And as we know that around 300 officials of the NIA are on ground conducting these raids against the terror module in the country, trying to infringe with the security of the country.
The Pan-India terror crackdown is said to be the largest ever investigation process till date. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वो आपकी संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the lunch which was served in the toilet.
बाउंड्री वॉल है, देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है।
जयपुर के बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो है विधानसभा की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन विधानसभा से ठीक पहले उन्हें रोका गया है।
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV and from our studios and in the newsrooms. We are getting you the full TRP report, the cognizance taken in court. A story that you will not find anywhere else, no other channel, because those are the same channels that tried to target Republic TV when Parambir Singh and Sachin Vaze were trying to attack Republic TV. We have breaking news updates and a team of reporters joining us live from across the country. Updates. Breaking news update. That's the first breaking news update. We are hearing that India today faces an investigation. India today faces an ED investigation, and that investigation has begun. That investigation continues. That's the first bit of breaking news update. It's a cash for viewership charge. A cash for viewership charge which has hit India today. In fact, we are hearing from the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet as reported in different media agencies, media reports, websites, that the investigation has begun and that investigation will continue after there was proof of cash being given for viewership. So it's a cash for viewership charge, Samiksha, cash for viewership charge, and that investigation I think continues is what we are hearing. All right, let's see if we have Abhishek, Aishwarya, Shravan. Abhishek is with me right now. Abhishek, take our viewers through this investigation. Now, there are reports. We don't have the report in our hand, but what we can tell our viewers is that India Today is facing their investigation. Every report saying that the investigation continues, Abhishek.
Well, obviously, Ranjan, so that bit is clear from not just the agency reports, but even the media platforms that have picked up this story. And why it is important? Because they have done their own due diligence, deployed their own resources, reporters, and then done those stories. And 2 points come out, or a couple of points come out of those, news points come out of those reports. A, that Republic is clearly off the hook and absolved, and that there is nothing found against Republic Network, and none of those who are named or mentioned belongs to Republic Network. Number one. Number two, that investigation is going on against other networks, which includes News Nation and India Today, as has been repeated. So this is a part of the charge sheet. This is part of the Enforcement Directorate report. More importantly, this is based on a forensics audit, Niranjan. Now that really lends a lot of credibility, because there has been a method that has been followed. There is a process that has been followed, based on which this conclusion has been arrived at. Also, Niranjan, remember, while the Mumbai police in the wishy-washy job that it did, based on a forensic report which was based on a compromised data provided by BARC, was done within a month and a half. The ED, in fact, has taken almost 1.5 years from November 2020 to now, and come out with this report clearly suggesting that due diligence has been followed. A methodical work has gone into this, investigation has gone into this, and so obviously the credibility of work which has been done over a year and a half based on complete data is more than the credibility of work done in a 1.5 months based on a compromised data set. So I think that's significant, and that's why I believe the CBI also is smelling rat and wanting to broaden its investigation in the TRP manipulation case that they already have, with the complaint originating from Uttar Pradesh and going on to 5 states, and that's the reason why the CBI is looking into it, because it's not just one state, and even that might originate or go back to Mumbai because BARC is located there. So I think this is just a beginning, Niranjan, of a process which is ultimately going to see a lot of cleaning up happening at BARC, cleaning up happening at distribution departments of these media groups which are still under a scanner and not let off the hook. And remember, once the charge sheet is filed, the court has taken cognizance. The charge is going to be framed now, and that's where the real story begins, because when the charges are framed, all these people charge sheeted, all these people under investigation, they're called there. We are still awaiting a copy of the charge sheet. Once we get that, there would be more spilling of beans, as it is called, going to happen, Niranjan. So as I said, this is just the beginning. We are going to see more of it. We are going to see more facts coming out, and we are going to see more uncomfortable truths for some people coming out and breaking big time. And then that's when really the whole story would unravel. Hopefully the conspiracy part, which the CBI now wants to investigate, even in that investigation, we would see some progress now, Niranjan.
The big breaking news update coming in. So this is something that we reported last night as per media reports. Different news agencies, at least I can confirm to our viewers that at least 15 to 20 news agencies, news websites have reported that India Today will face that investigation, and that's been confirmed by at least 15 news agencies. We don't have that report in our hand, but that's the breaking news update that I'm getting in right now on Republic TV. Let's get to the next bit of breaking. Before that, I want to go across to Amandeep as well. Before I get to the next breaking, Abhishek, Parambir Singh is not to be seen. Nobody knows where Parambir Singh is. Samiksha, we can go take a question with Amandeep as well. He's in Chandigarh. Nobody knows whether Parambir Singh was in Mumbai, whether he was partying last evening, or whether he's back home. But we can take that question to Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. Amandeep, they're reporting live from Chandigarh. Remember how he has been missing all these months. The kind of charges he's been framing, the kind of charges he tried to frame Republic, he tried to tarnish the image, and now when the report is finally, the facts are out in the open, he's missing in action. Really the big question being, where is Parambir Singh at this point, Amandeep?
Well, absolutely, Samiksha, this is a big question. I can show you the visuals of the residence of Parambir Singh, where we are reporting since morning, and in fact he is still missing. And we have a list of questions against the Parambir as well, just because now the ED has very much clear
They're asking
on
some
the
questions.
issue.
Why don't you go to his gate?
There was no such evidence against
Amandeep, why don't you try asking his maybe his security guard, because we know that he's got security. Why don't you ask them, where is he?
Well, Niranjan, we'll try to go to his gate as well, and even we'll try to see as if anybody is there to whom we can ask where is Parambir Singh. Yes, this is the house number 133, which was one of the hideouts of the Parambir Singh. This is basically the residence of his brother, where he used to stay here as well. There is one person who is standing in the gate also. We will try to speak to them also. Excuse me, भाई साहब, excuse me.
Full frame जाओ.
भाई साहब.
Let's go full frame. Let's go full frame.
परमवीर सिंह जी हैं घर पे? परमवीर सिंह जी हैं घर पे?
Full frame जाइए आप.
भाई साहब. So Niranjan, some people are here, but they are not willing to speak with us also. We are continuously asking them that either the Parambir Singh is inside or not. But you can see, after witnessing the camera of Republic TV, they have gone inside without responding to any of the query. There are several questions, Niranjan. There are several questions that we have to ask Parambir Singh about his investigation. When the Mumbai police was probing the TRP scam, and when now the ED has completely countered everything, every piece of investigation that was done by Parambir Singh while probing the scam. You can see the visuals. This is the residence of his brother, where Parambir Singh was staying earlier, and from here he has joined the investigation in Mumbai as well. Since morning, Ranjan, we are here, and in fact we are capturing each and everything, every movement of his residence as well. And even we tried to speak to some of the people, but nobody is willing to speak. Maybe there is some kind of directions from the Parambir or from his brother that not to speak to the media, especially to the Republic TV. Yes, Niranjan, over to you.
Yeah. He's missing in action. He's missing in action, ladies and gentlemen. Amandeep is right outside his residence. Amandeep, you catch your breath. Looks like you need to just gather your breath there. Okay, let me go across to Aishwarya as well. Aishwarya is joining us live from the Delhi newsroom. Aishwarya and Abhishek joining us live from the newsroom in Delhi. And the second breaking news update that we had is that Parambir Singh is missing in action. Parambir Singh is missing in action, and today, 2 years ago, he was the man who held that news conference. He was the chief of the Mumbai police. He was heading the Mumbai police back then, and under him, he tasked Sachin Vaze, a disgraced cop, a murder-accused cop who was brought in to the service, once suspended but brought into the service just to fix Republic TV. And Parambir Singh is nowhere to be seen. That's the breaking news update. As Parambir Singh on that evening, in fact, when he held that news conference, spoke to different media houses, and he spoke to the same channels which are now under investigation. And he gave interviews, at least 2 or 3 interviews. On 2 or 3 occasions he was called, and he also fielded other officers, sadly, who fell for the trap of Parambir Singh. And today, Sandeep, where are you? What is your location? What is your location? A few disgraced cops, a few of them, gave the Mumbai police such a bad name, Parambir included, Sachin Vaze included, a few officers from the crime branch as well. Where are they now, and why did they do that? Why did they do that? Because all of them perhaps now will face inquiry.
See, yes, Niranjan, at this point of time at DGP office, now one of the senior crime branch official who is now posted out here, we are looking out for him out here at DGP office. Now remember, when the investigation was underway, Parambir Singh has appointed a few people in order to conduct the investigation, and in which Sachin Waze was there. And in fact, there was one of the senior crime branch officials who had taken a press conference, in fact, and had said that Republic TV deliberately was pushed up by BARC and the rest of the channels were pushed down. But all the claims now, as the ED's investigation and the charge has been filed.
Sandeep, there was not one. In fact, there were several news conferences. They didn't stop at that. In fact, they went on to hold several news conferences. So I think all of them will now come under scan. Aishwarya is also joining me live. Let me quickly get Aishwarya in. Aishwarya, second breaking news update we are hearing. Where is Parambir Singh? Yeah. I can tell you, the last he was spotted in public was by Republic TV, because we spotted him right outside our office, because there's a club around the corner. We spotted him 2 weeks back. Was he spotted after that? Have you seen him after that? Aishwarya, where is he?
Well, day before, we can confirm to our viewers that till day before he was in Mumbai. Till day before, there was a group of people whom he invited to his known residence in Mumbai. And there was somewhere a meeting / party at his Mumbai residence. That is what we are being told and being confirmed. But as you were just mentioning, Niranjan, that these tailor-made press conferences, that pack of wolves which joined hands to come and target Arnab and then Republic, where are they today? Will they come out and accept the reality? Will they come out and even play one line of the truth? Yes, we are dying to get our hands on that report, on that final report on TRP. But where are all these individuals whom gathered together, all of them like a pack of wolves, I say again? Because they were just waiting to pounce for their pound of flesh. But they got nothing. And now when the truth is going to come out in this final ED report, in this final report on the TRP, they're all quiet, mum, finger on the lips, not one line, Niranjan. Not one line on it. Whether it is ANI, PTI and several print organizations, they are coming out with facts through sources. But where is India today? Where are all those channels who literally tailor-made those press conferences? And now when the criminal conspiracy part comes out, and in the next few minutes or seconds rather, I'm going to have Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj also joining in, and she will tell you the legal angle, Niranjan. But you remember how these press conferences used to happen, whom was Parambir Singh contacting, whom all were calling Parambir Singh, what specific time these press conferences need to happen, what needs to be said, who will come, who will go, everything was tailor-made. But now they have to answer, and not only to Republic, but to the people of this country, to 1.4 billion people of India. When the truth will come out, when we get our hands, you and me, we are dying to get our hands on that ED report, the final TRP report. And when that comes out, it's going to be very interesting. Where are these individuals? They base their allegations on Sachin Waze. Where is he? Behind bars. Where is Parambir Singh? No one knows. He's running away. Mumbai, Delhi, Chandigarh, where is he? But the fact remains, Niranjan, that whoever said whatever came to their mind or whatever was being fed specifically, there was specific feeding happening on behest of certain very senior individuals at that point of time. Parambir Singh calling these junior officers, Parambir Singh calling media houses, and all of those media houses are quiet today, not one line, I say again. Yes, Niranjan.
Yeah, you know, we also have Rhythm joining us live, I think. Let me go across to Rhythm as well. Yeah. In just about 30 seconds, we will get Rhythm. But I want to show you behind me on the screen. I'll just see if I can just get you the kind of response that we are seeing on WhatsApp, for example. We put out the WhatsApp number on our screens, and a lot of our viewers are writing into us. And through all of this, for the last 2 years, when we were being targeted by this cabal, including the Lutyens media, the channels that are now being investigated, and their friends in the police, including Parambir Singh and Sachin Waze, who by the way is in jail, and their friends in different political parties, who are by the way also in jail, including Anil Deshmukh, Sanjay Raut, Nawab Malik, etc. There were many names, and all of them have gone silent today. All of them tweeted on that day, calling us TRP chores and God knows what. We'll play out those sound bites. Samiksha will play out those sound bites. It'll be interesting to see what they said back then, where were they back then, and where they are now. But I want to play out, you know, if I can get the surface output the surface output here
Niranjan,
on this. Yes,
Niranjan,
yes, yes,
Niranjan.
Aishwarya. Okay, Vidham is with you. Why don't you speak to her?
Vidham joining with me. Yeah.
Yes, 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 yes.
Aishwarya, like you were talking and Niranjan has been talking, I just want to go across to the actual TRP report and the details that are out, that are there in the media that we've just seen today, whether it's PTI. The two details are very clear. There is zero evidence against Republic TV. The householders that were being spoken to said they never paid any money to Republic TV. The financial audit report that was taken into consideration by the then Parambir Singh led Mumbai police, they say was a superficial report and is based on no substance. 3 points that are there which clearly in the end possibly says that Republic TV there is zero evidence against. But if at the same time we come across to India Today, they say that there is a conspiracy that was there between media channels and RMs and managers, and that is still being investigated, and they say that India Today is being investigated. So two things come out very clearly here. In this case, when Parambir Singh held press conferences, there were certain media channels that played it really large. That India Today was one of them. And today, shockingly, ironically, the final TRP report does say India Today needs to be investigated, Aishwarya.
No, Vidham, but the point is, what all was happening at that point of time, it feels it was happening on particular specific feeding. Parambir Singh was in connect with particular individuals, media, police and politicians. So all of this was happening according to a plan.
Yes.
So, and that plan needs to now come out, we know, but it needs to come out right in front of the public. The 1.4 billion people are waiting for the truth to come out now.
Absolutely. And you know, where you say that, I also want to tell our viewers, even when this entire saga was going on, whether it's the Palghar case or the acid attack or then the 306 or the TRP or the privilege motion case, our sources within Uddhav Thackeray's legal team were telling us they are trying to get him in some case or the other. And I remember all of us were talking about it because this was the rumor in town in October that some way or the other they're trying to get you. Aishwarya, if we actually remember, the day Arnab was arrested, Niranjan was there much later after he was told that there is some action happening, there is some development happening, I would say. But the other media channels were present outside his house.
Even prior.
As if there is some action
Because,
that
and
they have
hence
to
I say it
cover.
was a well-planned act. It is like a pack of wolves trying to attack. And they failed. They failed then, they are going to fail now, because today, as you said, when the final TRP report will come, we are saying whatever comes, you haven't seen the report, I haven't seen the report, Niranjan haven't, and we are saying without seeing the report, whatever is the truth, we will show. Can they promise? Can they promise they will? They won't, because they know deep inside their heart what's the reality. Rhythm.
Absolutely. And I also want to tell our viewers something that we made as an announcement. We shall be taking legal action against all the key players who tried to hatch this conspiracy, fabricate evidence and do this fraud. Whether it's the Uddhav-led government, right at the very top, whether it's the political masters of that time, former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh, whether it's disgraced cop Sachin Vaze, who's facing murder charges in the Hansuk Miren case, or whether it is Parambir Singh or Sanjay Raut or Nawab Malik, all of them who tried to defame us, we shall be taking action.
Yeah, there's Aishwarya, need to take a break, but I just want to break this and then we'll take a break and come back. I want to break this. It's very interesting. You'll be very interested to know that we are hearing from our sources that the final TRP report is over 100 pages. I repeat, it's over 100 pages. And we're getting in some more breaking news that another channel has been named. I repeat, one more channel has been named in the final TRP report. So it's not just India Today.
The report is more than
It's not just India Today, just one more channel.
Another channel.
One more channel. We are hearing through sources.
Another channel.
That's right. That's right. So there are channels that have been named. We've given out the name that is being investigated India Today. There is yet another channel, Niranjan, like you said, that has been in the reports that are out there in the media, PTI and other digital news websites that are carrying it, is being named. And the bottom line really, as we are looking to see whether action will be taken, we are also trying to see whether we can get all the papers here,
please.
Is that we need to go ahead today and try and be very, very clear that these channels need to carry out, Niranjan, what we did. I also would like to go across to our colleagues who are joining us from the field, whether it's Alisha, and we remember, like we were talking about earlier, Niranjan, how Suchrita Sohail were following the jeep that was the police van that was taking Arnab from Alibag to Taloja. I also remember the time when you went to Alibag, because at that time we didn't know where on the 4th of November when he was arrested he would be taken. I remember the charges that were put at that time. So all these things taken together makes us go back to the 2 years of lies by Parambir and his co-conspirators, and today a final TRP report, and there is silence.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya and Abhishek. Aishwarya and Rhythm, request you to stay with us. I have to take a short break. We'll come back with the live coverage. A lot of more updates we're getting in right now. We'll come back with those updates. We have 2 more breaking news updates that we're picking up in the newsroom on this case. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Take a short break. Our coverage continues. No proof against Republic. India Today will face that investigation. None of these channels have the courage to even report it. Can you believe it? None of them. Not a single channel has reported it.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Bhaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Bhaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. the truth will be buried. But now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Page report that has been submitted to the court. Sources now telling Republic that one more channel has been named in the final TRP report that is yet to be released. Now remember, sources also telling Republic that there is enough proof that is being analyzed against another news channel. So other than India Today, another channel that is under the lens. We have Alicia reporting live from outside Parambir residence in Mumbai. Alicia, you've been through it all. If you could once again talk to us through, the kind of harrowing time that the Republic staff had to go through because of the serious grave charges, the false charges that were leveled on the Republic employees, and there was an clear attempt to tarnish the image of Republic.
Well, yes, Samiksha, we would never forget that 8 October 2020 when Parambir Singh, who was the Commissioner of Police, first let me tell you, I'm just reporting right outside his residence. We are just waiting for him. Anytime he can come, he can just speak about it, because on 8 October he did the same. He called for a press conference. He called some of the senior editors and asked to deploy the team at his press conference, because that is something he mentioned, that it is a very important very press conference. And now in the same TRP case where Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet, has submitted a charge sheet, and that has been taken a cognizance. According to the report, whether it is ANI or whether it is PTI, which clearly mentioned that there is no evidence against Republic TV. That was the charges that were given by then Police Commissioner Parambir Singh, and we are waiting him for any time if you want to comment on this, because we are just waiting out as his resident. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years. 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried. But now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years. 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried. But now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue.
National speculation over the final TRP report. It is now time for the truth. It is the nation's most awaited final TRP report that has been submitted. Zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It is confirmed India Today now faces ED heat. Good afternoon, I'm Suesha. This is the news at 4 p.m. We get you the latest on the final TRP report that has been submitted in the top court. It is the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. And the latest, of course, as the ED has made it clear that no evidence has been found out against Republic. More channels have been named in the report. The latest information we are receiving of how, other than India Today, irregularities have been found out against one more channel, and that channel has been named in the final TRP report. The agency clearly stating that irregularities are now being examined against that channel. So it is now confirmed that other than India Today, one more channel has allegations of rigging TRPs against them, and that is being probed by the agency. This, as the charge sheet was filed before a special court, and the Enforcement Directorate has said that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. And now proof is being analyzed against one more channel other than India Today. Irregularities that are being examined against one more channel is the latest that is coming in. For over 2 years of lies that was peddled against Republic and the conspiracy that was hatched. It is now clear through this report that one more channel is under the scanner. Niranjan has more details on the same. Alicia is also with us on the broadcast. Alicia, if I can come to you and if you can throw more light on who that other channel is. India Today's name is there, that is confirmed. What more can you tell us?
Well, yes, Shuesha, we are actually waiting to get the copy of the charge sheet that has already been filed, and court has taken the cognizance. So once we access the charge sheet, we'll get to know who all are being named in this, and this is confirmed. Rather than India Today, there is also one channel, but again, as I mentioned, that it is very important to get the charge sheet, the copy of the charge sheet, so that with the allegations, with the name of the channel, and of course what are the evidence that has been transpired in the investigation of the enforcement directorate. But what is important to know, the allegations that was put on Republic TV back then in 2020 by Parambir Singh taking a press conference clearly mentioning that there is a TRP manipulation, that is none other by Republic TV. So he also got some of forensic auditors. So but now that is something under scanner, because what has been mentioned by PTI or whether ANI and specifically by the other publisher as well, what is clearly mentioned, there is no evidence. There is zero evidence against Republic TV, Republic Bharat. So even the Mumbai police, which has done the investigation, is something in the variant in the variance is what had been mentioned. So well, once the charge sheet is out, once we access the charge sheet, there will be many of the bins that is going to be spilled, because it's very important, the allegation. It was really a big fight for even for not for only us but also for the viewers who have been watching us since 2 years.
All right, Arisha, stay on with us. Niranjan is also with us on the broadcast. Niranjan, the truth is coming out bit by bit. Of course, it's been a long struggle for over 2 years of the lies that is being peddled, but now it is amply clear of how the conspiracy was hatched, and most importantly, the final TRP report and what it states. The entire nation is watching.
Well, that's correct, and the news that we are getting in our newsroom right now is it's not just one channel. You mentioned it. There are several channels, and behind me, Suesha, these are live responses. In fact, the numbers on the screen, you see the messages scrolling up and down. These are messages that people are sending us every second. So every second you will see a message there on the screen. You will see the screen getting refreshed. These are live messages, and let's zoom out because you can't really show the numbers. You don't want to reveal the numbers, but you'll see that the screen is moving. We've asked people to tell us what they think, and every second a message is coming in. Every second that I've been seeing, you'll just see the screen constantly moving, and we're really grateful to our viewers for writing to us. We will carry as many responses as possible on the channel as well. That is the real fuel that keeps us going every single day, Suesha. Just look at the messages. I mean, every few seconds you're getting in one new message as we share the numbers on our screens as well. Amandeep is also joining us live. But the news that we're picking up, because we don't have the report in our hand, we are purely going by what is being reported by different sections of the media. Because some sections of the media claim they have the report in their hand or have excerpts of the report. What we can tell you from our sources is that another channel has been named. I repeat, another channel's role is being looked into. It's not just India Today, but another channel which has been named. And what we can tell you safely is that it could be an English news channel which is being investigated. Apart from India Today, we don't have anything more than that as of now. Nothing more than that as of now. We should be able to get more. But that's the big breaking news update. That one more channel has come under the scanner. This is an irregularity against a second channel, and we will have to wait for that chart sheet to come out. When we have our hands on the chart sheet, we should be able to get more details. But thank you, viewers. Just wanted to say thank you to all our viewers who are writing into us. Every message, a new message, every second a new message is coming in. So 3 bits of breaking news updates right now. One is India Today is going to face an investigation by the Enforcement Directorate. They've said that to all the media which is reporting the story. Secondly, we are also going to get the certified copy. a certified copy from the court. We're going to get that anytime now. We have filed for the certified copies, and we have filed to access the final TRP report. And we are hearing that it's over 100 pages of data. It's an enforcement directorate chart sheet. It's got data that they have analyzed, and this data will tell you. And there are more names, like I said, more names, more details, and that should be the final word on the matter, because they've also spoken about the report that the Mumbai police had relied on, which was superficial, falsified, and we knew the intent was back then to fix Republic TV, and it completely demolishes all the claims that they had made. All these years, over 2 years, we've been waiting for this day to arrive, for the truth to come out, and the truth has come out. We've been saying it since day one, Suesha, that the truth will eventually come out, and you've been with us in this journey as well, Suesha. We've been saying that, and look at the irony. Bark is also under CBI scanner. We are hearing that Bark is going to be investigated by the CBI. Not sure whether it's the Bark officials now or former Bark officials, those who were at Bark. Alleged bribes being given as well. So that's another big breaking news update that we are getting to our viewers. So Bark being investigated by CBI, criminal conspiracy comes under the scanner. So what is criminal conspiracy? Criminal conspiracy would mean those who conspired to target Republic and to make up this fake case against Republic. And the CBI will now investigate that. CBI is going to look at the conspiracy angle, politicians, police officers, editors, and I'm sure a lot of messages were exchanged, Suesha, because when he was going to hold a news conference, reporters were called, were informed, they were asked to go outside Arnab's house, they were asked to come outside Republic TV. They hounded us because they knew exactly what's happening. So all of that, the conspiracy angle is going to come out, and that's the beauty of the truth. It will come out eventually. Suesha, as I toss it back to you, I think we're getting in some more news, some images, some reports. Let's take it from there.
Absolutely, Niranjan. And nearly 2 years ago, that tainted Mumbai cop Parambir spun a web of lies, claiming that Republic TV was involved in TRP rigging scam. Later, in a statement to the ED, he revealed that it was a political conspiracy. And after investigation, the final report by the ED has been submitted to the court. And while we are yet to access a copy of the ED chart sheet, PTI is claiming that there is no evidence against Republic TV. We're putting together all the details in this report.
Nearly 2 years ago, Parambir Singh held a conference and said Republic paid viewers to watch the channel.
Republic Television.
Later, he revealed it was a hoax, a political conspiracy, ultimately spilling the beans on the Fix Arnab plot.
Please, आप लोग उनको तबीयत खराब लग रहा है.
But our journalists were targeted, falsehoods were planted, all under political patronage. Now the final report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate before the special court. While Republic TV is yet to access the charge sheet, PTI has revealed that ED chart sheet mentions that there's no evidence against Republic TV or Republic Bharat in the TRP rigging case, while other regional and entertainment channels were mentioned.
In a fight that began in September-October 2020, after 2 years, the final TRP report is out, and we don't have the full report yet. But the details put out on news agencies and websites claim that there was zero evidence against Republic TV. Few other channels, as per the reports we are hearing, took and gave cash for viewership and continue to be under investigation.
Lutyens media went all out to target Republic TV after Parambir lied. Well, now they choose to blank out the final TRP report. But ultimately, nobody can deny that in the end, it's the victory of truth.
This network is an idea. It is a thought. It is a faith. It is an ideology.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Jai Maharashtra!
And after all the ups and downs we've had to go through, it is a massive win for Republic TV in the TRP rigging case. This comes as the PTI accessed, as PTI accessed the TRP report and claimed that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the TRP case. The report alleged a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, agents and regional managers. Putting together all the details.
In a massive win, no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging case. The Press Trust of India released a report in the TRP rigging case. As per the reports by PTI, there was zero evidence against Republic TV in the case. The report claimed that the investigation by Mumbai police was at variance. Furthermore, a wider conspiracy was at par between the channel viewers, agents and regional managers. The PTI report alleged that various channel owners had manipulated the system for a considerable period of time. The PTI reported that the ED had also found evidence against some regional and entertainment channels. The channels are said to be involved in manipulating television rating points by paying sample or panel houses. No evidence was found against Republic TV either by the statement or by the digital data evidence. This comes as the final TRP report was submitted yesterday.
I just wanted to come on air and say this, that we have just heard, Niranjan, that the final report in the TRP case has been filed, and I for one am eagerly anticipating it, because there are so many questions which will finally be settled, and we know that these questions need to be settled. And I hope the Lutyens media agrees with me. I hope the media conspirators, and I hope the conspirators in the media and the media who are the conspirators agree with me, because I think it is high time that the people of this country know the truth behind this so-called TRP scam, behind the scam which is the concoction of Parambir Singh, Sachin Waze, Uddhav Thackeray, Anil Deshmukh and all of them. And it's been 2 years. If anybody is watching this tonight, they know that it's been 2 years. It's been 2 years. 2 years in which all kinds of charges were put against us. It was told that we operate out of the proceeds of crime.
Yeah.
And it was told to us that we pay 500 rupees to people to watch our channel. Right? It was told to us that we are some kind of a mafia syndicate. And it was told to us that we are not the #1 channel, but we pay people 500 rupees to be the #1 channel. So I, for one, am really eagerly looking forward to the release of the TRP report.
The ED filed an enforcement case information report following the first information report registered by Mumbai police against Republic TV, 2 Marathi channels and a few individuals for alleged TRP manipulation. The scam came to light when ratings agency Broadcast Audience Research Council filed a complaint through Hansa Research Group. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Okay, so the breaking news now is that bribery for viewership charge is being investigated. Bribery for viewership charge. And that is a charge that is being looked into because the original FIR mentioned that, and the Enforcement Directorate has found that as part of their investigation, in the original FIR that was found, a few people, it was alleged from India Today, paid people to watch their channel. And that was the original FIR, and the Enforcement Directorate says that the investigation against them will continue. So it's a cash for viewership charge that has hit them, and that investigation will continue. So that's the other breaking news update that we're getting in. There's no, from the detailed reports that we're getting in from different news agencies, and most of them are citing the same fact that it is India Today that will face the investigation. And they say that many witnesses have gone on record. There is data and officials, 16 respondents in all, and this is what we are hearing, that India Today will be investigated, and they will be investigated, and that investigation will continue. So as we get you the breaking news updates, I want to go across to our correspondents as well, the man at the helm of it. In fact, we were just looking at some of the transcripts. On the date the FIR was lodged, Parambir Singh's team, officials, IPS officers were fielded by Parambir Singh to give India Today a clean chit. And Alisha is joining us live. Let me see if I can go across to her. Alisha, we filed for a copy of this report, which we are told runs into over 100 pages. What we can also tell our viewers is that another channel, so it's not just India Today, another channel and irregularities regarding a second channel have come to light. Now, interestingly, India Today has decided to black out this news. They are not reporting this news. There is not one line, one ticker, one scroll, one article, one wrap, one headline on the story. Alisha, not expecting them to, of course, because on that day they called Parambir Singh at least twice. They asked him several questions. They were allowed inside the news conference. We were not. We didn't even know what was going to happen. They, of course, were given a red carpet to be accomplices in with Parambir Singh in this particular case, or at least that's what it seems like now, going by the sequence of events. Now, another interesting aspect, and I have a transcript with me, Alisha. I have the transcript with me. I was just going through all the transcripts of who spoke to whom on that day. So there was a joint commissioner back then who was a part of the crime branch. And he spoke to one India Today anchor, then he spoke to another anchor on another channel, which is a number 3 channel now. And then he spoke to another channel, which is a number 5 or number 6 channel. And he was fielded basically, apart from Parambir Singh himself going. He spoke to different channels and gave India Today a clean sheet. And let me also tell you that I have the exact message. Let me just tell you, I have that exact message, that exact transcript. He said his words were, this officer's words were, even though India Today's name is mentioned, they have specifically mentioned other channels. But the original FIR never mentioned Republic TV. So there was an attempt to then cover up for another channel and try to fix Republic TV.
Well, yes, Niranjan, it's really very interesting to know at that point of time when the Parambir Singh took a press conference, he actually made a call to the senior editor asking them to, deploy a team for the press conference at his office, at his chamber, in the press conference that is specifically for the commissioners of police. So he asked to all the senior editor, and there were the channels who already reached. We were ready even back then. We went to the same CP premises to attend the press conference. Even we were ready back then, even now. We know that we wanted to know what exactly the press brief is about, but then we were not allowed because the instruction that was given by Parambir Singh to the police officials that every channel can enter except Republic TV. Republic TV won't be allowed to come inside the CP premises is what we have been told. But today, what the charge that has been filed, of course, in some time from now, once we get the access to the copy, we'll get all the details, what exactly has been mentioned. Because what has been told by the PTI or an ANI or the other print media, which clearly mentioned there is no evidence, there is zero evidence against Republic TV. As I earlier mentioned, we were ready back then. We are ready now as well because we are right standing outside his residence. He has to do nothing. He don't need to do any press conference. We are not asking him to get a hall or get some of the other places and answer. We are just standing right outside his residence. We are waiting. If he's there in Mumbai at the same residence, he just need to come out and answer on the same allegations that he put forward. His same allegations that he made on Republic TV, clearly mentioning that there is a TRP manipulation that has been done by Republic TV. But now what has been said that there is no evidence against Republic TV. Will now Parambir Singh will answer this, because at this point of time what we know, his phone is switched off. He has deleted his WhatsApp and he's nowhere in contact. He's still missing. We don't know where exactly he is, because some of the place it has been said it was 2 weeks back he was in Mumbai and later then he went to Chandigarh. But we have already a team in Chandigarh and still is not there. The people who are there in Chandigarh are not ready to speak. They are really scared of Republic. This question at this point of time, because we are just asking, what was the reason why you vindicated this? What is the reason behind where you have made all the points clearly mentioning there are the evidence against Republic TV, which clearly shows there is a manipulation. the manipulation, the TRP manipulation has been made. So we are just even requesting, we were just saying that it is just what has been mentioned in the charge sheet that has been given to the court, and court has taken already the cognizance of the charge sheet. So we are just need to know what was the reason back then in 2020 where he thought to get all the media. And if you remember, Niranjan, right after this press conference, there was certain media channel who were standing right outside the office. But right now, on the central agency which has already filed a charge sheet, they are not reporting. They are not reporting the fact. The fact is that there is no evidence against Republic TV.
Yeah. And Suresh, I'm handing it back to you for now. We're keeping a close track. Some more breaking news updates also coming in. So tracking every update, we're tracking Parambir Singh. Sachin Waze, of course, is in jail. We would have liked to ask some questions of Nawab Malik, but he's in jail too because he was also a minister then. And he said that their aim was to ensure that Republic TV shut down and Arnab commits suicide. Remember that? There was a sting as well. We would have liked to ask questions to Anil Deshmukh, but sadly even he's in jail, so we can't ask him those questions. We wanted to ask questions to Sanjay Raut because he held a news conference, but even he's in jail, so can't ask him that question as well. Wanted to ask Parambir Singh, but Parambir Singh is nowhere in the picture, so we are trying to look for these people and see where they are and ask questions. They are not to be seen in public. Handing it back to you for now. We'll try and look for them and ask them questions, or at least whoever's out of jail.
And you know, Niranjan, even as we continue to recount what had happened 2 years ago, and no matter how much we talk about it, it's clearly etched in all our heads to that malice-ridden presser that Parambir Singh had held, and it took the entire TRP market, media houses by storm. But now that the final TRP report has been submitted by the ED and cognizance has been taken by the court, Republic also mulling legal action for all that we've had to go through. We are putting out another report for our viewers.
2 years after Parambir Singh's malice-ridden presser took the TRP market and the media houses by storm, now the final TRP case report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate and cognizance has been taken by the court.
This report had been filed in the City Civil Court in Mumbai. We have the status report that says on the 8th of September this report had been filed. The contents of the report are not yet known. We don't know whether cognizance of this report has been taken. As the nation awaits the details of this report, what we do know and what comes to be known from the case status is the final TRP report has 16 accused who are named. They can be called 16 respondents for now.
The Enforcement Directorate, in its charge sheet filed before a special court, claimed that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. 2 years back, nefarious Nexus tried to defame, deride and falsely implicate Republic. The ED filed an enforcement case and information report, which is equivalent to a police FIR in November 2020. The ECIR followed the first information report registered by Mumbai Police against Republic TV, 2 Marathi channels and a few individuals for alleged TRP manipulation. The scam came to light when ratings agency Broadcast Audience Research Council filed a complaint through Hansa Research Group. The ED charge sheet said that there was a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, agents and regional managers to influence or induce panel households to watch certain channels for monetary gains. In the month of June, Mumbai Police filed a charge sheet in which the name of the Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami was also mentioned. But now his name is not in the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate. In the charge sheet, the central agency has further underscored that the Mumbai Police probe in this respect was at variance with its probe. At the same time, the ED also said that it had found evidence that some regional and entertainment channels were involved in manipulating television rating points by paying sample or panel households. TRP is dependent on small statistical data of nearly 1,800 households in Mumbai and 45,000 households all over India. The ED charge sheet observed that there was a wider conspiracy involved for monetary gains. Now it is the most awaited report by 1.4 billion and speculation is high. The report is yet to be accessed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, viewers, there is a fresh development in the TRP scam. Now another channel has been named while for irregulating the cash for viewership, and in fact CBI has already initiated the probe for the criminal conspiracy. But the fact of the matter is that there was no such evidence against Republic TV. There was a clear-cut clean chit to Republic TV in ED's charge sheet. But now it's time for a short break, viewers, but stay tuned for more updates on this story.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by
And it is the time for the biggest trust as nation awaits the final TRP report. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted, zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It is confirmed India Today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe Bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case. Nationwide NIA and ED raids on. It is the largest ever anti-terror operation. It is a massive crackdown on PFI. Popular Front of India offices raided pan-India. Several top leaders are now under the scanner. After 10-day marathon hearing, Apex Court reserves verdict in the hijab case. And even as we are awaiting a copy of that report, it is the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspirators. In the charge sheet filed before a special court, the Enforcement Directorate has said that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. We also know that India Today has been named, and apart from them, another channel that has been named. I also want to bring in Abhishek as we continue to track all the details very closely. Republic is mulling legal action, and Abhishek, now of course only a detailed copy of the report that will put out the kind of allegations that are being probed, but several inputs that are coming in as far as the PTI report states that no evidence against Republic, and other allegations that are being looked into. Tell us more, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Suesha. So not just PTI or ANI, the agencies, but even independent media platforms like the Indian Express, Hindustan Times, and their copies are by their own reporting resources, not the agency copies picked up and pasted there. Apart from that, you have online platforms like Bar and Bench, among others. In fact, if I start, I could name 24 organizations or media platforms that have really got out with this report. But essentially, a couple of conclusions. A, that almost all reports clearly say that Republic TV is off the hook, Republic TV is absolved, and there is no case against us insofar as TRP manipulation is concerned. B, that investigation is still on, and that the two organizations that you named, they are there in it, India Today and News Nation. But what is important is that a legal process has been set in motion with the court taking cognizance of this charge sheet. This is our executive editor, Legal Affairs, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj joins us. Rhythm, this interesting bit. First, I'll talk about, or like you to talk about how we have reached here. So, Mumbai Police registers an FIR. We are not named, some other organization is named, and then they get an audit done, which is based on compromised data by BARC, and they come to a conclusion. ED, because that forensic audit of Mumbai Police talked about money laundering, picks up the investigation under PMLA, carries out the investigation, does a forensic audit of its own, and comes to an absolutely 180-degree reverse conclusion. Now, how does this happen? Is at the root the compromised data set provided by BARC? First explain how we have reached here, then I'll talk about the legal process.
I think very cogently, Abhishek, you've explained what really happened and why this case is so shocking. First, an FIR is there by Hansa. It names India Today, but alas, 2 days later, Parambi does a press conference on us. You've absolutely rightly said. Then they go ahead and file an FIR, and then a 1800-page charge sheet is filed against us. I think it was 1,916 pages exactly. The second supplementary charge sheet is filed in the TRP case, which names Republic TV, and then they completely stop coming to the court for a long time when this case comes up. And then today, it is the final TRP report that says that what the Mumbai police said we are at variance with. There is a financial audit report that they did, which is superficial. The householders did not pay or get any money from Republic TV.
Okay, now Rhythm, for the same forensics or different agencies, two agencies come to different conclusion. One case is, we don't know where it is, but in other case, the court has taken cognizance of the charge sheet. I think there also. Now, legally speaking, how do we go from here on? Like the ED says, the investigation is on against other networks. For so far as Mumbai Police is concerned, they have canned it. So how does the case really pans out from here on? particularly in the, I'll come to that later. CBI thing I'll come to later. But between Mumbai Police and ED, how the things go from here?
These are all different agencies that are giving out report in something that's now famously called the TRP case. In the TRP case now, what we have to see is the judge in the PMLA court, in the City Sessions Court in Mumbai, is going to look at this report very, very carefully, scrutinize it and come to a detailed understanding of what lies ahead. For us at Republic TV, what we're going to do is ensure and see that this is pursued properly in the lower court as well as in the Bombay High Court, where a quashing petition against this entire TRP case is pending.
Alright, so ultimately it goes to the Bombay High Court where quashing has to happen. And now that we have been absolved by the ED, Republic Network, it adds to the arguments, the strength of the arguments for quashing of the case, right? Okay, now finally, the CBI. Today, Shravan got the story, the input that CBI, which is already having a TRP manipulation case emanating in Uttar Pradesh, but going to Mumbai also because ratings invariably go to BARC and which is in Mumbai. They also might look at criminal conspiracy aspect. So that's where things get interesting. Because who provided that compromised data set to Mumbai Police, based on which the Mumbai Police in 1.5 months came to a conclusion that the TRPs were manipulated? Yes. So that aspect to be investigated, where things go in that case as well.
Well, in that case, we have to see whether criminal conspiracy, which is a criminal case, and CRPC and IPC laws will be attracted, whether there's a fraud under Section 420 of the IPC is attracted, whether the CBI really believes that BARC also needs to give out great details. So I think the CBI investigation that has begun will take some time, because they will try and see all the people who are named here should be examined, should be interrogated, and then some details could come out. Interestingly, the final TRP report we are talking about also took into notice that they interrogated certain employees of India Today and also of BARC. I think the person who was heading it at that time, Mr. Sunil Lulla, was also interrogated. So very clearly, the CBI will come to its own understanding and all this will be seen together in the court.
That would be very interesting to watch out. In fact, I've been asked to toss back to the studio because Arnab is coming live on Facebook. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. And we are putting out all those details on our screens of when all Arnab will be connecting on social media with all those who've been wanting to talk to him, and Abhishek and Rhythm and Alicia. Of course, we know the sentiment that is pouring in from all our viewers, the immense faith they've shown, how they've said that they knew it from day one, that Republic was not in the wrong and the truth has come out today, but they knew it all along. Alicia, I want to come to you quickly because fact is you've been witness to all that happened from the very start, how Republic was ostracized in that very news conference for the first time when Mumbai Police and Parambir, who was leading that news conference, had named Republic team was kept out. Then of course we saw what happened with Arnab, and the very fact that all those who were responsible in naming Republic, most of them in the dock, and we are trying to reach out to them. They're obviously, we can't do that because like I said, most of them are in the dock. Even Amandeep trying to reach out to where Parambir Singh is today. But important to put out, Alicia, all that happened through these 2 years.
Well, yes, Suesha, it is something we even waited for 2 years because that was enforcement directorate who was investigating into the matter, gathering all the facts, whether it is the statement that has been recorded, multiple statement that has been recorded, and only after that, according to the PTI and ANI and the other print media who clearly mentioned that there are no evidence against Republic TV. Well, yes, now talking about Parambir, because yes, back then on 2020, where Parambir Singh held a press conference, clearly named a Republic TV that we did a TRP manipulation. But today we are asking where exactly you are, because his phone is switched off. He has deleted his WhatsApp. No location has been located because where exactly is what we have been told that he was in Mumbai 2 weeks back, but right now he's whether we don't know whether he is in Mumbai or whether he is in Chandigarh, because he know the fact that the ED has filed a charge sheet and court has taken the cognizance. So it is something we are also waiting to get the access to the copy so that more details and the more revelations in the same charge sheet will be come out, and the actual who was the name that has been even mentioned in the FIR back then when the FIR was registered by Mumbai Police, and now also the ED has given the same information that the same particular channel is being mentioned in the same charge sheet, and soon there will be a notice that is going to be sent to them. They will be called before the court, so that will be something very interesting to know. But once again, I'm just showing you the visuals. We are just waiting outside. We are outside Parambir Singh resident, and we are just waiting. He just need to come out, and if we need to see whether he is really going to answer or not. So this is something we are waiting for, because it's an enforcement directorate charge sheet which clearly mentioned as per the PTI and ANI that there is no evidence, that is there is zero evidence against Republic TV. Continuously rolling on this big story, as it's not a win only for the Republic but also for the million of people who loved and supported us from the last 2 years. So we are just slipping it into a short break. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Bhaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Bhaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is
And in
Near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of the country, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the NIA today led to the arrest of 106 activists of PFI in 13 states for allegedly supporting terror activities in the country. In the latest, PFI is holding protests in different cities against the raids, and a protest that is underway in Chennai. My colleagues Alisha, Varshini and Anirudh with us on the broadcast. Alisha, I'd also like to go to Varshini because we're getting details of a protest that is underway in Chennai. Before we do that, quick details from you on the arrests made in Maharashtra and what follows.
Well, yes, there was a searches, the raids that was conducted by Enforcement Directorate and a National Investigation Agency across Maharashtra, and what we have been told that it was 20 locations. But apart from that, that was also one searches, the raids that was conducted by Maharashtra ATS as well. And we know that the Mumbai unit of Maharashtra ATS has arrested 5 accused. One is from Kandivali, one from Panvel, Bhiwandi, Kurla and Malad, and all the 5 have been produced before the court. And this was the case that was registered by Maharashtra ATS under section 120B, 121A, 154A of the IPC and UAPA Act 13(1). So even the press release that was given by Maharashtra ATS clearly, if I mention that in the early morning operation, ATS Maharashtra conducted a large number of raids in Aurangabad, Pune, Kolhapur, Bid, Parbani, Nanded, Jalgaon, Jalna, Malegaon, Navi Mumbai Thane and Mumbai. 4 offences have been registered in Mumbai, Nasik, Aurangabad and Nanded in various sections of IPC and UAPA for indulging in unlawful activities, promoting enmity among communities and for conspiring to wage war against the state. So far, 20 accused connected with the PFI have been arrested. So this was the the massive crackdown that has been ongoing across the country. We know there are in total 106 that has been arrested. The arrest that has been made by NIA, ED and the state police, but it's also a simultaneous case that was registered with Maharashtra ATS, where the 4 offences were registered and the 5 from the Maharashtra Mumbai unit that has been arrested from the various locations, Mumbai and the adjoining areas. Now they have been produced before the Sessions Court, and some time from now, where the police will also, the ATS will also seek the custody of the 5 accused that has been arrested.
Right. Alisha, let's also take a quick word from Varshini in Chennai, where protests are underway. Of course, it's happening in several parts of the country. But Varshini, what do you see around yourself? Where are you right now? And what are the protesters saying?
Well, as we know that the massive raids that are happening throughout the country today has definitely created a wave in the state of Tamil Nadu as well, whereas the important PFI leaders from Tamil Nadu have been detained in several parts of the state, not just in Chennai, but if you see the other places like Theni, Dindigul, Karaikal, Puducherry and even Madurai, there have been several district secretaries and several important office bearers of the PFI have been arrested and taken under the custody for further investigation. And also mainly because of these arrests, and also about the kind of investigations and raids that have been happening on PFI from the morning to early in the morning today. The PFI people in Chennai conducted protests at several places. When they started off, it was a road roko at several places. They tried to stop the vehicles on the road and make a ruckus on the road, while the traffic police and the law and order police did try and maintain the law and order going out of hands, and they did try and arrest everywhere where the protest was happening. For instance, first it started in one of the main roads of Chennai, Anna Salai. Later it moved on to Parshivakam. It moved on to Pudupet, etc. And now the protesters have landed at Coimbatore, where a lot of people have gathered and are protesting against the NIA raids and the arrests of their PFI leaders. And now the police have also tried to calm them down, and many of these protesters who did not obey or abide by the police rules, the law and order rules, they have also been detained by the police. And there have been a lot of arrests also being made upon these protesters, but still the PFI people are trying to make sure that they are seen and heard, and that is why they are coming to the roads and trying to make a protest in several parts of the city.
All right, Varshini, stay on with us. Let's also cut across to Anirudh, who's joining us live from Guwahati. Anirudh, 9 arrests in Assam, and what follows now?
Yes, so 10 of the PFI activists have been arrested so far in Assam. These also include Aminul Haq, the regional secretary of the PFI, as well as Abu Sama Ahmed, who is the president of the Assam unit of the PFI. But let me also tell you that apart from the raids that were being conducted across the country and also in Assam by the National Investigating Agency, Assam Police Special Branch had also carried out the multiple raids at different locations in Guwahati, in Gwalpara, in Kamrup district, as well as in Barpeta, and so far 10 arrests have been made. The police have already published the dossier of detailing the allegations which have been leveled against them. They have been giving communal overtones to various issues like the Citizenship Amendment Act, the NRC issue, the Bilkis Banu case, as well as the Cattle Prevention Act of the state, and it was the PFI which was trying to actually give a communal fabric to even each and every issue, and on these charges they have been arrested by the Assam Police and the NIA as well. Yes, Swesa.
Right. Anirudh, Alicia and Varshini, we are tracking all the details very closely. We'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, a very short commercial break and a quick check of the big stories we are tracking this afternoon.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Bhaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
As per the Press Trust of India, the final TRP report has stated that no evidence has been found out against Republic TV according to the ED's charge sheet submitted before a special court in Mumbai on Wednesday. In a sensational development after the ED filed its report on the TRP case in court, multiple media reports have stated that an investigation into the channel India Today is ongoing. Stepping into a short commercial break, but continuing to stay on how it is the time for the biggest trust. Nation awaits the final TRP report. Coming back on the other side.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Bhaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over
It's a time for the biggest trust as nation awaits the final TRP report. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted, zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media, it's confirmed. India today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe Bach over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case. Nationwide NIA and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation, this time focused on PFI. Massive crackdown on PFI. Pan-India offices raided, several top leaders now under scanner. After 10-day marathon hearing, Apex Court reserves verdict in the Hijab case. All right, viewers, last night we told you how the final TRP report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate in a PMLA court. This report mentions how there is zero evidence against Republic TV. Republic now has information that India Today, a channel that was mentioned at least 6 times in the original FIR, is facing ED investigation still. The probe is on, and while the charge sheet submitted, the prosecution complaint submitted, clearly says that there is nothing against Republic Network, Republic TV or anyone associated with us. It also says that investigation is still on against other networks, including India Today. That's an important takeaway from the prosecution complaint filed by the Enforcement Directorate. Let's go to Alisha. She's reporting live from the ground there in Mumbai. Alisha, what more can you tell us? The ED has filed prosecution complaint. Cognizance has been taken. What happens next? And more importantly, so far as ED's ongoing investigation goes, it's going to take how much time, and what kind of clarity would emerge insofar as TRP manipulation case is concerned?
Well, Abhishek, as far as this case is concerned, and yes, Enforcement Directorate which has filed a charge sheet, and yesterday court has taken the cognizance of the charge sheet. So even we have been waiting to get the detail, what has been mentioned and what has actually transpired from the investigation that has been conducted by Enforcement Directorate since the past 2 years. Because we even saw that there are many statements that has been recorded is what we have been told. But importantly, what has been mentioned and that has been published, not only in the agency, that is ANI and PTI, but also from the other newspaper as well, the news publisher as well, which clearly says that there is no evidence. There is zero evidence against Republic TV. Well, we remember the FIR that was registered back then in 2020, where on 8th of October, where Parambir Singh, who was the Mumbai Police Commissioner, held a press conference, called all the senior editors, asking them to deploy a team at his office for the press conference that will be around at 4:30. When we went to the press conference, but we were stopped at the main gate, at the main entrance itself, because what we've been told that Parambir Singh has given an instruction to the police officials that only Republic channel will not be allowed inside the premises and not be allowed for the press conference. But now the investigation now clearly turns out, and of course we are also waiting. We are I'm sure, Abhishek, it's not only you, me or the entire Republic, but also the millions of people who have shown the love and support to Republic TV since since last 2 years, since the allegation that was leveled against us. So even they have been waiting. Once we get the copy of the charge sheet, once we know the details, what exactly is that, because it's not only the India Today channel that has been named in the charge sheet, but also there are other channels as well, because there are 16 accused that has been mentioned in the charge that has been filed by ED. So the detailed information we can only tell to our viewers once we get the copy. But what has been confirmed that there is no evidence against Republic TV is what been mentioned not only by the agency but the print media as well.
Yes. Right, Alisha, stay back. I'll come back to you. In fact, let's look at another aspect coming out of this development, and that's Parambir Singh, the man who held the news conference on 8th of October and gave interviews to Lutyens media against Republic, the mastermind of the fake case, is now missing in action. The cop who went rogue can't be found at his residence in Chandigarh or at his residence in Mumbai. We have been looking for him. Our teams are there on the ground, but Parambir Singh is nowhere to be seen. In fact, after his retirement and suspension from Mumbai police, he has been avoiding public appearances. Let's try and understand from Amandeep in Chandigarh where exactly Parambir Singh could be. Amandeep, you are in Chandigarh, outside the residence of Parambir Singh. What can you tell us? Where is he? When was he last seen at his home? If he is not at home, where is he? Why is he not at home? Can you tell us and share something from your interactions in the neighborhood since morning? Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. We have communicated with several neighbors and in fact people who are working inside the residence of Parambir's brother here in Chandigarh, and I can show you the visuals as well. Since morning 8 a.m. Abhishek, we are continuously tracking each and every movement of this residence. But yes, Parambir is not here. His location is completely unknown. He turned to be gone on the mute mode since the ED has filed the charge sheet with no evidence against Republic TV. Remember, Abhishek, on 8th of October, when Parambir held a press conference while probing this TRP case, only one single headline was published with each and every news organization that TRP Scam Republic Media Network is a mastermind. But today, when ED has concluded their investigation, the same organizations and now have changed the headline. This says that ED files the charge sheet, but no evidence against Republic Media Network. And now the time is that so many questions are being raised on the investigation done by Parambir Singh when he was CP of Mumbai Police. He reveals in the press conference that Republic Media Network is the mastermind who has managed the TRP and he is included in this entire TRP scam. Now where is Parambir Singh? When ED completely turns upside down of the investigation, ED reveals the fact that there was no such evidence. But yes, the ED has also named the TV channels also, which were actually under the fire of TRP scam as well. But now when the ED files a charge sheet and counters the investigation done by the Parambir, and now the Parambir is nowhere, neither in Mumbai. Alicia was continuously reporting since morning, and in fact Parambir was not at his official residence. And we are here at Chandigarh where Parambir Singh was residing couple of months back when the investigating agencies have summoned him to join the investigation in the several cases, and he was at this location at his brother's residence. But now Parambir has gone missing from the entire scene. There are certain questions Abhishek, that need to be answered by Parambir Singh. Why he has made a fabricated case against Republic TV in this TRP scam despite knowing that there was no concrete evidence against Republic TV. Is there a driving force behind Parambir Singh, or this was his own decision? And in fact, who directed him to frame a case against Republic TV? Several questions are here, but no answer, just because Parambir Singh is entirely missing from this entire episode. Yes, Abhishek.
Yes, missing from the entire episode. That's the status of Parambir Singh. Amandeep, keep watching there. If the house's doors open and if you can locate somebody who can tell us where Parambir Singh is, because we will like to ask some questions of him. Moving on, a 100-page report has been submitted in court by the Enforcement Directorate in the TRP case. That's the prosecution complaint, as it is called. And the big news is that not just one, but several channels have been named in the report. It mentions 16 names as those of accused, and among other networks, News Nation and India Today named. In fact, it goes beyond that. There are half a dozen other entertainment and regional networks that are named apart from those two news organizations as having been found to be involved in some kind of ratings manipulation. That's based on a forensic audit report, which also, equally importantly, absolves Republic TV of all the charges made by the Mumbai police. Sujata Pandey joins us over the phone. She joins us live, in fact. Ms. Pandey, you have been our supporter, and this important development happening where Republic Network is absolved of all charges that were leveled by Mumbai police without basis, without investigation. How do you see this development?
So I think for me it was always a no-brainer, because everybody knew that even in the remotest part of the country, I have been to, the remotest part of South India and the Northeast and the Hindi heartland, and people who do not speak English also, they watch Republic. So for me it was always a no-brainer. I wish the report comes out sooner, because we need to know the truth. We also need to know who were the people who manipulated the truth. But this, what I see, this case is not just with Republic versus rest of the Lutein media. I see this as this case is about the entire free media versus people who are in power, and they misuse the power and also manipulate the information that comes in the public domain. I think it's very important that not just Republic, it's time for people who vouch for free media and the fourth pillar of the democracy must stand with Republic, because it's very, very important for our democracy, for the right information to come in the public. But the last but not the least, my heart goes out to Republic team, its anchors, the back-end team, and the reporters, because I feel that they were subjected to unnecessary and unnecessary ugly scanner, which they did not deserve. In fact, their families, I'm sure, would have gone through the similar kind of trauma as well, which was uncalled for. True. Now, I'm happy that Republic is now agreed to file a defamation suit. In fact, all the families should also be asking for the people who were involved for a public apology, because it wasn't really called for. It is not right by any standard. And congratulations, a huge congratulations to you.
Right. Thank you so much.
I think everybody knew it, isn't it? I mean, one could make out that how your team stood like a thick team. Everybody took their part. Even when Arnab was arrested, I saw everybody doing their bit and putting the entire speculation, at bay, that what will happen to Republic now. I think Republic came out much more stronger as a team because of this incident. So there's a saying, right? Like what doesn't break you, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I think it made Republic stronger, both for viewers and both for the team.
Yeah, Sujata, just hold on to your thoughts. Thank you so much for those kind words. But stay back. I'll take a short package and then I'll come back to you. After months of a witch hunt, no proof of tampering was found in Republic's account books, which our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami laid out in the public. Let's take a look at this report.
3 टेलीविजन चैनल्स के नाम सामने आए हैं. सबसे बड़ा नाम है रिपब्लिक टेलीविजन का.
2 years ago, tainted cop Parambir Singh, as the then police commissioner in the infamous press conference, leveled baseless allegations against Republic.
इनके जो बैंक अकाउंट्स हैं टेलीविज़न चैनल के, उनको एग्जामिन किया जाएगा. जो वहाँ फंड्स रिसीव हुए हैं एडवर्टाइज़र से, उनको एग्जामिन किया जाएगा. और अगर ये प्रोसीड ऑफ क्राइम से आए हुए फंड्स हैं तो उनको जब्त करने की या अकाउंट्स को सीज करने की, फ्रीज करने की कार्रवाई भी इसमें आगे की जा सकती है.
Republic took on this fight head on.
I'm a proud editor-in-chief is wholly and completely correct.
After months of witch hunt, they found no proof of tampering in our account books, which our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami laid out in the public.
Of Conservation. How we put it, GST payable and all. Which company does GST? You are a chartered accountant, MR. Which company puts its accounts like this, GST payable? Hansa Research? You are a chartered, now you tell me. What should I do anymore? If this is not a witch hunt, what is?
Arnab, this deplorable attempt. Arnab.
This is my account book, viewers.
Yes.
I will go and they say they want to fix me. I will go with 1,000 account books. People, why did they invest in my company? Because I'm a damn honest journalist.
These people have entered my house and physically assaulted me today.
As a last resort, they arrested our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami under fabricated charges.
Are you coming with us?
But in a landmark judgment where the Supreme Court granted bail to Arnab and made big observations, and the Nexus began breaking down and admitting to the conspiracies.
NIA कोर्ट के लिए निकलती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। सचिन वाजे को गाड़ी में बिठा दिया गया है और
First, it was Sachin Vaze who confessed to the conspiracy.
344 days after the horrific allegations were hurled at the Republic Media Network with a clear attempt to tarnish the Republic Media Network, and 317 days after the illegal arrest which they carried out in my house, after 317 days after I was arrested, the Republic Media Network, your network, has been vindicated. The truth is out.
Then came our second victory in February, when we heard a confession to the Enforcement Directorate straight from the horse's mouth.
Once again, we are putting out facts which goes on to prove that there was an attempt to try and trap us, to try and, somewhere down the line, malign our image, which has completely gone down the drain. And who was responsible for it? You've had some very key characters. I would like to name all of them tonight. One is Sachin Vaze, the notorious officer of the Mumbai crime branch. Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh, who sat on a press conference without even carrying out any proper investigation. FIR was registered against another network. We were deliberately brought in. And today, he makes the biggest admission. What is that admission? That admission is before the Enforcement Directorate when he makes it abundantly clear that there were instructions given to him. This was a fake case altogether.
So I, for one, am really...
And now, the PTI reports that the final TRP report has no evidence against Republic in the TRP scam.
I challenge them all today. I challenge all of them, each and every one of them today. It's been 2 years. 2 years in which all kinds of charges were put against us. It was told that we operate out of the proceeds of crime.
Yeah.
And it was told to us that we pay 500 rupees to people to watch our channel, right? It was told to us that we are some kind of a mafia syndicate, and it was told to us that we are not the #1 channel, but we pay people 500 rupees to be the #1 channel. So I, for one, am really, really, really eagerly looking forward to the release of the TRP report.
These 2 years tell the story of our collective victory. They tell the story of our fight for the truth. They tell a story of growth. And they are a symbol of what Republic is truly made of.
Public Media Network is here for good. We don't dominate, we rule, we win, and we are supreme.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Hip hip! Hip hip! Celebrations all around!
Getting some more breaking news. Sources reveal that proof against one more channel is being analyzed and irregularities are under scan. Let's take a look. All right, so that's the breaking news. Let's go to lawyer Subhash Jha on that note. Mr. Jha, you have been with us through thick and thin for the last couple of years. of the tribulations that we went through because of these motivated charges by Mumbai police and a very fake investigation that was carried out, which now seems to be falling flat after ED came out with its charge sheet. Mr. Jha, if you can, for the benefit of viewers, explain once the court takes cognizance of the charge sheet, what happens from here on, and how do we really come out of it, given the fact that there is another case by Mumbai police in a local court there? Mr. Subhash Jha, if you are getting my voice, I was asking...
There seems to be some disturbance.
Yeah, if you're getting me now, my question is, just listen to me, my question is that now that the court has taken cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet, how do things go from here on? Given the fact that there is another case which was investigated by Mumbai police, and there also a charge sheet is filed and it is committed to the court. So how do these parallel developments really merge, and how do we go from here on?
See, let me tell you one thing. Since you reminded me of what I said, what happened, I was associated with this episode for the last 2 years. And what I said, that your channel, Republic TV and Arnab Goswami will emerge much stronger than what they are today. And that has what I have said perhaps has been vindicated in the form of a report having been filed in the in PMLA case. Now, there are two conflicting, which would mean that there are two conflicting reports. One in which perhaps the state police is seeking to implicate Republic TV, and the other report in which Republic TV has been given a clean sheet. Now, certainly the investigation which has been carried out by a central investigating agency, an expert body like an Enforcement Directorate, will have an upper hand vis-a-vis the case which has been investigated and file in a vicious atmosphere which was created under the leadership of then Parambir Singh. So therefore, it would not be very difficult now for perhaps for Republic TV to seek even quashing of the proceeding, which perhaps if it has led to filing of the charge sheet, so the entire charge sheet could be filed. And plus, why not seek compensation in this case? Because your people have undergone hell during the course of so-called investigation. They were beaten up, they were assaulted, they were merciless, they were humiliated, they were confined. So your people have undergone all sort of things. So why not to seek compensation and exercise the powers under Article 2 to 6 of the Constitution of India from the High Court, directed as against the state investigating machinery? Absolutely, that could be done, and that must be done. See what is happening today, and I'm taking it as a cause. I'm a citizen of this country first, lawyer second. My experience shows that I find that every investigation, this is not a solitary case, let me tell you. Every investigation is manipulated today. And we haven't enacted any effective legislation by which we could make the law enforcing agencies or the investigators liable for their prosecution or action being taken against them. We haven't made them accountable so far. So time has come for the lawmakers to consider whether we have been able to effectively deal with a situation like this, or there is something much more which needs to be done. Now, Arnab has been able to come out of the flying colors, but look at the ordeal trauma which he has undergone for over in the last few years.
Yeah, Mr. Jha, thank you so much for the thoughts, and also the point that you make that we should be thinking in terms of compensation for what we have suffered, and we should make these conspirators pay. Of course, the legal team would, contemplate that and find legal modalities to go about it. But just stay with us. I have to go to Amandeep on the ground there in Chandigarh just to try and take an update on whether we are hearing something on the whereabouts of Parambir Singh. Amandeep, over to you. I spoke to you a while back and you said that Nobody knows where he is. Have you been able to talk to some people there inside the house, inside the residence of Parambir Singh, and tell us what are they telling you about his whereabouts?
Well, Abhishek, we tried multiple times to talk to the people who are actually inside the house residence of Parambir Singh, but nobody is willing to speak to, especially with Republic TV. And in fact, they, when we have spoken to the neighbors also, they says that Parambir Singh is not here and they have not seen it. And even the few months back, Parambir Singh was staying here for a long, and in fact, he was awaiting to join the investigation as well. But now, Parambir Singh is completely missing from the situation, and in fact when the ED has countered the investigation done by Parambir Singh, now Parambir Singh location is unknown, went on the mute motion, and in fact now when the ED has given the clean chit to Republic TV claiming that there was no such evidence, but where is Parambir Singh? A big question is still sustaining. Viewers, we are slipping into a short break now. We will be right back on the rolling coverage of the TRP scam with the ED charge sheet and the clean chit to Republic TV. Stay tuned.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो
आज बहुत बड़ा दिन है, क्योंकि आज 2 साल हो गए, 2 साल बाद, पूरे 2 साल बाद पूरी सच्चाई लोगों के सामने आई है। पूरी सच्चाई 2 साल हो गए, 2 साल लगे सच्चाई को सामने आने के लिए। और कैसी सच्चाई, किस तरह की सच्चाई? आज जब ये फाइनल टीआरपी रिपोर्ट में लिखा गया है दोस्तों, और मैं कह रहा हूं आज ये जो फाइनल टीआरपी रिपोर्ट जो ईडी ने फाइल की है, उसमें लिखा गया है कि इंडिया टुडे, नाम लेकर कहा गया कि इंडिया टुडे के खिलाफ कई तथ्य सामने आए हैं जिन पर तहकीकात होगी और हो रही है। तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं आज इंडिया टुडे वाले चुप क्यों हैं? इस पर भी तो रिपोर्टिंग होनी चाहिए ना, क्यों नहीं कर रहे रिपोर्टिंग? 8 अक्टूबर को दोस्तों आप उनको सवाल पूछिए कि आज 8 अक्टूबर को दोपहर 4 बजे जब परमवीर सिंह ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा कि अर्नब भारत के लोगों को 500 रुपए देता है अपने चैनल देखने के लिए, तो उसको आपने बिल्कुल सच्चाई, अल्टीमेट ट्रूथ कहकर आपने दिखा दी। आपने ब्रॉडकास्ट किया, आपने परमवीर सिंह को हीरो बनाया, आपने मिलिंद भराम्बे वहां पे जॉइंट कमिश्नर थे, उनके साथ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, उनके साथ एक्सक्लूसिव इंटरव्यू की, उस पर आपने 10 स्पेशल प्रोग्राम्स किए और आपने कहा कि ये अर्नब गोस्वामी टीआरपी चोर है, टीआरपी चोर है। आपने हर तरह के शब्दों का प्रयोग किया जो मैंने आज तक पत्रकारिता में किसी को प्रयोग करते हुए मैंने सोचा भी नहीं कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री इतनी नीचे गिर जाएगी कि इस तरह के शब्दों का प्रयोग होगा। आप मुझे प्रतिद्वंदी माने, मुझे आप पसंद ना करें क्योंकि मेरे विचारधारा राष्ट्रवाद की है और मैं अपने आप को राष्ट्रवादी मानता हूं। और मैंने सुशांत सिंह राजपूत के लिए मैंने मुहिम की, मैंने पालघर के साधुओं के लिए मुहिम की, आपने पसंद नहीं की, आपके आइडियोलॉजिकल डिफरेंसेस है मेरे साथ, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, मगर आपने टीआरपी चोर कहा और आपने मेरे पूरे घर को घेर दिया। आपने मेरे घर के बाहर 20 कैमरा लगाए। आपने 8 तारीख को, 8 अक्टूबर को क्या नहीं किया? और 8 अक्टूबर से लेके आज तक दोस्तों बस अभी 10 दिन बाकी है या 14 दिन बाकी है, 2 साल हो जाएंगे। 2 साल तक आपने षड्यंत्र किया, 2 साल तक। तो मिला क्या आपको? आज पूछता है भारत आपसे कि आपको क्या मिला? लुटियन के मीडिया वालों को क्या मिला? हमें टारगेट करके उन्हें मिला क्या? सच्चाई क्या है दोस्तों? कुछ नहीं मिला। आज लोगों को मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि अभी भी ये रिपोर्ट मेरे हाथ में नहीं है। देखिए दोस्तों, ये मुझे कहा गया है 100 पेज से ज्यादा इस रिपोर्ट में है और मुझे कहा गया है बहुत सारे चैनल्स हैं जिनके बारे में, जिनकी सच्चाई सामने आने वाली है, जिनका पर्दाफाश होने वाला है। ये अभी भी हमारे हाथों में नहीं आई है, मगर जरूर आएगी, क्योंकि आज मैंने हमारी जो लीगल टीम है उनको हमने कोर्ट भेजा, क्योंकि मैं चाहता हूं कि कोर्ट के जरिए इसकी जो सर्टिफाइड कॉपी हमारे हाथ में आए। और सर्टिफाइड कॉपी जब आएगी, जब 100 पेजेस हमारे सामने आएंगे तो बहुत बड़ी बात होगी। और कौन रोक सकता है हमें? हमारे हाथ में सर्टिफाइड कॉपी आएगी और मैं चाहता हूं कि लुटियन की मीडिया, सारी मीडिया इस पर रिपोर्टिंग करे, खुलकर रिपोर्टिंग करे, दिखाए लोगों को कि सच्चाई क्या थी। टीआरपी स्कैम के बारे में जो आपने कहा था टीआरपी स्कैम है, तो उसकी सच्चाई कहां है? और आज मुझे यह भी कहा गया कि परमवीर सिंह मुंबई से निकल के रवाना हो गए। क्यों रवाना हो गए? सामने क्यों नहीं आते? ये ट्रैक कर रहे थे ना परमवीर सिंह की ईडी की रिपोर्ट कब आएगी, क्या आएगी। सुबह उन्होंने मुझे कहा गया उनके जितने चहीते 2-3 पत्रकार है उनसे ऑफ रिकॉर्ड बात की। ऑफ रिकॉर्ड बात क्यों करते हैं? ऑन रिकॉर्ड बात क्यों नहीं करते? मैं चैलेंज कर रहा हूं खुलकर इन लोगों से, क्योंकि हमने मुद्दे उठाए। आपको हमारी पत्रकारिता अच्छी नहीं लगी, आपको लगा कि बहुत अच्छा मौका है, रिपब्लिक को तोड़ दीजिए, मगर रिपब्लिक को तोड़ा नहीं जा सकता है। और कई लोग इस वक्त मैसेजेस भेज रहे हैं, मैं भी 2-3 मैसेज मैं 2-3 मैसेज मैं भी देख रहा हूं, मैं भी सुन रहा हूं। सुनील चौधरी जी ने कहा जय श्री राम जी। और पंकज शर्मा जी ने कहा अर्नब सर एसएसआर के केस का जल्दी कुछ होना चाहिए। मैं भी मानता हूं होना चाहिए। मुझे आज भी नहीं लगता कि उन्होंने आत्महत्या की, कोई भी मुझे कह दे, मगर वो उनकी आत्महत्या उन्होंने नहीं की। प्रतिमा सिंह कह रहे हैं कांग्रेचुलेशंस यू विन। धन्यवाद प्रतिमा जी, धन्यवाद प्रतिमा जी। और सूरज कुमार इस वक्त देख रहे हैं। राहुल शर्मा कर रहे हैं यू आर अ रॉक स्टार। मैं कहना चाहता हूं राहुल शर्मा जी, आई एम नॉट अ रॉक स्टार, द पीपल ऑफ द कंट्री आर रॉक स्टार्स and they are the ones who are supporting us. And I also want to say this to all the people watching us on our English channel. Tonight I am going to do a show on it. मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूँ जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं हिंदी में, उनसे कहना चाहता हूँ कि आज मैं बहुत दिनों के बाद, आप जरा सबको कहते हैं बहुत दिनों के बाद, आज मैं 7 बजे पूछता है भारत प्रोग्राम लाइव करूंगा और मेरी ओर से मैं 10 सवाल करूंगा। जिन लोगों ने रिपब्लिक को बंद करने की कोशिश की उनसे मैं 10 सवाल करूंगा आज। सपना यादव जी कह रहे हैं सत्यमेव जयते। सपना जी थैंक यू वेरी मच। बिल्कुल सत्यमेव जयते। मुझे कभी कभी विश्वास नहीं होता सपना जी, क्या आपको पता है, ये आपसे शेयर करना चाहता हूं मैं, कि जिस गाड़ी में, जिस स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी में बम डालकर मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर सचिन वाजे ने जिस गाड़ी को पार्क किया और जिसके अंदर RDX डाल के उन्होंने पूरी एक तरह से टेररिस्ट अटैक कराने की कोशिश की, क्या आपको पता था कि उसी गाड़ी में सचिन वाजे मेरी गिरफ्तारी करने के लिए मेरे घर के दरवाजे तक पहुंच चुके थे 200 आर्म्ड गार्ड्स के साथ? क्या आपको पता था? मैं पूछ रहा हूं आपसे, क्या आपको पता था? क्या आपको पता था कि मेरे अरेस्ट के कई दिन पहले मेरे हाथ में बहुत बड़ा एक्सीडेंट हुआ था? पूरा जो ये मेरी उंगली जो है इधर पूरी स्टिच लगी हुई थी, और जब मैं तलोजा जेल गया था तो मुझे बोला गया कि आपके बैंडेज के अंदर क्या है हमको देखना पड़ेगा। और मैंने कहा कि भाई बैंडेज को कैसे खोलूं, अभी 3 दिन पहले स्टिच लगाई है, बहुत बुरी तरह से जख्मी हूं मैं। मुझे बोला गया नहीं, तुम्हें बैंडेज खोलना पड़ेगा। और मैं आज शेयर करना चाहता हूं आपसे कि मैंने अपने हाथों से बैंडेज खोला, खून पूरा एक तरह से पूरा मतलब फैल गया था हाथ में, स्टिच खुल रहे थे, मगर मैंने अपने हाथों से बैंडेज खोला क्योंकि पुलिस वालों ने कहा आपको बैंडेज खोलना पड़ेगा। तोड़ने की कोशिश की हमें, हम ना टूटे हैं, ना कभी कोई हमें तोड़ सकता है। वी आर अनब्रेकेबल। भारत के लोग हमारे साथ हैं, सच्चाई हमारे साथ है, और लड़ने का जज्बा हमारे साथ है। हम किसी से नहीं डरते हैं। मैं चाहता हूं आज कि जितने चैनल हैं जिन्होंने हमारे खिलाफ कैंपेन किया, मैं नाम कह रहा हूं, जी न्यूज़, ABP न्यूज़, आज तक, इंडिया टीवी, मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं, आप प्लीज आज इस फाइनल TRP के रिपोर्ट पे आप जरा ब्रॉडकास्टिंग कीजिए। मैं उन्हें कह रहा हूं क्योंकि आज अगर ये सवाल मैं करूं तो आप उनको लगेगा कि मैं सवाल क्यों कर रहा हूं, मगर क्या आप ये सवाल खुद नहीं कर रहे कि आज कार्यक्रम क्यों नहीं हो रहे आज तक में? आज इंडिया टीवी में 9 बजे इस पर प्रोग्राम क्यों नहीं हो रही है? क्या सच्चाई कड़वी है, या सच्चाई दिखाना कई लोगों की आदत नहीं है? आज मैं कह रहा हूं कि आप प्रेशर डालिए कि इन सब पर प्रोग्राम करें। मेरे खिलाफ आपने 1 हफ्ता प्रोग्राम किया, मुझे TRP चोर कहने की कोशिश की। आपने सोचा कि अगर हम इनके साथ compete नहीं कर सकते प्रोफेशनली तो इनको तोड़ देते हैं। और आज मुझे खबर मिली है कि बार्क के खिलाफ CBI इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगी, तो इस पर आप क्यों नहीं रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे हैं? और आज ये भी कहा गया है कि जो ED की रिपोर्ट है उसमें पाया गया है कि कई तथ्य हैं जिनके अनुसार इन्वेस्टिगेशन और तहकीकात इस बात पर होगी कि क्या ये सच है जो फैक्ट सामने आया है कि इंडिया टुडे ने किसी पैनल होम को पैसा दिया था या कोई फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन हुई थी व्यूअरशिप के लिए। इस पर तहकीकात हो रही है और ED ने कहा है दैट द इन्वेस्टिगेशन अगेंस्ट इंडिया टुडे इज ऑनगोइंग, यानी कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है। तो ये इस बात पर रिपोर्टिंग क्यों नहीं हो रही है? क्यों अवॉइड किया जा रहा है? क्यों अवॉइड किया जा रहा है? और दोस्त, हमारे जितने दोस्त हैं वो हमें ये कहते हैं कि देखिए अर्नब, इन्होंने सोचा था कि थोड़ी सी प्रेशर दे और प्रेशर दे तो रिपब्लिक टूट जाएगी, अब बंद हो जाएगी। मैं उनसे ये कहना चाहता हूं कि मैं एक बहुत मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार से आता हूं। मेरे पिताजी ने भारत की सेवा की है, देश की सेवा की है। मेरे पिताजी आर्मी के अफसर हैं, मेरी माताजी टीचर हैं, है ना। तो मेरी जो बैकग्राउंड है, और मेरे दोनों दादा और नाना दोनों स्वतंत्रता सेनानी हैं, और ये कोई हमें तोड़ नहीं सकता है। ये मुझ पर अटैक करते हैं, मेरे परिवार पर अटैक करते हैं। मेरी धर्मपत्नी और मुझ पे मुंबई के बीच शहर एसिड अटैक की। मेरी धर्मपत्नी भी पत्रकार है, ना आप उन्हें तोड़ सकते हैं ना मुझे तोड़ सकते हैं। सच्चाई है ये। आपने मेरे परिवार पर हर तरह के लांछन लगाने की कोशिश की, क्यों की? क्या आपने सोचा कि अर्नब गोस्वामी टूट जाएगा, बदल देगा अपना रास्ता, राष्ट्रवादी नहीं रहेगा, आपकी तरह की पत्रकारिता करेगा? मैं नहीं करूंगा। मैं चैलेंज कर रहा हूं, मैं नहीं करूंगा। और मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि मैं बियॉन्ड द पॉइंट केयर नहीं करता। जब मैं पत्रकारिता में आया था मेरे पास कुछ नहीं था दोस्तों, कुछ नहीं था। 3,500 की सैलरी मिलती थी, साइकिल तक नहीं था मेरे पास। मगर मैं पत्रकारिता में पैसों के लिए नहीं आया हूं। और जिसे कुछ खोने का डर नहीं होता, जिसमें कुछ खोने का डर नहीं होता, उसे आप तोड़ नहीं सकते। मुझे खोने का कोई डर नहीं है। इन्होंने सोचा था कि डर पैदा करेंगे, इसने रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क खड़ा किया है, अब इस रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क को तोड़ देंगे, सीख सिखाएंगे कि कल कोई राष्ट्रवादी पत्रकार सामने आके हमें चैलेंज नहीं करे। तो मैं आज कहना चाहता हूं 2 साल हो गए दोस्तों, 2 साल हो गए। आज वो कहां है और हम कहां हैं। और ये संभव इसीलिए हो पाया है क्योंकि आप हमारे साथ थे, हैं और मुझे पता है रहेंगे। रंजना वर्मा जी कह रही है हेलो हेलो। मैं कह रहा हूं, अमित तिवारी जी कह रहे हैं जय हो जी, जय हो जय हो। संदीप सिंह परियार कह रहे हैं जय श्री राम, भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम। जय श्री राम, भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम। वो कुछ भी कहें हमें, वो दिन भर गाली देते रहते हैं, ये करते रहते हैं। ये क्या है भाई? क्या गलती की थी हमने? और एक बात इस टीआरपी रिपोर्ट के बारे में मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूं। इसमें कहा गया है कि जो तथ्य परमवीर सिंह और सचिन वाजे ने आपके सामने रखे थे, जिस पर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था, धमकी देने की कोशिश की थी, सारे तथ्य गलत हैं, सारे फैब्रिकेटेड एविडेंस है। फैब्रिकेटेड यानी कि इनको बनाया गया। अब दोस्तों इससे और एक सवाल सामने आता है जो मैं चाहता हूं, जो सुचरिता जी 6 बजे का प्रोग्राम करेंगे, ऐश्वर्या जी 7 बजे का प्रोग्राम करेंगे, तो दूसरा सवाल यह आता है कि इस भारत देश में कोई भी फर्जी दस्तावेज, फर्जी क्लेम, फर्जी एलिगेशन किसी के साथ लगा दे, किसी के खिलाफ लगा दे, और फिर कहा जाएगा कि भारत का नागरिक अपना बचाव नहीं कर सकता है। और ये मेरे पे अटैक नहीं थी, ये कोशिश थी इनकी ये दिखाने के लिए कि अगर हम अर्नब गोस्वामी और रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के खिलाफ ऐसी बड़ी कार्रवाई कर सकते हैं तो फिर किसी भारत के कोई नागरिक बच नहीं सकता। ये जो पॉलिटिशियन, ब्यूरोक्रेट, इनकी जो लॉबी है, पुलिस की लॉबी है, कॉर्पोरेट की लॉबी है, यही दिखाना चाहते हैं कि हम किसी को भी दबा के तोड़ सकते हैं। मगर 2 साल हो गए दोस्तों, ना हम दबे, ना वो हमें तोड़ पाए, ना तब तोड़ पाए, ना आगे तोड़ पाएंगे। ये मैं कह रहा हूं, खुलकर कह रहा हूं। और इसलिए मैंने आज कहा, जब मैं रिपब्लिक बांग्ला पे कहा, मैंने कहा, और मैं बांग्ला में आपको कहता हूं, मैं जरा इसको बंगाली में कहना चाहता हूं, जितने बंगाली लोग दर्शक है, मैंने कहा कि देखिए ওরা চেষ্টা করেছিল কি পুরো চ্যানেলটাকে দাবিয়ে दी और सब राज्य सरकारेर জন্য এটা একটা বড় लेसन। यानी कि मैं हिंदी में कह रहा हूं, वो कोशिश कर रहे थे ये दिखाने के लिए कि कोई भी राज्य सरकार या कोई भी सरकार, केंद्र सरकार, कोई भी सरकार अपने पूरे फोर्स को लेके अगर किसी व्यक्ति विशेष के पीछे पड़ जाए तो वो व्यक्ति बच नहीं सकता है, ये सिखाने की कोशिश थी। मगर आज सीख कुछ और हो गई है। आज लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि पूरी सरकार, राज्य सरकार, पुलिस, ब्यूरोक्रेट, आईएएस अफसर, मुख्यमंत्री तक किसी के पीछे पड़ जाए, अगर सच्चाई जिसके साथ है वो सच्चाई ही जीतेगी, जो सच है वही जीतेगा। ये बड़ी बात है हमारे लिए, ये सबसे बड़ी सीख है, गुरुजनों की सीख है भाई। और कितने कितने संत महात्मा ने हमारा समर्थन किया। मैं सबको आज आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि जिनको मैं जानता भी नहीं था उन्होंने हमारे लिए प्रार्थना की, और ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी चीज है। दोस्तों आज 7 बजे मैं लाइव आने वाला हूं आपके साथ, और मैं पूरी तरह से, मतलब एक तरह से जोश में हूं। आज जोश में हमेशा था, मगर आज मैं जोश में हूं क्योंकि 1 घंटे में आपके साथ मुलाकात होने वाली है। तो आप देखेंगे ना आज 7 बजे रिपब्लिक भारत। दोस्तों रिपब्लिक भारत नंबर 1 था, नंबर 1 है, नंबर 1 रहेगा। ये कोई चैनल नहीं है, ये लोगों की मुहिम है, ये लोगों की मुहिम है, ये भारत के लोगों की आशा है, और इसको, भारत के लोगों को हम कभी निराश नहीं कर सकते। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि अभी तो हमने प्रण ली हुई है, हम तो और आगे ले जाएंगे रिपब्लिक को, रिपब्लिक भारत को। और सारे वो लोग हैं जिनको मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आप ये भी समझ लें, आप यूनिकॉर्न की बात कहते हैं, बड़े बड़े कंपनियां भारत में बनते हैं, तो एक पत्रकार अगर अपनी न्यूज चैनल चलाने, अपनी न्यूज नेटवर्क चलाने की कोशिश करे तो भाई गलती क्या कर ली मैंने? इसमें गलती क्या है? क्या सिर्फ पूंजीपतियों को भारत में, सिर्फ पूंजीपतियों को भारत में मीडिया या मीडिया नेटवर्क या मीडिया चैनल या डिजिटल चैनल या मीडिया ग्रुप या किसी मीडिया समूह को बनाने का हक सिर्फ पूंजीपतियों को है? क्योंकि अर्नब गोस्वामी किसी पूंजीपति का बेटा नहीं है, इसलिए वो मीडिया में नहीं आ सकता है? या दिखाना चाहते हैं कि रिपोर्टर रिपोर्टर रहे, रिपोर्टर संपादक न बने, संपादक किसी चैनल का मालिक न बने? ऐसा क्यों? किसने ये लक्ष्मण रेखा बनाई हुई है? मैं सारे लक्ष्मण रेखा तोड़ना चाहता हूं और मैं भारत के लोगों को कहना चाहता हूं कि आप मेरे साथ जुड़ जाइए। दोस्तों, हमें किसी की जरूरत नहीं है, आप अगर हमारे साथ हैं तो बस और कुछ नहीं चाहिए। इतने लोग जय श्री राम कह रहे हैं आज। अविनाश जी जय श्री राम। अविनाश राणा जी और कृपा शंकर जी कह रहे हैं अर्नब साहब आप रोज शाम 7 बजे को शो करिए। अच्छा, पूछता है भारत जी, कोशिश करूंगा, हमेशा नहीं करूंगा। ऐश्वर्या मेरा छोटा भाई है, अच्छा प्रोग्राम करता है, पर कभी कभी लगता है कि आपके साथ डायरेक्ट जुड़ जाऊं। तो 7 बजे मिले। तो विश्व प्रकाश पांडे जी कह रहे हैं ओके, सी यू एट 7 o'clock। नमस्कार अर्नब जी, ऑल द बेस्ट, थैंक यू। आई एम ऑल्सो लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू सीइंग यू एट 7 o'clock। चंद मिनट बाकी है। मुझे लगता है कि अभी सुचरिता जी 6 बजे लाइव आने वाली है, तो मैं उनको हैंड ओवर कर देता हूं और मैं हमारे जितने इंग्लिश दर्शक हैं फॉर देम उनके साथ में रहूंगा और 5-6 मिनट एंड आई विल टेक अ फ्यू क्वेश्चंस। 7 बजे हिंदी दर्शकों से मिलूंगा। हिंदी दर्शकों, रिपब्लिक भारत के दर्शकों को मेरा नमस्कार। सपना यादव कह रही हैं कि रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क देश का विश्वास है, धन्यवाद। श्रवण मिश्रा कह रहे हैं ऑल द वंस हु टारगेटेड आर एट द राइट प्लेस, ओनली 1% इज लेफ्ट रोमिंग आउटसाइड। वो कह रहे हैं सारे लोग अंदर जेल में, एक ही बाहर है। आपको पता है कौन किसकी बात कर रहे हैं? किसकी बात कर रहे हैं दोस्तों? उसी व्यक्ति की बात कर रहे हैं जो आज मुंबई से प्रस्थान करके बाहर चले गए। बहुत दिनों के बाद फेसबुक लाइव किया है, मगर मजा आ रहा है ये देखकर कि इतने लोग हमारे साथ हैं। शिवानी गौड़ कह रही है हाय अर्नब। हाय शिवानी जी, प्लीज वॉच अस एट 9 o'clock। और रिपब्लिक भारत का समर्थन कीजिए, सपोर्ट द रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क। द रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क इज ओनली देयर फॉर यू एंड ओनली देयर बिकॉज ऑफ यू, ओनली देयर फॉर यू, ओनली देयर बिकॉज ऑफ यू, बिकॉज ऑफ योर सपोर्ट, योर लव। That is why we are there where we are. तो ठीक है, रिपब्लिक भारत के दर्शकों को बाय बाय कहता हूं, 7 बजे मिलूंगा। And I want to talk now to the Republic English viewers. I'll take a few questions. कि 5 मिनट और है रिपब्लिक इंग्लिश में। You can ask me any question. जो कहते हैं ना what they say in English, ask me anything, AMA हो जाए। Let me see if I have any questions coming in. रोहन रैना जी कह रहे हैं प्लीज एवरीडे आइए, कोशिश करूंगा। मैं जब जाता हूं ना एयरपोर्ट में, आई गेट so many people who tell me please come on Republic Bharat. I will try to come. I will try to come. Now I want your questions. Will you give me some questions please? It's a very big day. I want to tell all our viewers once again, it's an extremely big day, and I promise you that the moment we get our hands on the final TRP report, we will upload it. We will upload it immediately on republicworld.com. Immediately on republicworld.com. Milind Kulkarni says, congrats Arnab, thank you very much. Tejpal Chaudhary, thanks for watching. Bimal Karmacharya says, you carry on Arnab, we are watching you and we are behind you. Thank you very much. It's so wonderful. So many people are there with us. You know, when I was in jail, the funny thing was, everybody in my large cell in the jail, and there were a total 1,000 people or so in one of the largest cells I was there, and everybody was watching Republic even there. So when the news of my getting bail came in or my court appearances came in, they would watch, and the TV was very far away. They would relay the information to me. So I said to myself at that point of time, they can't take me away from the people. Even here in jail, they can't take me away from the people. And we had love, and I want to show you something. This is small note. I will not. This is in my frame out here. You know what this is, viewers? This is a small note written to me by a fellow inmate of the jail. And he said to me, and I want to read this. He passed a small note, and he said, "Beta, we are all praying for your release and also for your good health. I understand the pain you might be in this jail, but we also know that truth will always remain the same. We have arranged a small prayer for you. If possible, join us." I could not join him, but this person who I called Babaji, you know, he he sent me this note. This note means the world to me. इसलिए मैंने इसको hang करके रखा है अपने room में. I have kept it. This is what, you know, you don't earn anything in terms of money, but you earn only in terms of respect. And this is love, pure and unadulterated love which we got. And I have no quarrel with the people in the media who thought they could finish me. And I'm telling them today, they were wrong. They were wrong. If anybody thought they can walk in my shoes, and I'm saying this directly, if anybody thought they could walk in my shoes, they are not walking in my shoes. They should not even pretend to walk in my shoes. And there are some people who thought by abusing Arnab, we will become closer to the owners of our channels and our networks, and we will benefit professionally. They will not. Because eventually, remember, you don't have to make the owner of your network happy. You have to meet the people of this country eye to eye. And I'm telling you, viewers, these people who say they walk in my shoes, who say they have big shoes to fill, they cannot look at the people of the country eye to eye, viewers. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me, viewers? Amit Singh Rathore said, we demanded from central government to intervene. Thank you, Amit. Thank you. Today is a big day for us. I want you to congratulate my network, my channel. We built this channel with a lot of love and a lot of hope. And I want to take you on a personal tour of my newsroom today. Would you like to go on a personal tour of my newsroom with me today? Would you like to? Can I take you around for a bit, for 4 or 5 minutes? And I want to show you, viewers, the love, the hard work with which this network has been built. So let's go for a walk. Okay? Should we do that? Okay. Will you ask me some questions? Okay. Okay, viewers, let's go. Let's go. Let's go on a walk across the newsroom. This is my room. And from my room, this is my room. And from my room, there's this very large, very large, you can see my newsroom out here, viewers. It's one of the largest newsrooms in the country, and it's bustling and it's full of energy today. People are extremely happy. And I want to take you to my studio, viewers. I want to take you to my studio. Okay, viewers. This is my studio. This is like my home. This is the place I love. This is where I work. This is where I do my programs, viewers. This is my studio, viewers. I'm giving you a 360-degree view of my studio, and I'm going to be live soon. Will you join me? I'll be live in a very short time with you. I'm going to be live with you. But what I want to say to you today is that when the TRP report, final TRP report comes out, it becomes your responsibility. And this, viewers, this is the Republic. This is the sign of Republic. It's my studio, viewers. And when I go on air, it says on air, right? And viewers, I want to take you to my other studio, the second studio. Viewers, this is another studio of mine. You see, this newsroom has been built with a lot of love and hard work. You cannot break Republic. You cannot break Republic because this newsroom, viewers, has been built with a lot of hard work. Can you see my newsroom from here? Viewers, here's my newsroom. Can you have a look at that newsroom? It's a massive newsroom, a big newsroom, and it's a happy newsroom. I want to tell you one thing, viewers. The best thing about Republic is a pulsating and happy newsroom. We love our work, and we do our work passionately, and we do our work honestly. And nobody can break Republic. Nobody can break Republic. And I'm saying this, viewers, the only reason Republic will survive is because of you. We do not need capital. We do not need political support. We need nothing. You can call us anything. You can call us Godi media, whatever on earth you want to do. But it does not make a difference to us. Republic is truly unbreakable, viewers. Absolutely unbreakable. No, I'll hold it. I have my colleague here who thinks, why is Arnab going all over the newsroom? But I thought I should. And I want to show you something, viewers, today. If you stay with me for a while, I want to show you something. I want to show you something. I want to show you how the news is made.
The news happens because of all these people out there. And look at this newsroom here. This is India's largest newsroom as of now. And I'm now going to take you right on top of my newsroom because today is a special day. And I'm climbing the stairs right now. I'm going to show you a beautiful sight from me. Beautiful sight from your viewers. Just look at this. That's the newsroom of Republic viewers. It's a massive newsroom, a large newsroom. And the reason I'm showing you, this, you may say, why are you showing me all this? The reason I'm showing you this is because this newsroom exists because of you. And because I want to send a message to Uddhav Thackeray today. Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sonia Gandhi, NCP, Sharad Pawar, Nawab Malik, hear me loud and clear, you cannot break Republic. It was a vicious conspiracy. It was a terrible conspiracy, and I want to say today that Parambir Singh did not build this newsroom, and neither did Sachin Vaza. And we do not need the patronage or support of any politician or policeman to run this network. This network is going to become bigger and stronger because it has the will and the support of the people of India. Until we have that will and support of the people of India, we need nothing else, absolutely nothing else with us. I also plead and appeal to the Lutyens media, please show the full TRP report. You tell me, viewers, should they not show the full TRP report? Should they today try to edit out the truth? Can they edit the truth? Subarna Sen says, Satyamev Jayate, India with Republic. Yes, I know India is with Republic. Rakesh Yadav says, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, sir, for supporting us. And I want, and Reshma Kant Gupta says, your nation first thought is the thread that connects you to us. Thank you very much. And I know today so many people are joining us right now. So many people are speaking to us. So many people are connecting with us. Viewers, this is the start. And in fact, I want to thank Uddhav Thackeray for doing what he tried to do with us, because not only did he lose, what Uddhav Thackeray has proven today is that his model will never succeed. His model will never succeed. And it's not the victory of Republic alone. The fact is, viewers, it is the fact that the model will not succeed. And what is that model? That model is that if you put a little bit of pressure, on a media house, you file a few police cases, right? And then you summon a few journalists, you file a few FIRs, you carry out some interrogations, then the organization will crumble. What we have proven is that it does not. In fact, it has the contrary effect. What happened? As a sum total, I really request everyone who's a student of journalism, whoever is a student of journalism, must study this, must analyze this, must look at what happened. Because every action has a consequence. And every action has a direct consequence. People respond to things differently. It is not necessary that we would have reacted to the pressure that came to us in a manner that was predictable. We did not react in a predictable manner. It was their thought which was predictable, because they thought that all that they needed to do was essentially put a little bit of pressure, increase the pressure, increase the intensity, test out the organization, attack them on the basics, whether that be finance or credibility. And they naturally expected that as a result and a consequence of all this, the organization would crumble. But as I said, sometimes instances like this happen so that a new history is written. The fact is, we wrote a new history, which we, with our reaction, changed their expectation of what the reaction of a media house to a moment of intense pressure ought to be. We changed the logic. And by changing the logic, I feel is the most beautiful part of whatever has happened. By changing the logic, by changing the response, we have also set a new precedent. And that precedent is this, that in the future, no media organization should crumble to political or police pressure. And I said this when Justice Chandrachud gave out his verdict, where he said there was no prima facie evidence, but he also made a couple of other observations. And I said that day that if I were to have to go to jail again to get this judgment, I would happily go to jail. But the consequential response, the consequential fact coming out of all of what happened is simply one thing, that no media organization can have its back broken in this country in the traditional way anymore. So that is all that I want to say. I want to say very much, I love you all. For everyone responding right now, Sunny Bakshi says, keep roaring on up. Of course I will. Till I am around and till the last day, I will. Karma completes the cycle, says Mr. Tripathi, thank you very much as well. I know it does. Dilip Desai says the entire state machinery was out to crush you. I knew it was. But as I said, I didn't give a damn then. I don't give a damn now about them. I only care about the people. And I shall see you without fail at 9 o'clock on Republic English. And what time, Ankit? 7 o'clock on Republic Bharat on Puchta Hai Bharat. Okay, this has been a long live. I thank you very much. Pleasure being with you. See you soon in a few minutes. First on Republic Bharat, then on Republic English. And once again, a request to all the other fellow members of the media, please do not try to black out the TRP report. The nation is watching. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
The Hansa report several times over mentions India Today, which they said is not substantiated. Today, when another report comes out, which is at variance with the Mumbai Police's 8th October 2020 report, why is there this silence from India Today, and they need to answer that?
Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the lunch which was served in the toilet.
बाउंड्री वॉल है, देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है।
जयपुर के बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो है विधानसभा की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन विधानसभा से ठीक पहले उन्हें रोका गया है।
Thank you for staying with us, ladies and gentlemen. Arnab Goswami's full Facebook Live. You can watch it again at 7 p.m. He's live on Republic Bharat at 7 p.m. on Puchta Hai Bharat. And we will play out that entire Facebook Live when he was live from the newsroom and also talking about the entire case in great detail. This is our only focus today because for the longest time and for 2 years now, it's going to be 2 years on the 8th of October. And for 2 years they peddled a lie, and that lie has crumbled. And that's also one of the reasons why Parambir Singh has fled Mumbai this morning. That's the breaking news coming in right now. The breaking news is that Parambir Singh, we are hearing as per sources, was in Mumbai until this morning. Parambir Singh was tracking the filing of the ED report as per our sources. He was here in Mumbai and he was tracking the filing of this report, the final TRP report. He was very much in Mumbai is what we are hearing through our sources. He spoke to a few reporters. We're also hearing that Parambir Singh was in Mumbai until this morning, spoke to a few reporters in Mumbai after filing of the Enforcement Directorate report, and he exited from his Mumbai residence early morning. He perhaps knew that the media would land up outside his residence and try to get a soundbite, because it was he who was at the helm of this disgraceful investigation. Disgraced officer in uniform, Parambir Singh, left his residence this morning. He was monitoring the developments of the Enforcement Directorate report. And Amandeep is live with me from Chandigarh. I'll get Abhishek, Rhythm, Aishwarya live as well. And I'm getting you more details. I'll go across to Shravan as well. Shravan breaking the story that Parambir Singh was very much in Mumbai until this morning, and he was tracking the developments in a TRP case and the final TRP report. He was watching every move, he was looking at every development, and he even spoke to a few reporters. We are hearing from our sources, some of the reporters who spoke to him confirming to Republic TV that he was very scared of what was going to happen, and he knew that the truth was going to come out. So the reporters also confirmed to him that the cognizance was taken, and his entire sham of an investigation has been exposed, which is also why the CBI is now probing the political conspiracy. And he exited his Mumbai residence. We are hearing that he exited his Mumbai residence. Alisha, he exited his Mumbai residence this morning. That's obviously one of the reasons why you haven't been able to spot him. He left his residence this morning knowing well away that perhaps you'll turn up there. Where is he right now? If he's not there and he's not in Chandigarh, where is he? Because we know that he has several residences in Mumbai, right?
Well, Niranjan, this is something not really surprising because as you mentioned that, and what we know from our sources, that Parambir Singh was very well in Mumbai since last night, and he left early morning from the same resident. Because yes, I have been here since morning, and even I have spoke to some of the police officials who have been deployed here because this is a resident where all the IS and the IPS officers who resides here, and also the Parambir Singh who also stays on the 7th floor is what we have been told. But even the police officials that said that he is not there at his residence. So now you have been saying that, and what we know from our sources that he already left from Mumbai. Well, this is of course it's not something surprising, and the act that has been done by Parambir Singh, because he was knowing that there will be a Republic who will come to ask him the question. There will be a Republic who is going to confront him, because what he did in back 2020, where he registered a case, he took a press conference clearly saying that there is a TRP manipulation which has been done by Republic TV, where the fact there was an FIR which didn't even mention the name of Republic TV, but he called all the senior editors and asked his team, he asked to deploy the channel's team to get into his press conference. They should attend the press conference, and that should go live. He even mentioned that there should be live press conference, because this is something is going to break something, a very major scam that has been burst by Mumbai police. But that scam has been brought, but the name was the other channel. But what he named first was Republic TV. But now when the agency, that is Enforcement Directorate, who filed a charge sheet, and the cognizance that has been taken place, the court has taken the cognizance. Importantly, what has been mentioned, whether by the PTI last night, because it was first PTI to mention that there is no evidence that is against Republic TV or Republic Bharat. So now Parambir Singh, we're pretty sure that he was knowing about it. There will be the channel, there will be team that is going to confront him, that is going to ask him before coming in front or whether to come into the picture. He better thought to leave the city and go to the safer place that he can hide and he don't need to answer. Okay. But we know that Niranjan, that some of the either day he's going to face, because we are going to keep an eye where exactly he's been going, because this is something, a question he need to answer not only to Republic but also to the people, the million people who have supported us and who have a complete trust on us that the allegations that were leveled against us was false.
Yes, we should be able to go across to Shravan in just a while. He's on the phone line, but we are hearing that he was here in Mumbai this morning. Until this morning, he was monitoring the developments in the case. He was monitoring the filing of this final TRP report, and he left his residence this morning anticipating media presence, anticipating perhaps that Republic would also land up outside his residence, which we have, and we are right outside his residence. Shravan is back on the phone line. Shravan, of course, he's got a lot of friends in the media, the convenient media, the Lutyens media, the media which is not reporting this. I mean, I'm just looking at the other so-called channels. There are 1, 2, 3, 4. One is outside the TRP chart, so there are just 3 more effectively. And the 4th, not a single line on their channel about any of this. The fact that Republic TV, there was no evidence found, or the fact that one of their compatriots in the Lutyens media has been investigated or will be investigated. None of it is there. Parambir Singh, we are hearing, left his residence this morning, anticipating that we would land up there.
Well, in fact, the former Mumbai police commissioner has been playing this hide-and-seek game for quite some time, given the fact that he has been under the scanner, the fact that he was called in for questioning by the National Investigation Agency, and thereafter his disgraceful exit from Mumbai police. That's when it all started, with Parambir Singh scooting from one place to the other. Now, what is important to point out here is that as far as the TRP final report is concerned, this was widely known to everyone that the court had taken cognizance of a report that was filed by the Enforcement Directorate. We are given to understand that the former Mumbai Police Commissioner, Parambir Singh, was actually in touch with his coterie, getting all possible updates as to when exactly was the TRP report that was basically filed. And the fact of the matter is that questions were already being raised about the role of Mumbai police. The fact of the matter is, if you simply go by the report that has been published by the Press Trust of India, they are basically talking about the fact that the Enforcement Directorate, in its findings, have basically contradicted Mumbai police, despite the predicate offence being that of Mumbai police, the FIR that was registered of Mumbai police. So it became inevitable that questions would essentially be raised whether at all there was a deliberate attempt that was made by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner to fabricate evidence in this particular case, because that's exactly what turns out from the preliminary findings, or what we know right now from what the Press Trust of India has reported in the charge sheet that has been filed by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, more details that we are picking up, exact timeline that we are picking up of movement of the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh. He was camping in Mumbai till about late last evening. We are now given to understand sometime early this morning is when he left from his residence in Mumbai. Sources also indicating that there is a possibility of him leaving the city. Whether this was pre-decided, given the fact that questions would have been raised about his role, and the fact that there was a deliberate attempt that was basically made by Parambir Singh to fix Republic Media Network.
Well, absolutely. Shawan, thank you for that. We'll try and get you live as well. Shawan has been tracking the agencies, and we don't have that ED report in our hands. But we are certainly hearing that there are more than one channel which is under the scanner. Irregularities by not just one channel, more than one channel is being investigated, and that's the big breaking news update here on Republic TV. A 100-page report is what we are hearing, and we don't have that report yet. We don't have our hands on it, but the moment we have it, we should be able to get you more details of what's in that report. We should be able to share those details with you. And Abhishek, Rhythm, Aishwarya, tracking the story with me from our studios in Delhi. Let me see if I can go across to them. Alisha's in Mumbai, and Amandeep. Amandeep is outside the residence of Parambir Singh in Chandigarh. I don't think he's reached Chandigarh, Amandeep, because from what the details we're picking up, we thought maybe he's in Chandigarh. He's not in Chandigarh. He was in Mumbai until this morning. Or maybe he's landed there. We don't know.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. And in fact, we have confirmed. Absolutely, Niranjan. We have confirmed multiple times from the neighbors and in fact from the domestic help that were working inside the residence of Parambir Singh. Every single person has confirmed that Parambir is not here. Though everybody knows that Parambir used to stay at this residence as well, just because this is the house. I would like to show you the residence. In fact, since morning 8 a.m. Niranjan, we are continuously tracking and capturing each and every movement that is happening at this residence, just because Parambir is missing from the entire episode. The one cop who have actually spoke with lot of conviction and put all the onus on the Republic Media Network in 2020, but when now ED counters the investigation, turned everything upside down, Parambir Singh entirely missing from the entire episode. From Mumbai till Chandigarh, we are trying to track Parambir Singh, just because the list of questions we have framed for Parambir Singh is still unanswered. Though we will definitely track, Republic team will definitely track Parambir Singh and confront him regarding the entire investigation and regarding the questions that we have framed, that why he has fabricated a case against Republic Media Network and on whose directions he did this also. These are the big questions that need to be answered. But Niranjan, the fact is that ED has filed a charge sheet, and in fact that charge sheet says no evidence against Republic TV. And that cop who investigated, who actually registered an FIR in this entire TRP scam, who came out in a press conference and certain interviews also speaking openly against Republic Media Network, now completely missing, turning on his mute mode and even remain from Mumbai till Chandigarh. Paramveer is nowhere, not coming out, neither any clarification, neither in justification, nor disclosing any location. His phone is switched off, as Alicia was pointing it out, that he has also deleted his WhatsApp also. And in fact, since the ED has filed the charge sheet, Paramveer remained disappeared from this entire episode. But the point is, why Paramveer has been disappointed from this entire scene when the ED has countered his investigation. He was the one who was leading the earlier investigation that was completely framed against Republic Media Network. Certain interviews, press conference, and even other statements also, that was completely against Republic TV. He has specifically mentioned the name of the Republic TV, and Republic TV was barred from the press conference that he had held in 2020, and even Republic TV was given no opportunity to question him that how Republic was involved into this entire TRP scam. And now when ED is saying that 2 channels are involved into this, so why not Paramveer Singh coming in front and even asking and revealing the information on what basis he has framed Republic TV?
Yeah, we don't know where he is. He was last seen in Mumbai, according to our sources.
Absolutely.
So we'll take a short break and we'll come back. Stay tuned to Republic, taking a short break, reporting the story because nobody else will. Nobody else has the courage to do that. We'll take a break and come back on the final TRP report that is out, that names the channel that was originally in the FIR. India Today. Stay tuned.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
Callers, our viewers, our supporters calling in, showing their support, WhatsApps, tweets, Facebook posts, and on social media. Our lines are open, and we have Professor Chandrasekhar calling us in from Chennai. Good evening, Professor Chandrasekhar. Go on, sir. What would you like to say? Would you like to see other channels reporting the truth? They are not so far.
See. No, they are not reporting the truth. See, I teach media at Anna University and Loyola. No, I teach media at Anna University. Hello?
We can hear you, Professor. Go on, sir. Go on, sir. I can hear you.
And Loyola Institute. I am an MBA from XLRI, Jamshedpur.
Fantastic, sir. Fantastic.
And see, I am an MBA from XLRI Jamshedpur, the premier management institute of the country. And I have been watching Arnab Goswami for ever since the channel started. I am a fan of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we have a poor audio line there with Professor Chandrasekhar calling us in from Chennai with his good wishes for the team, the entire team here at Republic TV. We'll take a short break and come back with the coverage. There's so much more because the report is not even out yet. Details are coming in. The story is going to get bigger for sure. We'll take a break and we'll come back with the breaking news updates on This Is Exclusive.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Breaking news now coming in. The NIA has asked the court, following the crackdown on PFI nationally, not to allow any of the accused who've been picked up to meet their families, as they're likely to be affected. All the accused will be kept in 4 different police stations, as there is no lockup. The NIA has told the court that this is a matter of national security. Neither the copy of the FIR nor the remand copy will be given to the accused. The NIA has told the court that investigation is in a preliminary stage and more remand may be required later. It's a sensitive matter and more people are likely to be identified. That was a short update on the PFI raids nationally. Taking a short break, stay tuned.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only
ED files 100-page final TRP report in court. Agency confirms zero evidence against Republic. Cash for viewership charge hits India today. ED to continue probe against the channel. When Republic gets more lead, sources reveal not one but more channels are on this scandal. Sources reveal the mastermind of the fake case. Parambir Singh left his Mumbai residence early this morning. CBI to probe Bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case. Latin's media that conspired with Parambir on the fake case is now silent on the final TRP report. Our biggest ever victory for any media group in independent India. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspirators. In the charge sheet filed before a special court, the Enforcement Directorate has said that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. And we have been bringing to you all updates connected with the very important development all through the day. For example, that Parambir Singh vanished from Mumbai earlier in the morning after seeing the developments, because remember, he would be in the dock now because he has to explain his actions which led to the events trying to prosecute Republic TV. Of course, to no avail. Republic is as strong as ever, but then Parambir Singh has some explaining to do as and when we catch him. On the run as of now from Republic Network's cameras. Let's go to Alisha. She's reporting live from Mumbai. Alisha, if you can share more details about where exactly Parambir Singh could be headed, given the information that we have that he has left Mumbai earlier in the day following the developments in the TRP case subsequent to the court in Mumbai taking cognizance of the ED charge sheet.
Well, yes, Abhishek, what we have been told by our sources that Parambir Singh, who was there till a late evening and today morning where he left from the same location where I have been reporting from, he stays here since years and he was here only as this is an official resident for the IPS and the IS officers who have been granted until we know that Parambir Singh, who has been retired, but yet he has been given a 6 to 7 months to vacate the same building, but he hasn't vacated yet is what we have been told. But yes, today early morning where he already left from Mumbai, and it's also indicate that he already leaving the city and will be going to some other city, or whether it is Chandigarh or somewhere, we don't know because his phone is switched off. He has also deleted his WhatsApp. Moreover, what also we have been told, because he was knowing about the development over the Enforcement Directorate which has already filed a charge sheet, and yesterday when the court has taken the cognizance, the PTI has clearly mentioned that there is no evidence against Republic TV. So where it's the time where he knows that there will be a Republic team who is going to confront him, who is going to question him. What is the reason behind why he vindicated Republic? He took a press conference, calls all the senior editor, asking them to send their crew to the press conference, accepting Republic, who were not even allowed inside the CP premises, that commissioner premises, but all the media were invited there. But later now we know that ED, who has in his charge sheet, and what has also been mentioned by PTI, ANN and the other news publisher, that this is something, there is no evidence, zero evidence against Republic TV, after which he also spoke to Parambir spoke to some of the reporters in Mumbai, and later he decided to leave the city. So now we have to see when he is going to come forward, because he took the press conference clearly mentioning Republic TV name, clearly saying that there was a TRP manipulation by Republic TV. But now the final report that has been come by Enforcement Directorate, since 2 years they were investigating There are multiple statements that has been recorded, and after which it clearly mentioned, as per the PTI, ANI and the other print media, who clearly mentioned that there is zero evidence against Republic TV in the case. So we'll see what will the Parambir Singh is going to do, because here comes also the CBI. CBI is something going to look after the criminal conspiracy. Of course, the Bak who is under the scanner, they are going to be questioned. But there also might be a possibility of a Parambir Singh, who will also be questioned in the same case, because this is something CBI is going to look a criminal conspiracy where he might be involved in this. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Alicia. We'll come back to you. The final TRP report has created a massive storm even in legal fraternity. Senior Supreme Court advocate KK Manan has said that the Republic should file a case of defamation on channels that attacked Arnab Goswami. Let's listen to KK Manan.
Republic TV is vindicated, and the vindictive attitude of the then police commissioner and other authorities, especially, you see, there was a larger conspiracy against the Republic TV, especially against the Arnab Goswami. Now I will congratulate Arnab Goswami, who stood at that time like a rock, and I will say congratulate to Republic TV as well as Arnab Goswami, and especially I condemn the attitude and condemn the people who were there, who were behind all this game, or I will say the larger conspiracy against the Republic TV. You have seen Anil Deshmukh is behind the bar, Baze is behind the bar, and the then police commissioner, what was his name? I don't remember even his name, that Parambir, because he doesn't deserve to be even remembered. That for that purpose, I will say that these people were the main conspirator, and they were doing all the things at the behest of the then government. And I will say that time has come that in fact an investigating agency also should take the action against those people who has lodged and created such type of conspiracy. And I will say you people should file a damage suit and defamation in criminal as well as civil, and especially I will request the investigating agency that they should take the action against the culprits who were the actual culprits who were involved in hatching the larger conspiracy against the Republic TV, especially against the Arnab Goswami.
Well, nearly 2 years ago, tainted Mumbai cop Parambir spun a web of lies claiming that Republic TV was involved in TRP rigging scam. Later in a statement to the ED, he revealed it was a political conspiracy. After investigation, the final report by the Enforcement Directorate has been submitted to the court. While we are yet to access the ED charge sheet, PTI claims there's no evidence against Republic TV. We get you the details.
Nearly 2 years ago, Parambir Singh held a conference and said Republic paid viewers to watch the channel.
Republic Television.
Later, he revealed it was a hoax, a political conspiracy, ultimately spilling the beans on the fix Arnab plot.
Please, आप लोग उनको तबीयत खराब लग रहा है.
But our journalists were targeted, falsehoods were planted, all under political patronage. Now the final report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate before the special court. While Republic TV is yet to access the charge sheet, PTI has revealed that ED charge sheet mentions that there's no evidence against Republic TV or Republic Bharat in the TRP rigging case, while other regional and entertainment channels were mentioned.
In a fight that began in September-October 2020, after 2 years, the final TRP report is out, and we don't have the full report yet. But the details put out on news agencies and websites claim that there was zero evidence against Republic TV. Few other channels as per the reports we are hearing, took and gave cash for viewership and continue to be under investigation.
Lutyens media went all out to target Republic TV after Parambir lied. Well, now they choose to blank out the final TRP report. But ultimately, nobody can deny that in the end, it's the victory of truth.
This network is an idea, it is a thought, it is a faith, it is an ideology.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Jai Maharashtra! Jai Maharashtra!
India today faces probe in TRP scam. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more update on TRP scam.
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV. A case for Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV. A case for Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there.
days after Parambir Singh's malice-ridden presser took the TRP market and the media houses by storm, now the final TRP report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate and cognizance has been taken by the court. Take a look.
2 years after Parambir Singh's malice-ridden presser took the TRP market and the media houses by storm, now the final TRP case report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate and cognizance has been taken by the court.
This report had been filed in the City Civil Court in Mumbai. We have the status report that says on the 8th of September this report had been filed. The contents of the report are not yet known. We don't know whether cognizance of this report has been taken. As the nation awaits the details of this report, what we do know and what comes to be known from the case status is the final TRP report has 16 accused who are named. They can be called 16 respondents for now.
The Enforcement Directorate, in its charge sheet filed before a special court, claimed that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. 2 years back, nefarious Nexus tried to defame, deride and falsely implicate Republic. The ED filed an enforcement case and information report, which is equivalent to a police FIR in November 2020. The ECIR followed the first information report registered by Mumbai Police against Republic TV, 2 Marathi channels and a few individuals for alleged TRP manipulation. The scam came to light when ratings agency Broadcast Audience Research Council filed a complaint through Hansa Research Group. The ED charge sheet said that there was a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, agents and regional managers to influence or induce panel households to watch certain channels for monetary gains. In the month of June, Mumbai Police filed a charge sheet in which the name of the Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami was also mentioned. But now his name is not in the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate. In the charge sheet, the central agency has further underscored that the Mumbai Police probe in this respect was at variance with its probe. At the same time, the ED also said that it had found evidence that some regional and entertainment channels were involved in manipulating television rating points by paying sample or panel households. TRP is dependent on small statistical data of nearly 1,800 households in Mumbai and 45,000 households all over India. The ED charge sheet observed that there was a wider conspiracy involved for monetary gains. Now it is the most awaited report by 1.4 billion and speculation is high. The report is yet to be accessed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Alright, Republic gets more leads. Sources reveal not one, but more channels are under scanner. As also, of course, the CBI looking at criminal conspiracy angle on the other side.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वकी संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russia
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
All right, a top wrap of stories from across the country as well. NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest ever investigation process till date. These searches are being conducted in the residential and official premises of persons involved in terror funding, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. This includes 22 PFI activists from Kerala and 20 from Maharashtra and Karnataka each. India's simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of the country, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the NIA led to the arrest of 106 activists of the Popular Front of India in 11 states for allegedly supporting terror activities in the country.
Enforcement Directorate filed a charge sheet in TRP scam case, and the court has taken the cognizance of the charge sheet yesterday. Multiple media reports says no evidence against Republic TV, but there are other channels who are under the lens. Continuously rolling on this story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off.
The Hansa report several times over mentions India Today, which they said is not substantiated. Today, when another report comes out, which is at variance with the Mumbai Police's 8th October 2020 report, why is there this silence from India Today, and they need to answer that?
Will the channel named in the final TRP report speak up? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the lunch which was served in the toilet.
बाउंड्री वॉल है, देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है।
जयपुर के बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो है विधानसभा की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन विधानसभा से ठीक पहले उन्हें रोका गया है।
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Niranjan, the final TRP report is out. There is zero evidence against Republic TV. It's out in the public domain. Details being accessed by websites across the country. ED investigation on India Today will continue. According to reports, ED investigation on India Today will continue in the cash for viewership scam. Not just India Today, reports suggest another English channel is being investigated for rigging ratings. Parambir Singh, the disgraced officer under whom the Republic TV crew, network, employees were a victim of witch hunt. He was monitoring the Enforcement Directorate report until this morning, and he left Mumbai. He's not in his residence. Where is he? The full report is not yet with Republic. We've applied for it. We are hearing that more channels have now been named. CBI will investigate the bribery charge against BARC and its officials, both present and former, as applicable. What a shame. The entire Lutyens media blacks out the final TRP report. 2 years back, they didn't spare a minute in minute-to-minute coverage, wall-to-wall coverage, tracking every employee of ours. Today, not a single word, not a line, not a headline, no mention. Coverts have blacked it out. Republic TV will initiate legal action against all channels that defamed and tried to damage the Republic TV reputation. Largest ever pan-India crackdown against PFI, multi-state, multi-location raids continue. Nearly 100 locations, over 100 arrests in the PFI case. More details on Republic. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for being with us in this journey in the last 2 years since Parambir Singh, a disgraced officer, decided to manufacture charges and discover a case against Republic TV. He's been exposed, and the people who targeted Republic TV along with Parambir Singh, namely Sachin Vaze, is in jail. We wanted to ask him questions today, but he's in jail. We wanted to ask questions to Anil Deshmukh, the then Home Minister, but he too is in jail. We thought we'd ask questions to Nawab Malik, who was a minister and said that he will finish off Republic TV and Arnab would commit suicide. We thought of asking him questions, but he too is in jail, ladies and gentlemen. So that's Sachin Vaze, that's Anil Deshmukh, that's Nawab Malik. And we actually thought we'd go and ask Sanjay Raut as well a question on what he feels about this final TRP report. But it turns out that he too is in jail. So that's a fourth person who's in jail and was closely linked to this case against Republic TV. And then we thought we'd ask some of the policemen who are also involved in the investigation against Republic TV. For example, there was an officer called Riaz Qazi. It appears that Qazi too was arrested. So we didn't really know who to ask these questions to, and then we decided to ask those questions to Parambir Singh, the former commissioner of Mumbai. And ladies and gentlemen, we've been staking out outside his residence in both Mumbai and Chandigarh. It appears he's not there. We've heard that he's left Mumbai. The moment the Enforcement Directorate filed the final TRP report. In fact, all through the day we've been getting you some details, and the channel that has been named in the report that continues to face investigation, India Today, which was the original channel named in the FIR, has decided to black out the news. There's not a single word, there's no official response from India Today to the story. Meanwhile, while we wait for their response, Arnab was live on Facebook earlier this evening, and he spoke to the viewers directly. I'd like to play out a small clip from his interaction on Facebook with the viewers.
It's a very big day. I want to tell all our viewers once again, it's an extremely big day, and I promise you that the moment we get our hands on the final TRP report, we will upload it. We will upload it immediately on republicworld.com. Immediately on republicworld.com. Milind Kulkarni says, congrats Arnab, thank you very much. Tejpal Chaudhary, thanks for watching. Bimal Karmacharya says, you carry on Arnab, we are watching you and we are behind you. Thank you very much. It's so wonderful. So many people are there with us. You know, when I was in jail, the funny thing was, everybody in my large cell in the jail, and there were a total 1,000 people or so in one of the largest cells I was there, and everybody was watching Republic even there. So when the news of my getting bail came in or my court appearances came in, they would watch, and the TV was very far away. They would relay the information to me. So I said to myself at that point of time, they can't take me away from the people. Even here in jail, they can't take me away from the people. And we had love, and I want to show you something. This is small note. I will not. This is in my frame out here. You know what this is, viewers? This is a small note written to me by a fellow inmate of the jail. And he said to me, and I want to read this. He passed a small note, and he said, "Beta, we are all praying for your release and also for your good health. I understand the pain you might be in this jail, but we also know that truth will always remain the same. We have arranged a small prayer for you. If possible, join us." I could not join him, but this person who I called Babaji, you know, he sent me this note. This note means the world to me. इसलिए मैंने इसको hang करके रखा है अपने room में. I have kept it. This is what, you know, you don't earn anything in terms of money, but you earn only in terms of respect. And this is love, pure and unadulterated love which we got. And I have no quarrel with the people in the media who thought they could finish me. And I'm telling them today, they were wrong. They were wrong. If anybody thought they can walk in my shoes, and I'm saying this directly, if anybody thought they could walk in my shoes, they are not walking in my shoes. They should not even pretend to walk in my shoes. And there are some people who thought by abusing Arnab, we will become closer to the owners of our channels and our networks, and we will benefit professionally. They will not. Because eventually, remember, you don't have to make the owner of your network happy. You have to meet the people of this country eye to eye. And I'm telling you, viewers, these people who say they walk in my shoes, who say they have big shoes to fill, they cannot look at the people of the country eye to eye, viewers. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me, viewers? Amit Singh Rathore said, we demanded from central government to intervene. Thank you, Amit. Thank you. Today is a big day for us. I want you to congratulate my network, my channel. We built this channel with a lot of love and a lot of hope. And I want to take you on a personal tour of my newsroom today. Would you like to go on a personal tour of my newsroom with me today? Would you like to? Can I take you around for a bit, for 4 or 5 minutes?
And I want to show you, viewers, the love, the hard work with which this network has been built. So let's go for a walk. Okay? Should we do that? Okay. Will you ask me some questions? Okay. Okay, viewers, let's go. Let's go. Let's go on a walk across the newsroom. This is my room. And from my room, this is my room. And from my room, there's this very large, very large, you can see my newsroom out here, viewers. It's one of the largest newsrooms in the country, and it's bustling and it's full of energy today. People are extremely happy. And I want to take you to my studio, viewers. I want to take you to my studio. Okay, viewers, this is my studio. This is like my home. This is the place I love. This is where I work. This is where I do my programs, viewers. This is my studio, viewers. I'm giving you a 360-degree view of my studio, and I'm going to be live soon. Will you join me? I'll be live in a very short time with you. I'm going to be live with you. But what I want to say to you today is that when the TRP report, final TRP report comes out, it becomes your responsibility. And this, viewers, this is the Republic. This is the sign of Republic. It's my studio, viewers. And when I go on air, it says on air. On air, right? And viewers, I want to take you to my other studio, the second studio. Viewers, this is another studio of mine. You see, this newsroom has been built with a lot of love and hard work. You cannot break Republic. You cannot break Republic because this newsroom, viewers, has been built with a lot of hard work. Can you see my newsroom from here? Viewers, here's my newsroom. Can you have a look at that newsroom? It's a massive newsroom, a big newsroom, and it's a happy newsroom. I want to tell you one thing, viewers. The best thing about Republic is a pulsating and happy newsroom. We love our work. And we do our work passionately, and we do our work honestly. And nobody can break Republic. Nobody can break Republic. And I'm saying this, viewers, the only reason Republic will survive is because of you. We do not need capital. We do not need political support. We need nothing. You can call us anything. You can call us Godi media, whatever on earth you want to do. But it does not make a difference to us. Republic is truly unbreakable, viewers. Absolutely unbreakable. No, I'll hold it. I have my colleague here who thinks, why is Arnab going all over the newsroom? But I thought I should. And I want to show you something, viewers, today. If you stay with me for a while, I want to show you something. I want to show you something. I want to show you how the news is made. The news happens because of all these people out. And look at this newsroom here. This is India's largest newsroom as of now. And I'm now going to take you right on top of my newsroom because today is a special day. And I'm climbing the stairs right now. I'm going to show you a beautiful sight from here. Beautiful sight from here, viewers. Just look at this. That's the newsroom of Republic, viewers. It's a massive newsroom, a large newsroom. And the reason I'm showing you, this, you may say, why are you showing me all this? The reason I'm showing you this is because this newsroom exists because of you. And because I want to send a message to Uddhav Thackeray today. Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sonia Gandhi, NCP, Sharad Pawar, Nawab Malik, hear me loud and clear, you cannot break Republic. It was a vicious conspiracy. It was a terrible conspiracy, and I want to say today that Parambir Singh did not build this newsroom, and neither did Sachin Vazir. And we do not need the patronage or support of any politician or policeman to run this network. This network is going to become bigger and stronger because it has the will and the support of the people of India. Until we have that will and support of the people of India, we need nothing else, absolutely nothing else with us. I also plead and And I want, and Reshma Kant Gupta says, your nation first thought is the thread that connects you to us. Thank you very much. And I know today so many people are joining us right now. So many people are speaking to us. So many people are connecting with us. Viewers, this is the start. And in fact, I want to thank Uddhav Thackeray for doing what he tried to do with us, because not only did he lose, what Uddhav Thackeray has proven today is that his model will never succeed. His model will never succeed. And it's not the victory of Republic alone. The fact is, viewers, it is the fact that the model will not succeed. And what is that model? That model is that if you put a little bit of pressure, on a media house, you file a few police cases, right? And then you summon a few journalists, you file a few FIRs, you carry out some interrogations, then the organization will crumble. What we have proven is that it does not. In fact, it has the contrary effect. What happened? As a sum total, I really request everyone who's a student of journalism, whoever is a student of journalism, must study this, must analyze this, must look at what happened. Because every action has a consequence. And every action has a direct consequence. People respond to things differently. It is not necessary. It is not necessary that we would have reacted to the pressure that came to us in a manner that was predictable. We did not react in a predictable manner. It was their thought which was predictable, because they thought that all that they needed to do was essentially put a little bit of pressure, increase the intensity, test out the organization, attack them on the basics, whether that be finance or credibility, and they naturally expected that as a result and a consequence of all this, the organization would crumble. But as I said, sometimes instances like this happen so that a new history is written. The fact is, we wrote a new history, which we, with our reaction, changed their expectation of what the reaction of a media house to a moment of intense pressure ought to be. We changed the logic. And by changing the logic, I feel this is the most beautiful part of whatever has happened. By changing the logic, by changing the response, we have also set a new precedent. And that precedent is this, that in the future, no media organization should crumble to political or police pressure. And I said this when Justice Chandrachud gave out his verdict, where he said there was no prima facie evidence, but he also made a couple of other observations. And I said that day that if I were to have to go to jail again to get this judgment, I would happily go to jail. But the consequential response, the consequential fact coming out of all of what happened is simply and simply one thing: that no media organization can have its back broken in this country in the traditional way anymore. So that is all that I want to say. I want to say very much, I love you all. For everyone responding right now, Sunny Bakshi says, keep roaring on up. Of course I will. Till I'm around and till the last day, I will. Karma completes the cycle, says Mr. Tripathi. Thank you very much as well. I know it does.
The Hansa report several times over mentions India Today, which they said is not substantiated. Today, when another report comes out, which is at variance with the Mumbai Police's 8th October 2020 report, why is there this silence from India Today, and they need to answer that?
Will the channel named in the final TRP report speak up? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना, ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV. A case for Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. the truth will be buried. But now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab.
आज बहुत बड़ा दिन है क्योंकि आज 2 साल हो गए, 2 साल बाद, पूरे 2 साल बाद पूरी सच्चाई लोगों के सामने आई है। पूरी सच्चाई 2 साल हो गए, 2 साल लगे सच्चाई को सामने आने के लिए। और कैसी सच्चाई, किस तरह की सच्चाई? आज जब ये फाइनल टीआरपी रिपोर्ट में लिखा गया है दोस्तों, और मैं कह रहा हूं आज ये जो फाइनल टीआरपी रिपोर्ट जो ईडी ने फाइल की है उसमें लिखा गया है कि इंडिया टुडे, नाम लेकर कहा गया कि इंडिया टुडे के खिलाफ कई तथ्य सामने आए हैं जिन पर तहकीकात होगी और हो रही है। तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं आज इंडिया टुडे वाले चुप क्यों हैं? इस पर भी तो रिपोर्टिंग होनी चाहिए ना, क्यों नहीं कर रहे रिपोर्टिंग? 8 अक्टूबर को दोस्तों आप उनको सवाल पूछिए कि आज 8 अक्टूबर को दोपहर 4 बजे जब परमवीर सिंह ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा कि अर्नब भारत के लोगों को 500 रुपए देता है अपने चैनल देखने के लिए, तो उसको आपने बिल्कुल सच्चाई, अल्टीमेट ट्रूथ कहकर आपने दिखा दी। आपने ब्रॉडकास्ट किया, आपने परमवीर सिंह को हीरो बनाया, आपने मिलिंद भराम्बे वहां पे जॉइंट कमिश्नर थे, उनके साथ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, उनके साथ एक्सक्लूसिव इंटरव्यू की, उस पर आपने 10 स्पेशल प्रोग्राम्स किए और आपने कहा कि ये अर्नब गोस्वामी टीआरपी चोर है, टीआरपी चोर है। आपने हर तरह के शब्दों का प्रयोग किया जो मैंने आज तक पत्रकारिता में किसी को प्रयोग करते हुए मैंने सोचा भी नहीं कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री इतनी नीचे गिर जाएगी कि इस तरह के शब्दों का प्रयोग होगा। आप मुझे प्रतिद्वंदी माने, मुझे आप पसंद ना करें, क्योंकि मेरे विचारधारा राष्ट्रवाद की है और मैं अपने आप को राष्ट्रवादी मानता हूं। और मैंने सुशांत सिंह राजपूत के लिए मैंने मुहिम की, मैंने पालघर के साधुओं के लिए मुहिम की, आपने पसंद नहीं की, आपके आइडियोलॉजिकल डिफरेंसेस है मेरे साथ, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। मगर आपने टीआरपी चोर कहा और आपने मेरे पूरे घर को घेर दिया, आपने मेरे घर के बाहर 20 कैमरा लगाए। आपने 8 तारीख को 8 अक्टूबर को क्या नहीं किया, और 8 अक्टूबर से लेके आज तक दोस्तों बस अभी 10 दिन बाकी है या 14 दिन बाकी है, 2 साल हो जाएंगे। 2 साल तक आपने षड्यंत्र किया, 2 साल तक। तो मिला क्या आपको? आज पूछता है भारत आपसे कि आपको क्या मिला, लुटियन के मीडिया वालों को क्या मिला, हमें टारगेट करके उन्हें मिला क्या? सच्चाई क्या है दोस्तों? कुछ नहीं मिला। आज लोगों को मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि अभी भी ये रिपोर्ट मेरे हाथ में नहीं है। देखिए दोस्तों, ये मुझे कहा गया है 100 पेज से ज्यादा इस रिपोर्ट में है, और मुझे कहा गया है बहुत सारे चैनल्स हैं जिनके बारे में, जिनकी सच्चाई सामने आने वाली है, जिनका पर्दाफाश होने वाला है।
A lot of viewers and supporters calling us through the day to speak to us, to tell us what they think about this final TRP report. Megha is calling us in from Mumbai. Megha, good evening. Go ahead. You're live.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. It's a big victory. Congratulations. A big congratulations.
Thank you, Megha.
And you know what? I would just like to say one thing here. That, you know, when we were small, I was growing up, there were a lot of instances, stories being told that, you know, how honesty pays you back. You know, today I'm a mother of a 34-year-old and an 18-year-old. I don't have to read books and tell them how honesty gives you back. This what you have done, Republic has done, Arnab has done, and the entire Republic team has done. For all Indians, हम जो भारतीय है, today we are so very proud of you. A big congratulations and my prayers for all of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Megha. Thank you. Your support means everything to us. I'm taking a short break now. We'll continue to take your calls live, your tweets, your messages, and your videos as well. A lot of videos coming in on the WhatsApp numbers that we've put out of the Republic TV, Republic Newsroom. We'll take a short break now. Back with the coverage of the final TRP report and the other headlines. Stay tuned.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russia tensions escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school.
It's a big vindication for Team Republic. The charge sheet released by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the TRP scam states that no evidence could be found that implicated Republic TV in the case. The same charge sheet, however, mentioned certain households were allegedly found watching other channels like India Today in exchange for monetary returns, with an investigation to be conducted by the agencies over the same. Reports have further come about the BARC, the world's largest television measurement science body, is to be investigated by the Central Bureau of Investigation over charges of alleged cash for viewership and fabrication of evidence. CBI is to investigate the agency and its officials with charges of criminal conspiracy to be investigated by the agency. NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest ever investigation process till date. Searches are being conducted in the residential and official premises of persons involved in terror funding, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. This includes 22 PFI activists from Kerala and 20 from Maharashtra and Karnataka, each, and 18 from Delhi, who have been sent to 4 days of custody. In near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of the country, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency led to the arrest of more than 100 leaders of the Popular Front of India in 11 states for allegedly supporting terror activities in the country. Union Home Minister Amit Shah held a meeting with top officials and is believed to have discussed the searches of premises linked to the Popular Front of India and action against terror suspects. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Union Home Secretary Ajay Bhalla and the NIA DG were among the top officials who attended the high-level meeting. Delhi High Court has reserved the verdict in the defamation case filed by Delhi's LG Vinay Kumar Saxena against Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh, Atishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj and others. Remember, this comes after the war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and the LG following the investigations into the alleged scams under the Delhi government. Mumbai's Municipal Corporation BMC has denied permission to Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena as well as Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's faction for holding the Dussehra rally at the iconic Shivaji Park on the 5th of October. Civic officials claimed the permission was denied on the basis of law and order concerns raised by the Mumbai police. Karnataka police arrested 5 people for pasting Pay CM posters in the Bengaluru high grounds, including 3 social media heads of the Congress party. The Congress Karnataka unit President DK Shivakumar and party leaders Priyank Kharge and Ajay Singh arrived at the high grounds police station and pressurized the cops to release the accused, saying that they were not involved in the matter.
So they have arrested our boys in the midnight.
How many, sir?
They have arrested more than 7-8 people. They have arrested. We in Congress party has decided. We MLAs ourselves, all the 90 and odd MLAs and MLCs who are there, nearly 100. We will paste a poster. Every MLA will have to do it, and we will do it. It is our responsibility. We have to expose this most corrupt government, and this is the corruption capital of this country.
Sources state that Congress leader Digvijay Singh is a possible contender to be the Congress president. Leader is expected to arrive at New Delhi and meet interim chief of the party, Sonia Gandhi. A landslide at Kedarnath highway led to a temporary halt of the Kedarnath Yatra in Uttarakhand. According to sources, inclement weather led to a landslide in the area with large boulders and debris falling from the hills, with passengers narrowly escaping tragedy. Sources further added that one passenger bus suffered damage during the incident. A near stampede-like situation was witnessed in Hyderabad earlier today as large crowds gathered at the Gymkhana grounds to purchase tickets for the third India-Australia T20 international match, which is set to take place at the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium this Sunday. 4 people were injured during the stampede, while the police also resorted to lathi charge to control the situation. On a 2-day visit to Bihar beginning Friday, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to participate in a Jan Bhavna Mahasabha and chair the BJP State Core Committee meeting. According to sources, Shah will start his visit by addressing a gathering in the Jan Bhavna Mahasabha, which is being organized around noon on Friday, September 22nd at Rangbhumi ground in Purnia. Rashtra Swayam Sevak Sangh Chief Mohan Bhagwat went to Azad Market Madrasa in Old Delhi today after visiting a masjid at Kasturba Gandhi Marg. According to sources, he interacted with the children and also gave a piece of advice to them. Bhagwat told the children that they are the future of the country and should focus on their studies so that they can work for the nation. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar called for strengthening the thriving space for discussion and dialogue in public realm, suggesting that intolerance of other point of view is anti-ethical to the vision of free exchange of thought. Speaking at the 3rd edition of a national colloquium, Lokman Tan, Vice President, said that it is time to step out of our echo chambers and let the minds breathe. Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju, during a hearing linked to Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain, stated that the minister's appeal for bail was manipulated, alleging that the hospital the medical report was submitted from was being managed by Satyendra Jain, thereby leading the enforcement director to reject the medical report. Jacqueline Fernandez's stylist Lipakshi was questioned by the Economic Offences Wing for Delhi Police for nearly 8 hours. The questioning came days after Fernandez was quizzed in the case for the second time. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann called for a cabinet meet after a special session for the Punjab government was withdrawn by the governor. Aam Aadmi Party called for a march to the Vidhan Sabha after getting the session cancelled, with the session having been organised over a confidence motion in Punjab. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann, commenting on the cancelled special session by the Punjab governor, said that the decision was in favour of the Operation Lotus in Punjab, while further stating he would knock the doors of the Supreme Court over the matter. Aam Aadmi Party began their march from Vidhan Sabha to the Raj Bhavan in Chandigarh after the governor cancelled their special session of the Aam Aadmi Party, calling for a confidence motion amid fears of Operation Lotus being pursued by the BJP in Punjab. Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama, during a 2-day dialogue with youth leaders at his residence, said that he would prefer to breathe his last surrounded by the genuine and loving people of India, a free and open democracy, rather than among artificial Chinese officials. Indian comedians Sunil Pal and Ehsan Qureshi attended the last rites of comedian Raju Srivastav, who passed away yesterday following a heart attack on the 10th of August. He was admitted at the AIIMS in New Delhi, where he breathed his last. DMK MLA S.R. Rasju was booked by the police in Tamil Nadu following a complaint by the CEO of an automobile company. He made threats against. A video of the incident where he was seen making the threats went viral, with the MLA being booked for criminal intimidation. 2 terrorists connected to the Lashkar-e-Toiba were arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with security forces at Supor in Jammu and Kashmir. Arms and ammunition were further recovered during the arrest, with the arrested identified as hybrid terrorists working for the organization. A suspected bag was found near the LOC in Punj. The bomb disposal squad rushed to the spot to take stock of the situation. According to sources, 3 IEDs, wireless set and a grenade has been recovered from the bag. India's Joint Secretary of UNES, Srinivas Gutru, slammed Pakistan's Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari's remark on minorities and Kashmir issue, and said it is ironic that Islamabad, who itself have committed a grievous violation of the minority rights, is speaking about the rights of minorities. 2 people have been apprehended in the Shivamoga terror case, and the search is on for the 3rd person. A team from NIA has reached Karnataka, and state police will assist them in the investigation. Home Minister said that they had planned to disturb the peace and harmony across Karnataka. TRS leaders were caught thrashing toll plaza staff for asking to pay a fee. A heated argument broke out which led to the huge scuffle. Stepping up the preparations for upcoming assembly polls, the full election commission will be visiting Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat beginning today to assess the readiness of the poll machinery in the 2 states. An 18-year-old was hit by a speeding car in the district of Bellary in Karnataka. The girl sustained grievous injuries following the accident and is currently being treated at the Baptist Hospital in Bellary. A day after Turkish President Erdogan raked up the issue of Kashmir at the United Nations General Assembly, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met his Turkish counterpart and held talks on Cyprus. The sources further added that other than Cyprus, the 2 leaders also discussed about Ukraine conflict and food security. Switzerland's central bank carried out the biggest hike ever to its key interest rate today, following the aggressive moves of the US Federal Reserve and other central banks around the world to clamp down on inflation. According to the Swiss National Bank, such a move is with the aim to cool off the inflation that came in at about 3.5% in the month of August. Iran's military staged an annual parade today to mark the anniversary of war with Iraq in the 1980s. According to sources, several missiles and drones were displayed during the parade, including a new ballistic missile called Rezwan. Remember, the parade takes place during the time when the country is facing a nationwide protest over the death of a young woman while she was in custody of morality police. Danish Queen has now been tested positive for the coronavirus. According to the Royal House, the Queen is residing at the palace and further said that the Queen's activities this week has been cancelled. Queen Margaret II has been tested positive for COVID-19 for the 2nd time this year. Russian-controlled Luhansk region in eastern Ukraine is preparing for an upcoming referendum on becoming part of Russia. According to sources, ballot papers are being printed in a local printing office, and further said that the Election Commission has also started working. British Prime Minister Liz Truss, during her speech at the UN General Assembly, warned the fellow democratic leaders against any complacency when it comes to defending values and preserving a world order that rewards freedom. British Prime Minister Liz Truss accused the Russian President Vladimir Putin of a desperate attempt to justify his catastrophic failure in Ukraine. Serbian President called the United Nations General Assembly impotent and vague while speaking before delegates at the annual meeting in New York. He said that he supported the territorial integrity of Ukraine amid Russia's ongoing invasion of the country. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that 215 Ukrainian and foreign citizens have been released by Russia in a prisoner exchange. Zelensky said that 200 of the prisoners were returned in exchange for the former leader of a Ukrainian pro-Russian opposition party and a close associate of Russian President Vladimir Putin. French President Emmanuel Macron announced that an addition of 300 million euros has been allocated for the Global Fund for the next 3 years. A total of 1.6 billion euros will be given to the fund between 2023 and 2025. A powerful earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 6.8 in Mexico this morning shakes the city. According to sources, earthquake caused buildings to sway and left at least one person died in Mexico's capital. This earthquake struck after a 7.6 magnitude earthquake shook western and central Mexico 3 days ago. Ukraine announced a high-profile prisoner swap today. Sources said that this happened after months of efforts were put up to free many of the Ukrainian fighters who defended a steel plant in Mariupol during a long Russian siege. Sources added that in exchange of these soldiers, Ukraine gave up an ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Dozens of active and retired soldiers of the Austria joined protesters for a demonstration demanding everlasting neutrality and lifting of sanctions against Russia in Vienna. The protesters were seen holding signs and waving Austrian flags. Chinese State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov on the sidelines of the ongoing 77th session of the UN General Assembly. According to sources, Russia is willing to make joint efforts with China to follow through on the important common understandings reached by the two states heads of the state during the SCO summit. European Union Foreign Policy Chief has now promised for new sanctions against Russia after the escalation of its war in Ukraine. Borrell also stated during an EU meeting that he is certain that there would be an unanimous agreement for these additional sanctions targeting sectors of Russia's economy and individual Russians.
I am sure that we will be able to find unanimous agreement for the new sanctions package.
Roger Federer visited the iconic London Bridge as he prepares for his final tournament in the Laver Cup. The 20-time Grand Slam champion visited the bridge with Team Europe and Team World together. As Federer prepares for his final tournament in London for the Laver Cup, he said that it feels surreal.
Yes, absolutely. Feels almost a little bit surreal, to be honest, to all of a sudden be here, because right now I feel I'm gearing up for my tournament. I'm doing the press like I know I do, events, everybody's in a good mood, I'm practicing, but it's like the cliff, you know, it's like nothing left after, and it's okay. That's how I want it to be. I chose it, and I'm really happy with the decision.
Hurricane has announced that he will join other World Cup captains in wearing an anti-discrimination armband when he represents England in Qatar later this year. 29-year-old will wear the armband in support of the One Love campaign started by the Netherlands prior to Euro 2020. Cristiano Ronaldo trained with his Portugal teammates ahead of their UEFA Nations League match against the Czech Republic at the Fortuna Arena in Prague. Portugal, winner of the inaugural edition of the Nations League in 2019, trailed Spain by 1 point in Group 2 of League A. Spain trained ahead of Nations League match against Switzerland at League A Group 2. Spain remains unbeaten at the home against Switzerland with 7 wins and 2 draws. Robert trained with Poland ahead of their remaining 2 Nations League games. Poland sits third in the League A Group A and holds a 3-point lead over Wales.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants
A video of DMK MLA in Chennai went viral after he was seen threatening officials of an automobile factory over suspending their operations. The MLA was seen threatening the factory employees, threatening to break their arms and legs if they did not shut down the company. A complaint by a top executive of the company led to the MLA being booked on the charges of trespassing and criminal intimidation.
DMK MLA SR Raja, who belongs to the Tambaram constituency, has been caught on a CCTV footage where he's found threatening the employees of a private company, where he has been heard saying the words about how he will shut down the company by dusk, and he will be breaking the legs and arms of the people if they do not obey to whatever he says. The DMK has not yet responded to this video that is going viral on social media, but a response from the DMK government is expected. This is Vashni Ramu along with camera person Dilip from Chennai for Republic TV.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत।
The final TRP report is out. Several unanswered questions, and it's time perhaps the Lutyens media answers those very uncomfortable questions. On the other side, the burning question with my colleague Sucharita.
The Hansa report several times over mentions India Today, which they said is not substantiated. Today, when another report comes out, which is at variance with the Mumbai Police's 8th October 2020 report, why is there this silence from India Today, and they need to answer that?
Will the channel named in the final TRP report speak up? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years, 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off.
Burning Question, powered by CAF Appliances and St. Gobain Windows.
ED files 100-page final TRP report in court. Agency confirms zero evidence against Republic. Cash for viewership charge hits India today. ED to continue probe against the channel. Republic gets more leads. Sources reveal not one but more channels are under the scanner. Sources reveal the mastermind of the fake case. Parambir Singh left his Mumbai residence this morning. CBI to probe Bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case. And Luton's media that conspired with Parambir on the fake case is now silent on the final TRP report. Hello and good evening. I'm Sucharita Kukreti. You're watching Burning Question, and the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspirators. In the charge sheet filed before a special court, the Enforcement Directorate has said that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. On the other hand, several media reports state that an investigation into other channels like India Today is ongoing. But the media, which hounded Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, is silent when we stand vindicated. Where are those now? And why wouldn't the media not speak up now? We debate after this report.
जितने अभी तक हमने इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया है उसमें मैंने आपको बताया कि 3 टेलीविज़न चैनल्स के नाम सामने आए हैं। सबसे बड़ा नाम है रिपब्लिक टेलीविज़न का।
टीआरपी का मामला जो हुआ है उसकी जांच मुंबई पुलिस कर रही है। कल आदेश निकाला है कि इसके बाद में महाराष्ट्र में सीबीआई को जो भी इंक्वायरी करना पड़ेगा, महाराष्ट्र शासन की पूर्व परवानगी लेते हुए या परमिशन लेने के बाद में ही वो इंक्वायरी कर सकती है।
पुलिस प्रोफेशनल है, उनके पास अगर कोई जांच में कोई एविडेंस हाथ में लगा होगा किसी केस में, तो पुलिस किसी के ऊपर भी कार्रवाई कर सकती है।
अपने हाथ से अपने आप को पागल छोड़ो। कभी तो मेरे को डर लग रहा है सुसाइड में रख लेगा। क्या होता है, जो एरिया में जा रहा है ना वो क्योंकि अंदर बैठा है, वो सेल्फ इम्पोज है, उसको लग रहा है दुनिया ऐसी चल रही है, और सडन कभी मालूम पड़ेगा कि कुछ नहीं, इसमें फेक इसमें बैठा हूँ, फिर आदमी कुछ भी करता ना।
And here's the message from Arnab Goswami to all of those who tried in vain to pull Republic down. With the nation behind us, Republic will grow like no other.
And I have no quarrel with the people in the media who thought they could finish me. And I'm telling them today, they were wrong. They were wrong. If anybody thought they can walk in my shoes, and I'm saying this directly, if anybody thought they could walk in my shoes, they are not walking in my shoes. They should not even pretend to walk in my shoes.
And the guests that are joining me on Burning Question, voices that have stood for Republic, voices that have supported us all this while. I have actor Mukesh Khanna joining us live from Mumbai. We have Sushil Pandit, columnist and social activist, joining us on Burning Question. Professor Kapil Kumar is here with me in the studio. He's an historian, political analyst. You know him well. Kapil Sankla, advocate of the Supreme Court, joins us on Burning Question. Karan Verma, political analyst and author, joins us on the show, and so will PKD Nambiar in a little while, and Sanjay Gupta, political analyst, leans towards the Shiv Sena. And let me begin the show with Sushil Panditji. Sushilji, I remember the time when Arnab was arrested, and there was a time when you, Professor Kumar, and so many the people who've always supported us went out there and stood for Arnab, also handed over a memorandum. It really meant so much for Republic Media Network. But more than that, you stood with the truth that has emerged yet again this time, after this entire investigation by the Enforcement Directorate. Sushilji.
Yes, Sucharita. Like many millions of your viewers were watching on the screen.
We're not able to hear Sushilji.
Unfold. I was watching on the screen.
Yes, sir.
The drama
Go ahead.
unfold. Day after day, the way network was tormented, the way Arnab was dragged to the station on the pretext of some kind of questioning or conversation, the way he was missing primetime shows day after day. We saw it, and we saw it in disbelief. We saw it in sheer horror. How an arbitrary government, a government bent upon crushing the spirit of free media, was let loose on a network and nobody bothered. Nobody in the central government, nobody in the judiciary, nobody in the bureaucracy, nobody in the policy establishment, no thought leaders. We just watched in horror. We thought it'll end. We thought it was not for real. But the day Arnab was dragged out of his house early in the morning, arrested by hundreds of automatic weapon-wielding policemen as if they had nabbed a terrorist, that day, that sight was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. I called up friends, I called up General Bakshi that very morning, and I said, this has crossed the limits. And he said, whatever we propose to do, let's do it now. I spoke to Major Gaurav Arya. I spoke to Pushpender Kulshresht. I spoke to RSN Singh. I spoke to Professor Kapil Kumar, Lalit Ambardar, and we all decided to get together that afternoon at Jantar Mantar. The COVID restrictions were still on. We barely could manage to inform people that we are coming. There was no mobilization. There was no time for it. There were no resources for it. And out of nowhere, hundreds appeared. Out of nowhere. I mean, a very good friend decided to give us placards at an hour's notice. And then police permissions were sought.
Right. And Sushilji, what is very surprising is that you spoke for us at a time when everybody else was silent. And when this entire controversy and this whole the false TRP case was brought into foray by Paramveer Singh, there were channels that were playing up interviews late in the evening for their primetime slots. Yes. And today, not a headline, sir. Professor Kumar, not a headline today about this big investigation by the Enforcement Directorate that very, very, very clearly gives a clean chit to Republic Media Network.
I mean, even wild animals leave their own ilk. They don't feast on each other's meat. And this seems to be media cutthroat competition seems to have turned this into a dog-eat-dog world. It is pathetic. They don't realize that day will come when they will similarly be hounded. Powers brook no nonsense in terms of opposition. You have to unite and put up a united stand. It is freedom of expression. It is democracy.
That's exactly what I'm speaking about, Sushilji. And that is exactly what I'm saying today, Professor Kumar, that not even a headline now. So that was the whole TRP case was spoken about. There were interviews happening. And today when ED gives a clean sheet, Professor Kumar, then why don't you at least run a headline? Be honest with your viewers.
Was won that very day itself when they attacked in the TRP case, and as Sushilji is saying, that people on their own, they came out on the streets.
True.
Yes. You show me a single instance in this country where the people of the country spontaneously came out from small villages to down south in support of Republic and in support of Arnab. You show me any other such instance in the country, which means that people had faith in Republic, people had faith in Arnab, and it was not just Arnab, they were actually tormenting your whole Republic team, everyone from your financial to administrator, and even the pressure, under tremendous pressure which you were put on, the trauma, I will say, I use the word trauma for this, was put on. But the whole country stood behind it. Why? But why the country stood behind it? That is the crucial question. The country stood behind because the youth of today is not going to accept the anti-nationals in this country, and the youth of this country will do and go out for doing anything behind those who keep the flag of India up, who are speaking the truth in the media, who are exposing the corrupt. The youth is behind them. And not only the youth. And one line more I'll say.
Yes.
Where are all those today? Oh, Malik bolta tha, wo to gaya. Arnab to gaya. तो मलिक तो गया. वो संजय राउत वो भी वो तो निकल नहीं पाएगा. वो कहाँ है भाई? वो देशमुख कहाँ है भाई? वो वाजे. Imagine moving and arresting Arnab with those guns in their hands. So I remember that day particularly because I think it was around 7:45 or 8 I got a call from Republic. Okay, sir, we need you.
Right.
And I said, what has happened here? Subere bol rahe ho. And he said, sir, they have come to arrest Arnab, and I think by 8:40, 8:45 I was in your thing here over that. Because this kind of, and you see the worst part is that this very media who talks against fascism and who talk India is becoming a fascist state and this and that. This media never had the guts to call these actions as fascist actions of a fascist government in Maharashtra. Just because Arnab has exposed the Sadhu's case.
Right.
Just because Arnab had exposed that film actor's case and the murders in that. Whole thing related.
And Arnab was live on Facebook a few hours back. He's in fact still doing his show in Hindi right now. And what he really had to say today was that there could be ideological differences. If I could go to PKD Nambiar, Mr. Nambiar, there can be ideological differences, but you cannot call us TRP chore. There can be a variance in how we think, but you cannot accuse us of a wrong that has not been done. If you cannot compete with us, if you cannot fight with us, you choose a way which completely reflects the wrong that you've taken, the wrong path that you've taken, and the nexus that has happened between, as the ED, as the reports have said, a nexus between managers of channels and also channel owners.
Well, it's very simple. The logic of this whole expose and so-called this thing is to ensure that there is a large number of media houses, which we sometimes used to call as the Lutyens. Some of them are friends, but then Lutyens media. What happens is that they have some kind of a menopause issue, that nobody can go above them. They cannot, nobody can, if anybody else is succeeding, then it has to be through a bad means. So I think it's a problem of that, मुझे नहीं मिल रहा है तो क्यों दूसरे को कैसे मिल रहा है? How the other person is able to get popularity, how the other person or the other channel or the rival channel is able to pull it on, how people are believing in the stories of the other person is doing. I think the media as a whole is going through a internal crisis, and I think Arnab and your channel have become a part of that internal crisis of a section of the people who feel that. I have been running an advertising and marketing in the media space for almost 20 years. We always believed some of these data. We always know that there is no accurate data available in, at least in an Indian context, and it is very difficult to get an accurate data in Indian context. So whatever we have it, we believe in that, and we take a broader decision. No advertising company, no brands ever take a decision only and only on the basis of a TRP data. So it's a very simple logic that some people, some section of the media, they felt jolted. They felt the tremors of a new icon which is emerged, a new media house which was not having any kind of that kind of a backing, at least as much as I know. They wanted to take on to that person. Then there is so much of a narration of what not. But I feel sad this time around, all this incident is that how can hardly, I attend at least 2 or 3 shows in various channels every day. The people, the editors guild and etc. do come out every second day, comes up with their own kind of a logic and make on a beef eating rights to the whatever you call it. But suddenly there is one of their co-journalist, a senior journalist who made an impact on an Indian media industry. He's broken so many stories and the myth of
and they choose to remain silent.
Suddenly that nobody wanted to support him. That is something very, very sad. And I think the media requires, everybody today needs to look within themselves, what they have done.
But you know what, Mr. Nambiar, we got the support from where we got the support from where it mattered. We got the support of our viewers. We got the support of people who watched us and who are today telling all the others who conspired against that we were never paid to watch Republic TV. What is most hilarious is, Karan, that we've opened phone lines today and people have been calling. They've been calling in and they've been telling us, we watch Republic TV, we've not been paid. So that clearly speaks for itself, that they've been watching Republic because they love Arnab, they love Republic.
And Sucharita, this is an inspiring tale in itself, not just for us sitting here, for the India of today. That here is a man, a rank outsider, who doesn't bend down to the system and its dirty politics. He carves a niche for himself, does honest journalism, takes on the issues that matter to the common men and women of this country. And when he is ostracized, when he is targeted, he hangs in there and he wins in the end. So people saw the credibility in Arnab. I remember coming on your channel that day and I told the channel that today people are angry, and almost as if it was prophetic, I said all the people who are targeting him, ostracizing him today, they will all be languishing and he will rise like a phoenix. And by God, that is what has happened. And all those people, the Sanjay Rauts, the Anil Deshmukhs, the Parambirs, either they are absconding or in jail or charged, they've all fallen by the wayside. And Arnab has emerged stronger than before, because Arnab is not just a name. He is a cultural icon for Indians growing up in the last 10-15 years. He has exposed so many scams, taken up so many issues that people think that he's one of the conscience keepers of this nation. They have that much of trust. And when he is called a chore or when he is ostracized, it was a natural uprising of people to come out and tell them we are not going to take this lying down. There is a show on Republic, Poochta Hai Bharat. Sach ye hai, Republic ko dekhta hai Bharat. And at that time I said
it's going on right now in Hindi.
People don't need money to watch Republic. It is trending all over. Can't you just open your eyes? It's all over on social media. It is the only channel that is talking about the lynching of the sadhus in Palghar, which matters to us. It is the only channel which is taking up the Sushant issue. So the truth is, Republic has its ears on the ground. They are connected with people. They are not connected with lobbies.
Karan, if I can share this with my viewers, and I know that they know it for a fact because they've been supporting us and they've seen us through this time. But when Arnab was in Taloja, and when he was about to, when we were reporting outside Taloja, Banali, I would come to you next. There were people who would come out and meet us there, and they would wait day after day for Arnab to be released. Now that is the kind of fan following Arnab Goswami had. That is the kind of belief Arnab Goswami had. His viewers believed in him, and they kept telling us, today we are sure he's going to be out. Today we are sure he's going to be out. And they would come in, they would come there and stand with us. I haven't seen any journalist have the kind of following that Arnab Goswami had right outside Taloja, because Taloja is not even in the heart of the city. It's a little away, and there were people swarming Taloja, waiting for Arnab to be out.
Sucharita, one more point. You cannot manufacture.
I would go to Arnab. I'll come to you, Karan.
No amount of big bucks or deep pockets can bring this. This is raw credibility. This is the connect. After years of work that you enjoy with people.
Completely.
So it is, nothing can beat this. It had to triumph in the end, and I'm so glad it did.
Sucharita, today we feel very
glad as well.
proud that
Banali,
we still watch. I think there's a huge fan following of Arnab, and people love watching Republic TV. Nobody has to be bought for that. And it is evident of the fact that, Republic TV has been the #1 channel even after the TRP scam. Even when Arnab, lots of allegations were made against Republic TV. The fact that Republic TV still stood on #1 position, that itself is evident of the fact that, that Republic is the best. And there are huge fan followings and there are huge viewership. Nobody has to be paid for it. And, this entire scam was absolutely motivated. And there was he was just targeted unnecessarily. Congratulations to Team Republic for standing by and coming victorious. Today there is no evidence found against you all, which is a very great news for the entire team. And congratulations to all of you. And I think it's the public which makes you bigger and bigger. And it's a public support that you have today.
Definitely, Banali, it goes without saying that the public and the viewers who've been loyal to us. I would go across to Mr. Sankla. Mr. Sankla, I think it's been this warmth, this love that has been, and even today, when Arnab announced that he's going to be back on his Hindi show, Poochta Hai Bharat today, there were callers who were calling even right before the show started. They wanted to speak to Arnab. They wanted to convey the fact that they've been waiting for him, because now he does not do his show every day in Hindi. But they know that they keep asking for him. And that is the kind of loyalty that I talk about. Because the journalist must have done something to raise that kind of clout, that kind of fan following, that they're waiting for him even though he's not appearing on his show on a daily basis.
You're absolutely right. And may I just say this, that it's not just because of the love, but it's also because people have this trust in you that you will stand for truth. And when you stand for truth, truth triumphs, and so do the people who are supporting truth. And therefore people are supporting you. You see, 2 years of corrupt police, 2 years of corrupt politicians, 2 years of false narrative, and truth triumphed, didn't it? At the end of the day, the charge sheet is the vindication of truth. What happens is that the FIR can be registered, empowers the police, but the charge sheet empowers the court and take cognizance of what is the fact. It is the culmination of investigation, and investigation very clearly of the ED has said beyond any reasonable doubt that there was absolutely nothing against Republic and you guys. And that itself is very important. You see, what really happens is that, corrupt power, politics, people get together, and for their own base needs, for petty profits, they put down somebody who's a star, or somebody, or want to change the narrative from what is true to half-truths. But what is important is, as I said, that truth triumphs, and if you're standing with the truth, you're supporting truth, the truth will also support you, and people are going to support you because they know that there is someone and there is some channel they can turn to where they will know what is really happening around them. Not a narrative that has been pushed down by business houses, by political motives, by profit motives. And I think that is also very important, that a media house is owned by a journalist, is run by a journalist, rather than business houses, because a noble profession otherwise turns into base business. And in the altar of base business, I think what truly dies is truth. So when people have supported you, I'm sure it's because of the love and the affection, but I really believe they supported you because they know that when they turn on, they tune into your channel, they know that what would be spoken is base, complete, absolute, undiluted truth. And that is the love, that is the affection, that is the truth, that is the happiness, that is the joy that people associate with you guys. I think for all the matters that I did, my parents believed that I finally arrived when I started coming on Republic. I mean, that says it all. Congratulations to you guys.
That is so sweet, Mr. Sankla. And I think it is basically people who watch us on Republic, and when there are people who ask us that whether we get to meet Arnab every day and how does Arnab work. It's basically, I think I would like to tell my viewers that when a journalist is a workaholic and when he's made it through determination, through hard work, what hurts the most are these false allegations, and that is precisely why it is such a big deal for us. It matters the most to us because these allegations, we know that our viewers have stood with us, but now it seems like the truth is coming into foray yet again for our viewers, because we also want to thank them from the bottom of our heart. I just want to take a small break and I'll be coming back to this debate on the other side. But I would also like to thank all of you for standing by. And Karan, I'm coming to you. I know you have so much to add to the to burning question. A little break, small break, and then we're coming back.
They called me names. They called me a thief, viewers. They conspired with the tainted Parambir Singh and the murder charge Sachin Vaze and the now in jail Anil Deshmukh of the NCP to claim that Republic's success was a result of deceit. They became a collaborative effort along with the Vadra Congress to attack my colleagues, to attack this network, to attack this channel, and they celebrated, viewers. And viewers, we knew all along that one day will come. A day will come, for no doubt. We knew that day will come when the truth will be out. Because the nation must know. Because the nation will know. The nation wants to know.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वो आपकी संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
So the truth is finally out, with the ED filing a 100-page final TRP report and no evidence whatsoever against Republic Media Network. Let me go across to Professor Kumar. Professor Kumar, as you were saying, this whole silence of media houses is something that astonishes you, something that is very, very hitting. And as I said, that even today, you, at least your viewers, demand honesty from you, that you should be speaking up on this. Nothing.
You see, Sucharita, not only this media. 2002 to 2005, I was a member of the Press Council of India, representing the University Grants Commission over there. And I remember it was 2003 or 2004 sometime, when in Chennai there was an assault by the state on TV journalists. Many cameras were broken, many things happened. I think it was Jayalalitha's time, if I'm not wrong. And I made it a point in the press council that the press council should sumo to take action on this, and we sent a team from Delhi to investigate the whole incident. Now Arnab and Republic case is one, but today I'm so ashamed that this Press Council of India fails to take action against any journalist that is happening in this society today. And I don't know whether they should be closed. Why waste government money on such a body which has become a nincompoop? No action, no report, no statement, not even a word of self-condemnation. We don't need such organizations in the country, white elephant organizations then, who just eat on public money, take benefits, but don't stand by the people or don't stand by the very mission with which these organizations are made. And secondly, I'll say that in journalism,
yes, sir,
today there's a major problem. And the problem is that we have very few who know the subject, who know what is at stake, who know what it's going to be, its impact on the society, and they report. But just reporting for sensationalization. I heard some journalist asking when a Delhi earthquake was there, putting the mic before an 8-year-old kid, क्या तुमने कभी अपनी जिंदगी में ऐसा भूचाल देखा है? So some sort of specialized things which used to be. If a correspondent would report on education, he would research on education, do on that, go into that, and then report on that. On defense.
So there wasn't, Professor Kumar.
So that is what we expect from Republic, that when you come out with that, you research the topics, you come out with that. And I tell you one more thing towards Republic, what people are looking, and I hope my other friends will. You see, people are looking towards Republic not only for raising the truth and raising the issues, but also to provide solutions also to the problems which the country is facing today.
Absolutely.
With such debates, with such people around who can give solutions, who can give their ideas for a constructive development also, which most of the channels are missing today.
And that is something that puts us, it kind of puts us separate. It separates us from the others in the lot. Now,
I see someone from Shiv Sena today.
Sanjay Gupta ji is there with us.
Oh.
Sanjay ji, if you can hear me, बहुत चीजें बोली गई, आपके नेताओं ने भी बोली कि अर्नब देखिए किस तरह से बदनामी अभियान चला रहे हैं हमारे खिलाफ, और देखिए कैसे जांच, अर्नब की जांच होनी चाहिए. All these things were said. Now those very people are now behind bars. जांच तो हो रही है सर, अब सही दिशा में हो रही. संजय गुप्ता जी,
एक स्टेटमेंट दिखा दीजिए आप. शिवसेना के किसी भी नेता ने शिवसेना के किसी भी नेता ने रिपब्लिक भारत के खिलाफ टीआरपी मामले में कुछ भी कहा हो, एक भी ऐसी स्टेटमेंट अगर आप दिखा देंगे मुझे, तो मैं मानूंगा कि टीआरपी आप जो बोल रही है सच बोल रही है. मैंने तो ये सवाल अभी अर्नब गोस्वामी जी से भी 4 बार पूछा, तो वो बार-बार स्टेरिंग अपना इधर से उधर काट के चले गए.
सर टीआरपी मामले में क्यों? अगर हम अपनी न्यूज करते हैं तो आपके नेता बोलते थे हमारे खिलाफ बदनामी अभियान चला रहे हैं. सर संजय जी, आप ही के हम नाम है संजय राउत जी, उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे खिलाफ बदनामी अभियान चला रहे हैं. मतलब अगर अर्नब गोस्वामी न्यूज दिखाएं और अपना मत रखें, इफ ही कीप्स हिज व्यूज टू हिज इन फ्रंट ऑफ हिज व्यूअर्स, तो वो बदनामी अभियान चला रहे हैं, तो वो चुप हो जाएं. ही शुड नॉट स्पीक.
सरकार इनकी नहीं थी महाराष्ट्र में.
बदनामी अभियान की बात है, वो बात मैंने तो सुनी नहीं है. वो भी कहा गया है, नहीं कहा गया है, आप कह रही है तो मैं मान सकता हूं.
नहीं सर, अलग बात कैसे है
वाले मामले में? आप एक
अलग बात कैसे है? When Anil Deshmukh said that Arnab should be probed,
मामले में
सर अनिल देशमुख जी ने कहा that he should be probed, उनकी जांच होनी चाहिए.
शिवसेना से नहीं है.
अरे सर, so when the government, when you're running a government with the same, with different parties, then it's okay. अब आपने पल्ला झाड़ लिया, एनसीपी है वो, उनसे पूछिए, हमसे मत पूछिए.
कौन सी शिवसेना में है आप? अब
नहीं, गठबंधन की सरकारों के अंदर
सर अलग मत होते हैं, बट इफ यू आर रनिंग द गवर्नमेंट टुगेदर सर, यू विल हैव टू बी रिस्पांसिबल विद व्हाट द अदर पार्टी सेज. भाई आपके साथ सरकार चला रहे थे ना वो.
नो, देखिए ये एक अलग मामला है, ये एक अलग मामला है. आपके चैनल से रिलेटेड, टीआरपी से रिलेटेड मामला एक अलग मामला है.
नहीं वाले मामले ठीक है, वो अलग मामला. सुशील जी, ओके सुशील जी, वो अलग मामला है. चीफ मिनिस्टर जो भी हो, whoever is the chief minister, he is not responsible for any statement that the parties in coalition are making. So then what kind of a chief minister am I?
बार ऐसा होता है कि जब
सुचरिता जी, अभी कपिल जी कह रहे थे कि कुछ अधिकचरे जर्नलिस्ट होते हैं, यहाँ कुछ अधपके पॉलिटिशियंस भी होते हैं. They don't know that in a cabinet form of government you share responsibility, you share equal responsibility.
Absolutely.
I think this politician needs to be schooled in the fundamentals of democratic governance in the cabinet form of government. You cannot simply cut your losses and run when your colleagues are implicated in criminal activities. Your own colleagues.
सुशील पंडित जी, आप ना
इन्होंने जिन लोगों को मंत्रालयों में बिठाया था,
आप मुझे बताइए कि क्या
अच्छा मेरी बात सुनिए.
दोनों को मिक्स. सुशील जी, now what Sanjay Raut, what Sanjay Gupta ji is saying, अब संजय एक I want to make this very clear, सुशील जी, प्रोफेसर कुमार, राइट नाउ संजय गुप्ता जी आप बोल रहे थे कि भाई हमारा कौन सी नेता है, हमारे कौन से नेता हैं जिन्होंने बोला. संजय जी मेरी बात सुनिए ना. अब ये आप ही की सांसद हैं प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी, जिन्होंने कहा था टीआरपी वाज बीइंग मैनिपुलेटेड टू शो दैट देयर एजेंडा वाज समथिंग द कंट्री वाज कनेक्टिंग विद. यानी कि टीआरपी को के साथ घालमेल किया गया, ये दिखाने के लिए कि इनका जो एजेंडा था उसके साथ देश के लोग सहमत थे, और झूठ सामने आया. ये आपकी नेता का बयान है. अभी आप बोल रहे थे एक बयान दिखा दीजिए. ये आपकी नेत्री नहीं है।
Sucharita, let me come to a bigger issue. The
Sanjay
bigger
Gupta ji?
issue here is today.
हाँ, एक मिनट, सुशील जी, I'm just coming to you because he thought that.
ना आप बार-बार उद्धव जी ने ये कहा,
हाँ, ये नेत्री नहीं है आपकी।
इस बात पे आप आते हैं, आप।
अच्छा, अब आप ये कह रहे हैं कि उद्धव जी का बयान दिखाइए, वरना और कोई मायने नहीं रखता, मतलब बाकी सब तो मायने नहीं रखते।
अब ये शिंदे ग्रुप के हो गए हैं।
भी बटी हुई थी on the issue of Arnab. शिवसेना was also
शिंदे ग्रुप के नहीं, हम शिवसेना के हैं।
What happened was wrong.
सत्ता में भी हम हैं, विपक्ष में भी हम हैं। शिवसेना ही है। सत्ता में भी हम हैं, विपक्ष में भी हम हैं। आप हमसे पूछते हैं हमें कौन
डिरेल करेगा।
Seriously don't, ये भी सुन लीजिए आप।
Triumphant. Today, with hindsight, we can draw satisfaction. But think of those days. Any other organization or any other person would have crumbled. The pressure was such. Imagine the chief minister, the home minister, the police commissioner, even a fence-sitting judiciary which took its own time, all the time in the world.
आरोप तो जिन्होंने लगाया उसके आधार पर जांच हुई, आरोप तो नहीं था। अगर कोई आरोप लगाता है, सबूत देता है, तो उस पर जांच तो होगी, और जांच होने के बाद जो निष्कर्ष निकल के आया, हम इससे सहमति रखते हैं।
चोरी के बाद सीना चोरी शोभा नहीं।
तो सर फिर आपको भी कंप्लेन नहीं करना चाहिए, आपके नेता जेल में है, जांच तो हो रही है, फिर आपको भी कोई उससे आपत्ति नहीं होनी चाहिए। संजय गुप्ता जी, जांच हो रही है ना, इफ जांच इज फाइन, देन आप क्यों आए दिन आरोप लगाते रहते हैं? आपके नेता जेल में है तो उनकी भी जांच हो रही। सर
जेल में होने से कोई अपराधी नहीं बनता।
आपको
जेल में होने से, सुचारिता जी, जेल में होने से कोई नेता अपराधी नहीं बनता। जांच का विषय होता है वो, और जब तक कोर्ट किसको कन्विक्ट नहीं करती तब तक वो अपराधी नहीं होता, तब तक वो सिर्फ
अच्छा, मतलब उनकी जेल है तो जांच का विषय,
किसी भी मामले में
उनकी जेल है तो जांच का विषय, यहाँ पर जेल है तो इनको ये सही है।
जेल में रहे
सर, you're exposing yourself, संजय जी। संजय जी, आप खुद ही अपने आप को एक्सपोज कर रहे हैं।
Derail the discussion. He is here to derail the discussion. He is not to
Sir, you are exposing yourself.
Right. He has come here to derail the discussion. Let's move on to the other.
Okay. I'll quickly take a small. I'll quickly take a small break and I'll come back. I'll come back to the burning question. I'll quickly take a small break.
They called me names. They called me a thief, viewers. They conspired with the tainted Parambir Singh and the murder charge Sachin Vaze and the now in jail Anil Deshmukh of the NCP to claim that Republic's success was a result of deceit. They became a collaborative effort along with the Vadra Congress to attack my colleagues, to attack this network, to attack this channel, and they celebrated, viewers. And viewers, we knew all along that one day will come. A day will come, for no doubt. We knew that day will come when the truth will be out. Because the nation must know. Because the nation will know. The nation wants to know.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वो आपकी संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years, 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
So the people may forget, but they say karma will not, and karma is coming back. Mr. Sankla, you're a lawyer, but I know that evidences also do not lie, and they have a way of telling the truth. Mr. Sankla. I think Mr. Sankla is not able to hear me, but Mr. Nambiar, isn't that really the story? We've known the truth. We know that our viewers have supported us, but at a point when there was an attempt to break down a journalist, an attempt to defame a journalist, it really means a lot to us when the truth finally comes out.
Well, Surachita, I'm not going to, I'm not a sycophant. I don't want to say that I like everything about Arnab. I like everything about Republic. There is nothing is called as perfect. So as whether it is a brand Nambiar or brand Surachita, brand Arnab. But one thing I have realized, in fact, a couple of years ago, I have written an article called as brand Arnab Goswami. The truth is that somebody who has created a niche for himself, you can't expect everybody, the Lutyens media should not be expecting everybody should be following them, everybody should behave the way they think, everybody should be behaving a left pseudo-secular thought process, and there should be a narrative only through which they should function. The dictatorial mindset of some of your colleagues are the one which I felt really I was always very clear that he will come out clean as a business, as an entrepreneur, as a journalist, and more of there's a strong brand called as brand Arnab Goswami. But जैसे कहते हैं ना कि जब किसी को तकलीफ में होते तो पता चल जाता है कि कौन असली दोस्त है, कौन आपका दुश्मन है. I think this time around, when a media house was attacked, when one of the senior most journalists was going through a crisis, whether it is man-created or he got into it, whatever it may be, we can have thousands of debates and discussions. But that is when media should have played, the entire media should have played a crucial role, standing by with him. Maybe you can put a condition applied, but just ignoring, taking his name wherever it is required or not required, that is something which was not in the right interest of, which we call ourselves as a media is more of like a fourth pillar in our democracy. That was something which I definitely felt bad. Right. As I said, I do have differences.
Mr. Nambiar.
In fact, today about 6 o'clock, I was sitting with two editor-in-chief of one of the topmost publications in the country. When we were discussing about this TRP scam issue, you know what they said? No matter what you say, I cannot say this in public, but in private I must say that you can dislike him, you can criticize him, You may like him, dislike him, criticize him, but you cannot ignore him. He has made an impact. I think the entrepreneur as a journalist, as an entrepreneur or a business house, I salute the spirit of him. I can see that on your screen. And as I said, I don't like a lot of things in Arnab Goswami. That does not mean that I will hate him for the reason that he is growing, he is making an impact in the society or in the crowded media space. And that's where it hurts the max.
Right. No, and he likes his detractors as much. I can say that, and he, because his critics keep him on the toes all the time. That's what he says himself. So I think
is always accepting the detractors, making them into an ambivalent, and an ambivalent to a loyalist.
And I think there's so many of those voices on his show every day.
Perfectly for that.
There are so many of those voices on his show every day. So I think it's a constant reminder, and that is what an honest journalist is all about. He faces both of them. He faces both the sides together. And as I was saying a little while earlier, because I'm not left with any time, but Mr. Sankla, I was referring to you, but I really don't have any time left. And what I was really saying was that people may forget, but karma does not. And I think the evidences also have a way of coming out in your legal language. So evidences have come out, and those are the ones that have just one final word. Sir, I don't have time, but evidences are the final word on whatever has happened in the past 2 years. Mr. Sankla.
The culmination of all investigation and the combination of all kind of evidences are put in the charge sheet, and therefore, as I said, that whatever the police may say, whatever crooked policemen would say, truth finally triumphs when the charge sheet is brought to the notice of the court. Truth has triumphed, and truth shall flourish, as with Republic TV. All the very best.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sankla, and I would like to thank all of you, be it the ones who love Arnab, the ones who are his critics, but we will always take it as something that only propels us to do better. We are very glad and we are thankful to our viewers who stood by us, and we are happy that the truth has surfaced, and our viewers have always believed in us, and they've never really waited for this truth to come out in this way. They have believed in us and they have stood with us. Thank you so much to everyone for joining me on Burning Question. That's a wrap for today.
They called me names. They called me a thief, viewers. They conspired with the tainted Parambir Singh and the murder charge Sachin Waze and the now in jail Anil Deshmukh of the NCP to claim that Republic's success was a result of deceit. They became a collaborative effort along with the Vadra Congress to attack my colleagues, to attack this network, to attack this channel, and they celebrated, viewers. And viewers, we knew all along that one day will come. A day will come, for no doubt. We knew that day will come when the truth will be out. Because the nation must know. Because the nation will know. The nation wants to know.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वो की संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV. A case where Sachin Bhaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra.
In fact, that the stand of Republic TV is vindicated, and the vindictive attitude of the then police commissioner and other authorities, especially, you see, there was a larger conspiracy against the Republic TV, especially against the Arnab Goswami. Now I will congratulate Arnab Goswami, who stood at that time like a rock.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TRP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वो की संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV. A case where Sachin Bhaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TRP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Attorney General Nawargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state.
They called me names. They called me a thief, viewers. They conspired with the tainted Parambir Singh and the murder charge Sachin Vaze and the now in jail Anil Deshmukh of the NCP to claim that Republic's success was a result of deceit. They became a collaborative effort along with the Vadra Congress to attack my colleagues, to attack this network, to attack this channel, and they celebrated, viewers. And viewers, we knew all along that one day will come. A day will come, for no doubt. We knew that day will come when the truth will be out. Because the nation must know. Because the nation will know. The nation wants to know.
The Hansa report several times over mentions India Today, which they said is not substantiated. Today, when another report comes out, which is at variance with the Mumbai Police's 8th October 2020 report, why is there this silence from India Today, and they need to answer that?
Will the channel named in the final TRP report speak up? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Century Ply. JK Tires. And CAF Appliances.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest headline in the country is the blackout. The Latvian's media ecosystem, driven with guilt, has blacked out the details of the final report in the TRP case. But they will be defeated. For if you do a simple Google search right now, you can read the truth. There are three truths I want to bring before you tonight, viewers. Truth number one, that there was complete and total, abject and pathetic fabrication of facts against Republic. Truth number two, that after 2 years of an intense investigation, not a shred of evidence was found against Republic. Not a shred, viewers. But the biggest truth is truth number three. Truth number three, viewers. The truth which nobody can deny. Truth number three, viewers. Truth number three, that the channel originally named in the FIR in the TRP case, namely a channel called India Today. The channel personally given a clean sheet by Parambir Singh, Milind Bharambe and Sachin Vaze, namely India Today, is now the channel against whom some sensational evidence of alleged TRP manipulation has now come out as per the ED report, and that channel's name is India Today. Also a channel against whom a very serious investigation is now ongoing. And the channel is called India Today. My dear viewers, unlike them,
We don't get personal. Unlike what they did, I shall not call India Today names. And neither shall I use this as an opportunity to attack them personally. But I must ask them, I'm duty bound to ask them, and I'm duty bound to ask the entire Lutyens media ecosystem whether or not they realize today that the entire country, not just me, the entire country, 1.4 billion Indians want to know the reason behind their conspicuous, deafening silence on the details of the real TRP scam. And I promise them, and I promise you viewers, as far as the TRP scam is concerned, I know your suspicions on who the real TRP scamsters are. You know who they are. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you tonight, the nation will also know. The truth is out. The truth comes out like a tsunami. The truth can never be hidden for too long. And the cash for viewership charge, ladies and gentlemen, I must report it tonight, that the cash for viewership charge has hit India today. It's a big charge. The whole country is talking about it. Ladies and gentlemen, debate number 2 tonight. The hypocrisy of certain sections of the media, their fabrication exposed, their falsehoods exposed. Should media hypocrites debate the TRP case tonight? I think they should. Ladies and gentlemen, that's debate number 2. And here are the headlines. This Thursday evening on the debate tonight. Across the country, it's gone viral. Over 30 news reports confirm that India today is facing a big investigation in the TRP scam. Reports in the media mention India today. India today facing a serious cash for viewership charge. And it may not just be India today. There are irregularities of another channel which are under investigation, say the sources. CBI to investigate criminal conspiracy and bribery angle. Media owners, policemen, politicians and BARC could be under the scanner. Parambir consults his media handmaidens and is reported to have left Mumbai hours after the ED files the final TRP report in court. And the Lutyens media that debated Republic for over 6 months loses its voice on the final TRP report. It's called the gold standards of silence and hypocrisy. And ladies and gentlemen, I distinctly remember how 2 years ago, even before Parambir's press conference to target Republic, there was a network that had already deployed reporters in front of my house in Mumbai. And I don't want to get into how they were so quick or what kind of extra sensory perception they had, but it is amazing that the same network has not uttered a word on the TRP case when their own name has figured in the probe. A simple Google search will show you how the cash for viewership charge has hit India today. And yet they have nothing to say this time. Viewers, here is what you know so far, and then we shall debate.
2 years ago, a litany of falsehoods was peddled.
ARC ने जो अपनी एनालिटिकल रिपोर्ट सबमिट की है, उसमें जो नाम सामने आया है वो है रिपब्लिक टेलीविजन का, जिसमें के सस्पिशंस ट्रेंड्स टीआरपी के देखे गए। एंड जो तीसरी बड़ी आइडेंटिटी सामने आई है रिपब्लिक टीवी, उसके कौन लोग इस कार्य में मैनिपुलेशन में, क्रिमिनल ब्रीच ऑफ ट्रस्ट एंड चीटिंग के गुने में इन्वॉल्व हैं, उनके बारे में आगे का इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है।
That very day we told you which channel was named in the FIR.
Especially after I put out the FIR, which mentions allegations against the India Today group
does not mention Republic TV and says that people were paid money to watch India Today Delhi for 2 hours. Now, if this is the fact, and Parambir Singh does not investigate India Today, but in 24 hours closes an investigation against Republic and threatens to seize our assets and says that Republic TV, whatever it has, is the proceeds of crime. But the complaint is on India Today. What is the most significant matter, as they say in English, viewers, there's a phrase, more loyal than the king.
We showed you who the complaint was really against. We're putting out this report of Hansa Research. Along with BARC, India's official ratings measurement agency, and Hansa Research have conducted this investigation. I have that 7-page report. The entire report which named India Today, which nailed India Today part by part, is here. The report that India Today along with Parambir Singh tried to hide. I'm going to read out from this report. The report said that the increase in TRP ratings for any channel or program leads to an increase in their advertising revenue. Hence, some of these persons try to increase the ratings by making panel homes watch their channels against payment of money and thereby manipulating the viewership of the said panel homes and also tampering with the barometers. We showed you every mail that cleared our name.
The entire fulcrum of the case was that BARC said that Republic found suspicious patterns, and this is the basis of Parambir Singh's action on us. Now, viewers, I have with me all the emails of BARC. Viewers, I am for the first time putting the BARC emails in the public domain. Dear Arnab, we are dismayed at the unfortunate hardship you had to go through. Our best wishes for your well-being. As you well know, BARC audience measurement and data validation process are based on statistical measures and thresholds as approved and reviewed by BARC, Technical and Oversight Committee. Any viewing which exceeds the predetermined threshold triggers further analysis, which based on a set of additional criteria being met, results in the viewing being brought under the attention of the BARC Disciplinary Committee for further review.
And yet, hollow attempts were made to pin the blame on Republic TV.
Due to manipulation of data, and Republic TV was put on number 1. There are quite a few evidences which are enumerated in the report. So as per the report only, I am stating all these things. The report also states that this manipulation continued since 2016 to almost like 2019.
And now the final TRP report is out, and the channel named is India Today.
News report after news report has quoted the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet saying there is zero evidence against Republic Media Network. There is no statement, no exchange of money, and no superficial forensic audit report.
The channel named in the final TRP report is the same channel which went into an overdrive right after Parambir Singh's press conference, calling Republic names, calling Republic TRP chore, saying Republic cheats Bharat. But today, after the final TRP report, they have not even done or issued a single tweet, and that's the reality.
As of this moment, no statement has been issued by the India Today group. They're talking about everything under the sun, but not this clincher.
The full report is yet to be accessed, but the findings are already glaring. The silence of India Today is telling. Let's debate.
And we have our wonderful, talented colleagues. We have with us Shawan Sen and Rhythm, who are with us, both rock stars, pillars of Republic. So proud of both of you for your effort, for your sacrifice, and your staying together. And we also have with us Ratan Sharda, Rahul Roy, who's a global entrepreneur and social activist, Swapnil Kothari, senior lawyer, Ishkaran Bandari, lawyer and I would say social media superstar, Major Gaurav Arya, India's most respected name in strategic affairs and my personal friend for many years. Barnali Basak, advocate, Brijmohan Srivastav of Sharad Pawar's NCP, and Chandrasekhar Jha of Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, the Shiv Sena wing which remains, the small part which remains with Uddhav Thackeray. It's a big day, isn't it? Most remarkable thing, Shawan, the most remarkable thing is that India Today, that is India Today of the Aaj Tak group, India Today, they are being investigated very seriously in the cash for viewership scam. After a 2-year investigation, there seems to have been something which has come out prima facie, which merits a detailed investigation into India Today. What exactly are they being investigated for? The people of the country want to know. Do they want to know? Ishkaran, don't they want to know? Swapnil, they want to know the truth. What is India Today being investigated for? Shawan, kindly enlighten us.
Well, in fact, Arnab, we did not have an iota of doubt about the fact that there was a channel which was colluding with the Mumbai police. Now it is out in the open. And the reason why we are saying this, first, a document that was put out by the Enforcement Directorate almost a year ago, following the attachment that was made in the TRP case. In fact, there is a table that has been put out by Enforcement Directorate, a list of households that they had basically, the statements were basically recorded.
Okay.
And each of those statements that have been recorded, each of those households where statements were recorded, same people recorded by Mumbai police also, all of them said one thing: we were never paid by Republic Media Network. Now the difference here is that there was only a statement recorded by Mumbai police and that's it. They were coerced to make that kind of a statement. But what did this Enforcement Director do? And I'm just purely relying on a document that has been put out in public domain for everyone to see, that provisional attachment order of the Enforcement Directorate upheld by the appellate authority, in which they have not only recorded the statement of those same very households, but also substantiated with data provided by BARC, which essentially showed that those very households who were paid, there is an unusual spike. An unusual spike of which channel? We all know. It's the India Today group.
And
not
India
once,
Today has
not
been
twice,
named.
not
India
thrice,
Today has been
but on
named.
multiple occasions.
Named in the ED
multiple
report.
occasions. India Today
you are
group
saying
has been
India Today has been named. The name of the channel is out in the ED report.
It has been named, and it is already out almost a year ago. It is part of the same very charge sheet. A provisional attachment order is out in the public domain with full data that has been provided by the Enforcement Directorate coming in from BARC. And
now
the same very
this is what is quoted today in the Hindustan Times, been quoted. Rhythm, it says that the ED says...
This finds a mention in the full charge sheet that
this is what has been quoted, and this is what the whole country is talking about now. They're really shocked because viewers, do you remember, I think Rhythm, people remember that India Today was taking such a holier than thou position. They were saying Republic rigged ratings, Republic fake campaign exposed. They put my picture on their channel. They called me a TRP chore. And look how, karma has come to bite them. The ED report says, and viewers, I'm quoting from the news reports, during the investigation, it has come across leads that certain households were watching India Today in lieu of cash from relationship managers. This is so upsetting. That cash was being paid via relationship managers to certain households to watch India Today, and this is a lead which has come out in the investigation, and apparently further investigation is in progress. Rhythm?
Yes.
This is all over.
Arnab, what you're saying is absolutely correct, because the ED report... Arnab, absolutely what you are saying is true, because there are two things that come out in this final TRP report. One, as Shawan mentioned, that the households have clearly said that there was no money exchanging. The second aspect is the financial audit report, which we just heard in that package, which Parambir Singh very valiantly tried to speak about on the 8th of October, which was even more valiantly shown by certain channels where you said there's a deafening silence today. Those channels need to answer why the final TRP report is not being shown. And what about the
financial audit report that Parambir and Milan Barambe were relying upon has to say, when the final TRP report says it was unsubstantial, it was superficial, based on an analysis of limited aspects. We are talking about facts. Because a charge of fraud was put upon the entire channel, for which several people were called to the police station. They were summoned, interrogated, and today when you find out, it all falls like a pack of cards. The real picture that needs to be asked to the media and the co-conspirators is this really the level you go to when it comes to envy versus integrity?
It's so conspiratorial. It reeks of professional jealousy. But it stinks. Swapnil and Ishkaran, the only word, it stinks. Absolutely. Of a conspiracy, and today that channel has lost its voice.
Yes.
Do you think the people of the country are not noticing this, Swapnil?
Arnab, everybody has been noticing since the past 2 years as to what has been going on, what has gone on with you. When I remember those days when you were behind bars, I think those were the blackest days of my life. I have never seen, or I have never been so disappointed, disgusted, and crestfallen. I have seen many battles, faced many battles in my life, but that was the toughest one. And my eyes still well up when I think about it. But I want to go past that and think of it, as some sort of a resurrection, in the sense of that you've come out larger than life, you've come out stronger. The Republic Network has come out stronger with global ambitions, which I'm glad that you announced during Republic Bharat Summit. Now, as far as the conspiracy aspect is concerned, I hope the CBI does its job without fear or favor. It doesn't stop midway. And it does its job, because criminal conspiracy is the key thing. I'm not interested in what the Enforcement Directorate looks out for 500 rupees or 1,000 rupees or whatever it is, or what cash they gave. When I spoke to people about this, they said, when I told them in my legal fraternity that 500 rupees de rahe the Republic TV, he said, kya baat kar rahe hain? Hum log to abhi tak wo 500 rupees dekh rahe hain. Hum log ko actually unko paisa dena chahiye, hum unko dekhne ke liye, because those are the superstars of journalism. So I said, that is true. And all you have to do is just switch on the channel. You don't have to pay them any money. That's how they work. And, their advertisers do the job, and that's 1,000 people that Arnab Goswami is feeding across the entire Republic Empire. And it's, Arnab, it is shocking, it is shameful that media or any other media today is remaining silent, even through its newspapers. It is disgusting. I have never seen this kind of professional rivalry, professional jealousy.
They haven't put it out in their website also. They're blacking this out.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yes,
That's
Arnab,
crazy, Ishkaran. How can they do that, Ishkaran? How can a media group do that? How can you do that?
Arnab, I remember the morning that cop who was in jail raided you. My phone didn't stop ringing, and I thought the only TRP scam Republic can be involved in. Yes, your viewership being shown lower than it actually is, because I think the entire India was calling that day when they were raiding you. So that could be the only scam, that your viewership is being suppressed or decreased. Now let me come to this case, Arnab. Satyamev Jayate and public vindication is always the best thing.
Thank you.
But one fact which, Arnab, I would request you as a lawyer, and I would want to do that if you want to do that, malicious prosecution as well as damages on the people who tried to fix you, so that a lesson is learned in India that if you try to use force, conspiracy to fix somebody, and lot of documents will come in during that process of how you've been taught to be fixed by the government in power, by the police officers, by your rivals. What an unholy combination has gotten together just because you are popular, or just because you loudly speak about investigation into issues they don't want to be investigated. That is your duty.
No, but I feel Ishkaran, I feel duty bound. I feel duty bound almost, as I'm listening to you, Gaurav. I feel duty bound to take this matter to court at the highest level, because I have no doubt that the Supreme Court will award damages in any case of malicious prosecution, given the fact that there is such stunning evidence that is coming out right now. This is a case of institutional persecution. And I have every intention to seek justice in every matter on this. And I'm getting swathed with calls since morning, Bernali and Gaurav. I'm getting swathed with calls saying, Arnab, don't let go. Don't let go. Do it for us. Make this an issue. Seek damages. And I don't know, this man doesn't have the guts to face me, Bernali. His name is I want to ask
Yes,
Milind
you have to
Barambe
seek for
tonight.
damages because
I want
the
to ask
damages that
Parambir
were
Singh
caused to
tonight
you
whether
was
they have the
phenomenal.
courage to face me. Yes, Barnali, what should be done? What should be done now?
Yes, you have to file for damages because that should be a deterrent. They should know that you cannot falsify any case and fabricate it. Today there is no evidence against you, and just do not lie low and just fight for it.
No
you have
question
fought
of it.
for 2 long years you fought for it. Your entire team fought for it.
Yeah.
And as you rightly say, the nation wants to know. I think the nation somewhere supported you. I mean, you had a huge public support, and they today want you to fight for it and not just let go of it.
We are not going to let
Because
go.
They have to be
No.
taught a lesson.
We are not going to let go. We are fighters. Gaurav knows that. Gaurav. Yes, Gaurav.
Of course.
Arnab, it's not just about one Arnab Goswami of the Republic Media Network. I think the spirit of the Constitution has been wronged, Arnab. I think we as a nation have been wronged. Because I have never ever in living memory seen, such murder of the truth, such injustice, Arnab. And you've got to take it up not just for yourself or for the Republic Media Network. You have to take it up for every guy who gets up in the morning and switches on Republic Media Network, some channel there. You've got to take it up for our viewers. You've got to take it up for those people who believe in the truth, Arnab. And above all, you've got to take it up for the spirit of the Constitution. This nonsense cannot be allowed to go on, Arnab. And you are in that position where you can take it up. Absolutely, Arnab.
Should I open the lines tonight? I feel it's one of those evenings, I feel like opening up the lines. And as I go into the lines rhythm, I will say tonight, and I want to say this to India today. What have you done? What have you done, India, today? You said all kinds of things against me. You called me a TRP chore. You gave all your anchors went and did that. And today you don't want to talk about how your name has come out against a cash for viewership charge. What are you doing? Do you really think conceivably that the people of the country are not noticing this? They're noticing everything. In fact, Chavan, I think, wrote an email to people at India Today asking for their clarification. And Chavan, have you got a clarification on the cash for viewership lead that is being reported all over? Have you? Unlike them, we actually wrote to them for their views because we practice good journalism. Have they issued you a clarification on this, on the ED lead about cash for viewership? Have you got a mail back or a response back,
in fact,
please?
even till the time we went on air, Arnab, till the time we went on air,
yes,
there was no public statement that was put out.
Wow.
In fact, through our social media networks also, we've sought for a clarification from their side, but there has been zero, absolute radio silence coming in from the India Today group. There has been no response from their side. They know about the fact that their name has come out. Over 30 news reports are already out, and almost all of them have quoted. It's not source-based information. They have quoted the charge sheet.
Yeah. You know, I tell you, on the 9th of October 2020, Aaj Tak ran this story. They said, TRP चोर रिपब्लिक के खिलाफ मिले पक्के सबूत देखे क्या बोले कमिश्नर. I'm repeating the words. इसको जरा रतन शारदा जी कहा, TRP चोर के रिपब्लिक के खिलाफ मिले पक्के सबूत देखिए क्या बोले कमिश्नर. Today, there is no hashtag. There is no prefix. There is no reporting on what has come out. And they think people will not notice. I think it is important that these networks now do shows on the TRP scam. Otherwise, it becomes obvious to them that they were using Parambir for their own purpose. I mean, people know it now, but it becomes too obvious, Ratan Sharda. It's becoming too transparent now, what this was all about.
Yeah, when you're reading this news, I was remembered of the very apt proverb, जिसके अगर कांच के होते हैं, दूसरों पे पत्थर नहीं फेंकते. And when you sowed the capsule in the beginning, the entire scenario of those days of nearly 1 month flashed before my eyes. The fear, the terror, the pressure on you, your manpower, your people, your team who stood by you, and the way you were thrown into jail. And see, I will go back a little further to this story. My point is that there have been bitter competition in the media earlier also. But journalists were pulled down, they were ridiculed, they were pulled down from their high perch. But I never saw a political power being used to get the editor arrested, to try to bankrupt a channel by competition. Never saw it. Last I remember, a ruling party tried to stop Ramnath Goenka, but I never saw other media people enjoying and clapping on the way. They knew what was happening, who was a TRP chore, but they went on ahead to defame you. And I think this is the worst kind of journalism I saw all these years. There is something called dharmic war in India. We fight wars, we fight battles, but we fight with following dharma. We don't follow below the belt, blows that these people are given. And this is the worst part of this entire story. And lastly, we must remember this man, these policemen who are now in jail, such a poetic justice. The policemen, the politicians who said Sharanab ko Atmatya karni padegi, remember those days? Those people are in jail today. But this being in jail is not the solution, because they were the people for whom the hatchet man, these police people worked. And they should also be they should also be there.
I'd like to, you see, the point is also today
ultimately
that this was
political. It was political, which was turned into legal and then into a TRP issue, which was exploited by people who knew the truth.
Well, when people asked me, I said today, Anupam Kher interviewed me a few days back, and he asked me, I said, anyone who has an axe to grind against me for the last 14 years got an opportunity. Now, I know that I made you uncomfortable, Brijmohan Srivastav. I know I made your party uncomfortable. I don't know about Mr. Pawar, but certainly I did make Nawab Malik very uncomfortable, because I spoke about his links with Tiger Memon. And there's another leader of your party whose properties have been attached by the ED. I think his name is Praful Patel. I know I made him uncomfortable, but so be it. You should have the ability to swallow straightforward reporting and criticism. And there must be a lesson in this for you and for the Shiv Sena and for all political parties. And that lesson is this: don't you dare, Brijmohan Srivastav, to think that you are bigger than the system. Or that you are bigger than the truth or bigger than people. Don't you dare. Mr. Srivastav, at least I am one journalist, one media owner, one media editor who can say this to you on your face. Don't you dare. Have you learnt your lesson, Mr. Srivastav? Please.
Will you allow me to?
But have you learnt your lesson? Have you learnt your lesson?
When this case was registered against you, on the same day I was on your channel. And on the same day I have spoken also this thing, that we are having no political vendetta with any journalist.
Truly, are you not? Are you not?
Police has got some information.
So you
police is investigating.
It's what he says, right?
Investigating.
Wow. Now he pleads innocent.
Listen.
Now he pleads innocent.
Listen.
The Republic of India time and again, sir, आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
It is in your record.
आज तो सच बोल दीजिए. आज तो सच बोल दीजिए.
I was only the person. I was only the political person who appeared on your channel on that day.
आपको पता था कि कॉन्स्पिरेसी है. आपको पता था झूठी स्टोरी है. आपको पता था कि पुलिस ऑफिसर आपके कहने पर ये सारे हंगामे कर रहे हैं, लोगों को जेल में डाल रहे हैं, पीट रहे हैं उनको. क्या बात? कैसे मालूम नहीं था आपको?
अरे सर,
अरे भाई साहब,
इस देश को क्यों गुमराह करने का काम कर रहे हैं आप? अभी मुद्दे पे बात होनी चाहिए. ये कैसे पता लगेगा कि कॉन्स्पिरेसी है?
दिख रहा था.
ये कैसे पता लगेगा कॉन्स्पिरेसी है? जब पुलिस कमिश्नर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में,
क्या ये टीआरपी का केस जेल में डालने वाला केस था क्या? टीआरपी का केस लोगों को मारपीट करने का, जेल में डालने का था क्या? उनके ऊपर एफआईआर डालने का ये केस था क्या? टीआरपी का केस मान लीजिए सच था, क्या आप इंडिया टुडे के लोगों को जेल में डालेंगे? आज नहीं डालेंगे, क्योंकि केस था ही नहीं क्रिमिनल ऑफेंस का. आपने उसको क्रिमिनल ऑफेंस बनाया, आपकी पार्टी ने बनाया, आपकी गवर्नमेंट बनाया. आपके नवाब मलिक ने कहा कि अर्नब गोस्वामी को खुदकशी करनी पड़ेगी. ये आपके मिनिस्टर ने कहा, आपको फिर भी कॉन्स्पिरेसी नहीं लगी.
अरे say something
Let me be graceful, sir. आज तो ग्रेस दिखा दीजिए. आज तो सत्ता भी नहीं आपके पास.
Why you are making?
अरे आप आज तो ग्रेस दिखा दीजिए, कह दीजिए गलती हो गई.
ग्रेस
आज तो ग्रेस दिखा दीजिए, तो सत्ता भी नहीं आपके पास.
क्यों गलती हो गई? गलती किसने की? हमारी गलती इसमें क्या है? हमारी गलती क्या है?
आपकी गलती क्या है?
2 साल तक अर्नब गोस्वामी को परेशान किया. क्या नरेंद्र मोदी जी माफी मांगेंगे? क्या अमित शाह साहब माफी मांगेंगे? क्या बात करते हैं आप? अगर एक पुलिस कमिश्नर को इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है, गलत बात मत करिए.
मुझे बताइए,
गलत बात मत करिए.
आप मारपीट करते हैं? पुलिस स्टेशन में मारपीट करते हैं?
मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि पुलिस मारपीट करती है, क्या इसके लिए होम मिनिस्टर को आप जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे?
बिल्कुल मारपीट हुई.
मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया को जिम्मेदार
नवाब मलिक को मारपीट हुई.
अभी दिल्ली के अंदर मारपीट की है. दिल्ली में
नवाब मलिक को मारपीट हुई.
तो आप अमित शाह साहब को
I want to देखिए एक मिनट viewers I want to read out a couple of 1 second please. If you may please stop 1 minute please.
I want to read out a few words today. These are the golden words. Please 1 minute, please, sir. Sir, आप जरा ब्रिजमोहन जी मुझे जरा इत्मीनान से कुछ कहने दीजिए, प्लीज.
ब्रिजमोहन जी,
I want to tell you, ब्रिजमोहन जी, आपको एक बात मैं खुलकर कहना चाहता हूँ. मैं कुछ कह रहा हूँ, मेरी बात सुनिए, मेरी बात सुनिए, मेरी बात सुनिए, मेरी बात सुनिए ब्रिजमोहन जी. खुलकर कुछ एक कहना चाहता हूँ, मेरी बात सुनिए. थोड़ी बड़ी बात कहूंगा, सुनिए आप. मैं कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ. आप और आपकी सरकार और आपके MBA के जितने घटक दल हैं, ये हमसे डरते हैं क्योंकि सच्चाई हमारे साथ है और हम किसी से डरते नहीं. इसीलिए चार्जशीट से पहले और चार्जशीट के बाद आपके एक मिनट, आपके लोगों ने कोशिश की और मैं खुद, और एक मिनट सुनिए, हम किसी से नहीं डरते क्योंकि हमने कुछ गलत नहीं किया. आपको डरना चाहिए. आपके पार्टी के लोग दाऊद इब्राहिम के साथ कनेक्टेड है कि नहीं है? आपके पार्टी के लोग दाऊद इब्राहिम के साथ कनेक्टेड है कि नहीं है? आपके पार्टी के लोग टाइगर मेमन के लोगों के साथ कनेक्टेड है कि नहीं है? आपके पार्टी के लोग आज जेल में है कि नहीं है? अनिल देशमुख ने षड्यंत्र की कि नहीं की? आप मुझे बताइए किस तरह की केस नवाब मलिक के खिलाफ है, संजय राउत के खिलाफ है. आप सबका उखाड़ देना चाहते हैं. मैं खुलकर आपको कह रहा हूं, बुरा न माने मान्यवर, आप किसी का कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकते. आप कुछ उखाड़ नहीं सकते. आप कुछ उखाड़ नहीं सकते. आप मेरी बात समझ रहे हैं ना? आप समझ रहे हैं ना? आप उखाड़ने की कोशिश मत कीजिए. आप ठीक है, जो तो आप क्यों कह रहे हैं मैं नहीं डरता हूं, मैं नहीं डरता हूं. मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूं. याद रखिए ब्रिजमोहन जी, याद रखिए ब्रिजमोहन जी, याद रखिए ब्रिजमोहन जी, लोग देख रहे हैं ना. आप वैसे भी एक्सपोज हो चुके हैं. आप अपने आप को क्यों एक्सपोज करना चाहते हैं? I want to read out a few lines, viewers. I want to read out a few lines, viewers. आप जरा वॉल्यूम आप जरा अपना वॉल्यूम कम कीजिए. मैं कोई I want to read out a few lines. दोस्तों, I want to say something to the media, to my friends in the media. वैसे unlike them, Gaurav, I don't respond with this language, but they were so happy. One of those people, Hafiz Saeed's favorite journalist, said, I want to have a bucket of ice cream tonight. I said, have a bucket of ice cream every day. The day I was arrested, they said, I want to have a bucket of ice cream. I will send buckets of ice cream today, have it. But at least report it. They said the following words. और उन्होंने सोचा हमें चुभेगी. चुभती नहीं है. आज पर्दाफाश हुआ है. चुपती नहीं है मगर याद रहती है. गौरव कहा, रिपब्लिक टीवी TRP चोर है आज तक. पैसा फेंको, TRP खरीदो आज तक. TRP की चोरी, देश से धोखा आज तक. और एंकर ने हंसते हुए कहा एंड में, जब मैं घर से निकल रहा था गाड़ी में, मेरे शॉर्ट्स को देखते हुए कहा, जवाब नहीं है सवाल का. अब क्या कहते हैं? मैं गाड़ी में बैठा हूं, आप एक्साइटेड हो रहे हैं शॉर्ट्स को देखकर और कह रहे हैं जवाब नहीं है. जवाब नहीं है. आज आपका जवाब है. Why doesn't Aaj Tak do a program on this? I would really appreciate it. In fact, I want to make an offer tonight, Gaurav, that I will come on the program and Gaurav Arya will come with. क्यों Gaurav? We'll both go on India Today आज तक. उनकी रेटिंग भी ज्यादा हो जाएंगी. We will give our perspective. हम तो Swapnil, we are good people. We want to support the truth, so we'll go on the channel. But I am reading out their lines. They are cringing today. By the way, Chandrasekhar Jha was supportive of Sachin Waze. He said Sachin Waze is not Osama bin Laden. He was supportive of him. Where is he tonight? Why doesn't he talk about it? It is his responsibility, isn't it? If he was fabricating evidence, as a person who was the head of the government, he has to face the people. Why isn't he facing the people and explaining his role in this scandal? Mr. Jha?
The first thing I should tell you that you have been charge sheeted by the Mumbai police in that case. That charge sheet has already been taken cognizance by the court and you have to face that trial. Second thing that ED, which the charge sheet has been filed against
you're really
other
funny.
media
You're really
houses.
funny, you know. You're really funny, Swapnil.
Let me.
he says I worry
this is
about
not
Sachin
funny.
Waze's charge sheet.
This is not
the
funny.
reality. Yeah. Okay, great. Please
I'll
continue.
tell you why it is funny.
Swapnil will respond to you. Swapnil will respond to you. You know that charge sheet is not worth anything anymore. You know that, right? You know. But answer my question. Where is Uddhav Thackeray tonight? Where is Uddhav tonight? Why is he not coming out? Not a word?
Why he will come to explain this?
Because it was his plan, wasn't it? Didn't he have a role in the conspiracy?
You want to tell that a chief minister has initiated
but didn't he have a role in the conspiracy? I am saying it. I'm saying the chief minister was behind the conspiracy.
It's a state case.
I'm saying it clearly. I'm saying it. 1 minute, Mr. Jha. Can you not hear me? I'm saying it very openly that the ex-chief minister, Uddhav Thackeray, was at the head of the conspiracy because the conspiracy is impossible without the active participation of the head of the government. It is impossible that without a nod from the government, 200 armed policemen can come to a journalist's house, show force, assault him, fabricate multiple cases, even after being told off by the Supreme Court, continue to try to fabricate cases, use force, do everything illegal, try to torture the individual, fabricate another case, fabricate multiple cases, and now the truth comes out that there is not an iota of evidence. And then not just that, you actually gave a clean chit to India Today, which is now in a fix. Because you gave them a clean chit. Milind Bharambe, the Joint Commissioner of Police, gave them a clean chit without any detailed investigation. So of course I'm going to laugh a lot. LOL, laugh out loud at what you are saying.
So you understand
that. But Swapnil will give you a very detailed reply right now because I want to talk to people as well. Yes.
That investigation was boosted up.
Mr. Jha, let me deal with your point very, very legally, crisply. You said that Arnab Goswami will have to face the trial in the charge sheet which has been filed by Mr. Vaze. First of all, Mr. Vaze has to be present to pursue that charge sheet. One.
Not Mr. Vaze, it is Mumbai Police.
Mr. Vaze was the investigating officer. Perhaps you don't know.
He was the investigating officer. The IO has to be present. I'm just dealing with you in giving you the rudiments of criminal law. That's one. Just a couple of days before, a defamation case which was filed against Arnab was dismissed by the City Civil Court simply because the complainant was absent. So the complainant has to be present. Number one, even if the prosecutor is present, the IO has to remain present. If the IO does not remain present, there cannot be any further trial. Also, if there are witnesses, also you need to lead. So when these things are not there, and especially in the Anvay Nayak case,
you're talking about.
No. Let me tell you that. The Supreme Court gave bail to Mr. Goswami. Let me finish. Mr. Jha, at least have the courtesy. Mr. Jha, at least have the courtesy to listen to someone. I heard you very patiently. Now you listen to me. I'm telling you just the simple points of law. I'm not telling one way or the other. I'm just telling you factually, legally. So simply, the complainant has to be present. The witnesses have to be present. The officer in question has to be above board. He cannot be tainted, or he cannot be himself behind bars for a long period of time. Especially now with the criminal conspiracy angle, and especially also the Supreme Court having given bail to Arnab, saying that there is no prima facie case.
There is another matter. There is another matter on which I want Rhythm to come in. No, Swapnil.
So it's
Swapnil. Chandrasekhar Jha, just wait a minute. Maybe you don't know, for which you can be forgiven. There's no problem if you don't know. But if you, after realizing that you don't know, if you want to be a hit wicket, you can continue. There is another matter which is very, very important, which Rhythm wants to point out. And before Rhythm points out, I want to tell you, viewers, have you ever heard of this phrase, the falling out of thieves? Have you heard this phrase? This is a fantastic metaphor, falling out of thieves. You know, and what has happened in this case, and I'm meaning it metaphorically, you know, people don't need to take it personally, though there may be a slight element of truth in it, even if taken literally. The fact is that these people fell out. And they all started saying, no, we didn't fabricate the case. He fabricated. No, we were all part. He fabricated a little bit. He forced me into it. And there's some material evidence regarding that which we intend to take to the highest court. Rhythm can share it. Rhythm, over to you. Rhythm.
Absolute. And Chandrasekhar Jha, when you say, how are we talking about the Uddhav government? I, myself, Shawan himself, we have sources within the then Uddhav government. I was personally told much before the arrest that this is what was being planned at the highest levels. I'm not naming them, but this happened. Now, once this happened, surprisingly, I'm telling you, you personally possibly have not read Parambir's words to the ED in a statement where he himself in question 13 says Anil Deshmukh was meeting Vaze regularly. Anil Deshmukh, the then Home Minister, was meeting Vaze regularly for taking briefing, for giving instructions regarding
both are responding to him.
Investigations, including the TRP case.
In fact, just to add to this, I can perhaps, for the benefit of Mr. Srivastava, also that I can give you specific timings. Mr. Srivastava, just hear me out. This is something that we've known for a very long time, but it's high time it should come out in public. Mr. Srivastava, I can tell you the exact room number. I can tell you the exact room number. I can tell you the exact time when the meeting took place.
Yes.
And the fact. Let me also tell you, your blue-eyed boy, Parambir Singh came with a proper presentation. Saying that what are the things we can do against Republic Media Networks. So please,
absolutely,
Mr. Srivastava, at least tonight, be honest. The entire nation is watching. Please don't forget that we do have information of the room, of the time, and of the presentation that was prepared by disgraced cop Parambir Singh.
And then how media channels and certain editors were flown to Bombay, were flown to Mumbai to have interviews at that time. This is also something which we have information along with the air tickets, and also this is not something today that you can try and put under the carpet.
I have phones are ringing off the hook. Rahul Roy, once to you. Rahul Roy, watching this, you've always been a supporter of Republic. Over to you, sir. You're seeing the response, you're seeing the debate. Your thoughts, Rahul?
Arnab, all I can tell you is, as soon as you are arrested, you know it's not just India. The entire world reacted. If people believed in this TRP charges, all the manipulation done by all these chief whips, then there won't be thousands of people out on the street in London and in US and in India. All I know is the final verdict comes from the people from our origin who always believed in you, believed in Republic Channel because of your content, which always carries not the facts, but also the challenges of this country. Republic Channel, in my opinion, has been created to do some cleansing work. India, if it wants to be in the global map, it needs a channel like yours to have the transparency and to state the facts. Now, if you being challenged to state the facts of all the affairs which are of our country and the, a belief in our country, then someone has to step in. And imagine you're an anchor. You're not a politician. You're not a holy personality, where people would come out in hundreds of numbers or thousands of numbers and cry on the streets. I have seen that with my own eyes. I have seen people, they were crying on my shoulders that Mr. Roy do something. And that's where we had to talk to so many people that this injustice cannot be tolerated.
Yep, absolutely.
Arnab, I salute you and your channel that you always stood by the facts. And I want you to know that we are behind you.
I know that, sir.
And you keep on this fight.
I know that,
Never
sir.
bow down to your competitors.
Sir, absolutely no
Never
question
bow
about
down
it.
to
No
the
question about
pressures.
it. Never, no question. You know, we are one channel that can open the lines and speak to people. Our first caller this evening, I'm told, is Vinod Aruk from Bengaluru, and he's a motivational speaker. Hi, Vinod. Hi, Vinod. Can you hear me?
Congratulations, Arnab. It's an historic day.
It is. Big day.
Certainly, I think there's some divine intervention which has happened. From the time I remember Palkar incident, and then it went on, and finally the Antilla incident really cracked it. Yes. Because nobody could escape it. Yes. Because there was that inquiry and the continuous work what you people have done and your team, really courageous.
Thank
you. You have taken on a huge mountain, which nobody would have ever expected. A result which would come out in this way, and it's certainly a wonderful day.
Thank you.
And we're all proud of you. And I think you've been going on from state to state to launch your channel.
Yes.
That's great. And I know that in Bangalore.
Hope to come to Karnataka too someday.
Absolutely, I'm going to meet you when you're here.
Yeah.
And,
but it's lovely. But it's lovely, Vinod. Thank you for your love, Vinod. And Saket is calling in from London. He's watching from London. Hi, Saket.
Hello, good evening, Arnab.
Good evening,
first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I hope you're well.
Yeah.
I think firstly, Satyamev Jayate, as we call, as we say. So I think nothing beats. It's absolutely delightful to see you coming out of all this trash.
I hope
what was kind of a muck which was thrown at you.
Yeah.
So I think as some of your panelists just mentioned, I think we just need to keep up the force going.
We have to Saket.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to put these channels and digital print media down because I mean there's definitely one thing that we definitely need to do here: put the fake media down and bring and make Republic the #1 network, not just in India. And I think something outside of India that you just promised. So I think best of luck.
Thank you, Saket.
Absolutely happy.
Fabulous. You see Shawan and Rhythm and this whole team, wonderful team we have. They are our support. But yes, Saket, we're determined now to expand, to grow into digital and into languages. We're determined, and that's the only obsession the whole team has. We don't have much money, Saket, but we have the passion, we have the talent, we have the ability, we have a lot of drive. And we got to find a way to reach out and take the voice of Republic everywhere. We want to make it a movement. It's not a corporate group. And I also want to tell you, Saket, I want to tell everyone, this is the only network of this scale in the country which has got no corporate involvement, which means we don't have any big corporate supporting us. We're independently owned by professionals. Makes us a standout piece. There is no network like that in this ownership pattern in the world. That means a lot to us. Do I have more callers? Can I take it? I'm going to take in a few more callers as well. But this is all very inspiring, Gaurav. Very, very inspiring. And Shawan, you know how difficult this has been for us. It's been a big fight for us. You want to share something tonight with everyone about this fight a little bit? People want to know. And people ask us, do you have bitterness towards a group like India Today? I said, absolutely no bitterness. I just want India Today to learn to be honest. That's all that I'm saying tonight. Yes. Shawan.
There's absolutely no doubt about the fact, Arnab, that this has been an arduous battle. The fact that almost on a daily basis, this is exactly what was told to us, that this news channel is going to shut down. We have put people behind bars. Everything was told to us wherever we were essentially going. And there was this, perhaps this element to try and bring us down. This entire conspiracy to bring us down almost on a daily basis. And it was always said that we are not going to come back. We'll not be able to spring back. But I don't think so for any one of us here in the newsroom, not just us. We have over 1,000+ people working. It's just not about both of us here in the studio. I think so today we're going to speak for every person who's helped us building this network brick by brick on behalf of everyone. I don't think so we ever had an iota of doubt keeping you in mind that we would have surged ahead. The fact that even when we had the most difficult times, we were in a position to launch a new channel altogether.
Yeah.
I think so that says a lot. And
no problem.
I think so that's our biggest learning lesson.
And for me the learning and all of this has been, I often think that the tragedy in this country, the media never comes together. But when it came together this time, Gaurav, it came together not to defend national interest. It came together to defend corporate interests. What a terrible thing. What a terrible
Absolutely,
thing.
Arnab, Arnab, you always say that, and you've said it so many times on television that, it's important to be a nationalist. You can't be a journalist if you're not a nationalist.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this test this litmus test they have failed. They came together for narrow
corporate
interest. Absolutely, narrow corporate interest, narrow political interest, jealousy.
I'll take one caller.
That is why they came together.
I'll take one caller. I drop some breaks if required. We have Vishwa who's calling in from Maswada. Vishwa, hi. Vishwa?
Hello?
Vishwa?
Hello?
Is that Vishwa?
Hello, yes, Arnab sir.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on.
Yes. Sir, I am a student from Baswada, Rajasthan, and my entire family watches you every day.
Okay.
And when you are covering the Susan case and the Palgar case, my family watches you entire day, all working, and nationalism comes from you.
Thank you. I have a connection with Rajasthan. I studied in Jodhpur. My father was in the Border Road Task Force in Jalim Vilas Palace, in working there for the army. I traveled the length and breadth of Rajasthan. A lot of memories come back. But I thank you for your support, Vishwa. And our next caller today is Lakshman from Baroda. From Baroda, Lakshman. Lakshman, sorry, I got your name wrong. How are you, Lakshman? You're watching this? Are you anticipating for the full report? I'm waiting a lot, very eagerly.
Sure. There is no need of any other reports because I am observing for the last 2 years all these things in the TV itself. I know what is true and what is not.
I know you. That's what a lot of people say. It's true. Lakshman, this is wonderful.
There is no need of any proof
I know.
required.
I know.
Anymore.
I know. I understand what you're saying. I can feel it. Thank you for your support, Lakshman. I'll take a break now, viewers, and many questions come in here, and questions about the hypocrisy of the media. They come to mind. When we come back, we'll talk about that. Viewers, I want you to know this is not about the TRP scam. It is about the unfortunate fact that a lot of media came together to defend their own interest. When will they ever come together, ever, to defend national interest? That's what the nation wants to know when I'm back.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Enroll in any of REVA's wide range of courses designed to take on an evolving education and an expanding future. REVA University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with